Troilus and Criseyde. By Geoffrey Chaucer. Book 1. Incipit liber primus. The double sorway of Troilus to Tellen. That was the king Priamus son of Troy. In Lovenge, how his avenches fellen. Fro to wheel, and after out of Ioe. My purpose is, that I part fro ye. Thesaphone, thou help me for tendite. Thy's woeful ver, that weepen as I write. To thee cleap I, thou goddess of torment. Thou cruel fury, sorrowing ever in pain. Help me, that am the sorrowful instrument. That helpeth lovers, as I can, to plain. For wel sitit, the south for to sane. A woeful wight to haunt a dreary fear. And, to a sorrowful tale, a sorry share. For I, that God of love's servant serve. Nadar to love, for myn unlikeliness. Prien for speed, I'll should either for stirve. So fair am I fro his help in darkness. But Nathalese, if this may doon gladness. To any lover, and his cause avail. Have he my thank, and myn be this travail. But ye lovers, that bat hen in gladness. If any drope of pity in yow be. Remembereth yow on past heaviness. That ye han felt, and on the adversity. Of other folk, and thanked how that ye. Han felt that love dorst yow displease. Or ye han one hym with to greet an essay. And prayeth for him that ben in the cass. Of Troilus, as ye may after hear. That love hem bringe in heaving to Salas. And eke for me prayeth to God so dear. That I have might to shew, in some manere. Switch pain and as love's folk endure. In Troilus unsly aventure. And biddeth eke for him that been despaired. In love, that never nil recovered be. And eke for him that foulsly been appeared. Thorug wicked tonges, be it he or she. Thus biddeth God, for his benignity. So ground him sown out of this world to pace. That been despaired out of love's grace. And biddeth eke for him that been at essay. That God him grant I good perseverance. And send him mightier ladies so to please. That it to love be worship and plaisance. For so hope I my soul best avance. To pray for him that love's servants be. And right here and live in charity. And for to have of him compassion. As though I were here oeen brother dear. Now herkneth with a good intention. For now will I gone straight to my mateer. In wish ye may the double sorways hear. Of Troilus, in loving of Criseyde. And how that she forsook him ere she dade. It is wel wist, how that the Greeks strange. In arms with 1,000 ships went. To Troywards, and the city lunge. Assegedon ne 10 year ere they staunt. And, in diverse wise and un entente. The ravishing to Wrekin of Elaine. By Paris Dune, they wroughten al here pain. Now fill it so, that in the tune there was. Dwellinga a lord of great auctority. A great Devon that cleaped was Calchas. That in science so expert was, that he. Knew wel that Troy should destroyed be. By answer of his god, that hight thus. Dawn Phoebus or Apollo Delphicus. So one this Calchas knew by calculange. And eke by answer of this Apollo. That Greek shoulden switch a pepple bringe. Thorug which that Troy most been for do. He cast a nun out of the tune to go. For wel wist he, by sort, that Troy should. Destroyed ben, ye, wolde whoso nold. For which, for to departen softly. Took purpose full this foreknowing wise. And to the Greeks ost full privily. He stole a nun. And they, in courteous wise. Hym deden boda worship and service. In trust that he hath conning him to read. In every peril which that is to dread. The noise up Roos, one it was first aspied. Thorug al the tune, and generally was spoken. That Calchas traitor fled was, and allied. With hem of Greece, and casten to ben roken. On him that foulsly had his fight so broken. And Satan, he and all his kin at ones. Ben worthy for to Brennan, fell and bones. Now had Calchas left, in this meschance. Al unwist of this false and wicked deedy. His daughter, which that was in gret penance. For of her life she was full sore in dread. As she that nist what was best to read. For Boda a widow was she, and all one. Of any friend to whom she durst her moan. Criseyde was this lady name a right. As to my dome, in al Troilus Nas noon so fair, for passing every white. So angelic was her native beauty. That like a thing immortal seemed she. As doth an heavenish parfit creature. That down were sent in scorning of nature. This lady, which that all day heard at air. Here Phaedrus shame, his falseness and treasoun. Wel nigh out of here wit for sorway and fear. In wide west habit large of summit brune. On knees she fill before nectar adune. With piteous voice, and tenderly weepinge. His mercy bad, herself an excusing. Now was this Hector piteous of nature. And saw that she was sorrowfully begun. And that she was so fair a creature. Of his goodness he glade here anon. And said, lat your Phaedrus trace ungoon. Forth with mischance, and ye yourself, in Ioe. Dwelleth with us, whyl you good list, in Troy. And al thoner that men may doon yow have. As furforth as your fader dwelled here. Ye shul han, and your body shall men save. As fair as I may ought enquire or hear. And she him thanked with full humble share. And after wolde, and it had been his will. And took her leave, and hum, and held her still. And in her house she abode with switch many. As to her honor need was to hold. And whyl she was dwellinga in that city. Kept here estat, and boda of young and old. Full wel beloved, and wel men of her tolda. But whether that she children had or noon. I read it not, therefore I laid it goon. The things felon, as they doon of where. Bitwixt and hem of Troy and Greeks oft. For some day botten they of Troy it dare. And eft the Greeks founden no thing soft. The folk of Troy. And thus fortune on loft. And under eft, gone hem to Whelan Boda. After her cores, whyl they were rove. But how this tune come to destruction? Ne falleth not to purpose me to tell. For it were a long digression. Fro my mateer, and yout a lunge dwell. But the Troyan jests, as they fell. In Omer, or in Dares, or in Dite. Whoso that can, may read hem as they write. But though that Greeks hem of Troy sheden. And here city by Criseyde al abut. Here old usage wolde they not let ten. As for to honor here gods full devout. But aldermost in honor, out of dut. They had a relic height Palladian. That was here trist above an Evershon. And so biful, one common was the time. Of April, one clothed is the mead. With new green, of lusty ver the prime. And swote smellin flowers white and reed. In sundry wises shewed, as I read. The folk of Troy here observances old. Palladion's fest for to hold. And to the temple, in al here best wise. In general, there went many a wight. To Hertnan of Palladian service. And namely, so many a lusty knight. So many a lady fresh and maiden bright. Full wel arrayed, boda most and lest. Ye, boda for the session and the fest. Among these other folk was Criseyde. In wide west habite black. But Nathalese. Right as our first letra is now an A. In Boti first so stood she, make lees. Here godly looking gladied al the prees. Nas never sane thing to ben praised dare. Nor under clued black so bright a stare. As was Criseyde, as folk said ever chun. that here behelden in her blake weed. And yet she stood full low and still alone. Behind an other folk, in lightel breed. And nae the door, I under shame's dreed. Simple of a tear, and debonair of share. With full assured loking and maneer. This Troilus, as he was wont to gide. His young knights, ladda hem up and down. In thilk large temple on every side. Beholding I the ladies of the tune. Now here, now there, for no devotion. Had he to noon, to reven him his rest. But gone to praise and lacken whom him lest. And in his walk full fast he gone to waiten. If knight or squire of his company. Gone for to psych, or lead his eye in baten. On any woman that he could espy. He wold a smile, and holden it fully. And saye him thus, God wot, she sleepeth soft. For love of thee, one thou tornest full oft. I have heard told, pardieux, of your livinga. Ye lovers, and your lewd observances. And which a labour folk han in winninga. Of love, and, in the keeping, which to taunces. And one your prey is lost, wa and penances. O ver foals. Nice and blind be ye. There nis not owen can war by other be. And with that word he gone cast up the brow. Asconces, lo. Is this not wisly spoken? At which the god of love gone loken row. Right for despit, and shoop for to ben roken. He kidda anun his bow nas not broken. For soddenly he hit him at the full. And yet as proud a peacock can he pool. O blind world, O blind intention! How oft falleth al thefect contraire. Of circuitry and foul presumption. For caught is proud, and caught is debonair. This Troilus is clommen on the stair. And lightel wenneth that he moot descenden. But al day falleth thing that foals any wenden. As proud Bayard ginneth for to skip. Out of the way, so priketh him his corn. Till he a lash have of the lunge whip. Then thanked he, though I praunce al biforn. First in the trays, full fat and new shorn. Yet am I but an oar. And horse's law. I moot endure, and with my fears draw. So furred it by this furs and proud knight. Though he a worthy king's son were. And wendy nothing had switch might. Ions his will that should his hurt steer. Yet with a look his hurt wex a fear. That he, that now was most in pride above. Wex soddenly most subget unto love. For thy ensample taketh of this man. Ye wise, proud, and worthy folks alle. To scorn and love, which that so sown can. The freedom of your hurts to him thrall. For ever it was, and ever it shall befall. That love is he that alle thing may bind. For may no man fordo the law of kind. That this be sooth, hath proved and doth yet. For this tro I ye knowen, alle or some. Men readen not that folk han greater wit. Than they that han be most with love winome. And strangest folk ben therewith overcome. The worthiest and greatest of degree. This was, and is, and yet men shall it see. And trulich it sit wel to be so. For alderwisest han therewith ben pleased. And they that han ben aldermost in wa. With love han ben conferred most and essayed. And oft it hath the cruel hurt apest. And worthy folk mad worthier of name. And causeth most to dread vice and shame. Now sith it may not goodly be withstand. And is a thing so virtuous in kind. Refuseth not to love for to be bond. Sin, as himselven list, he may yow bind. The yerd is bet that bowen wole and wind. Then that breast. And therefore I yow read. To folwen him that so wel can yow lead. But for to tell en forth in special. As of this king's son of which I tolda. And leaden other thing collateral. Of him thanked I my tale for to hold. Both of his ioi, and of his cares cold. And al his work, as touching this mateer. For I it gone, I will there to refer. Within the temple he went him forth playing. This Troilus, of every wight abut. On this lady and now on that Lockinga. Whereso she were of town, or of without. And up on Cas Bifel, that Thoriga root. His eye pursed. And so depe it went. Till on Criseyde it smoot, and there it staunt. And soddingly he waxed there with Aston. And gone higher bet byhold in thrifty wise. O mercy, God, thought he, where has to won? That art so fair and goodly to devise. Therewith his hurt gone to spread and rise. And soft sighed, lest men might him hear. And caught a yane his first playing share. She nas nat with the lest of her stature. But Allah here limes so wel answeringa. Wherein to womanhood, that creature. Was neuer lasse manish in seminge. And eke the pure wise of here meninga. Shui wel, that men might in here jess. Honor, estat, and womanly noblesse. To Troilus right wonder wel with Allah. Gone for to like her meninga and her share. Which Somdel Danis was, for she leet fall. Here look a light a side, in switch manier. Asconces, what? May I not stand in here? And after that here looking gone she light. That never thought him seen so good a sight. And of here look in him there gone to Kaken. So greet desir, and switch affection. That in his hurt bought me gone to Styken. Of here his feeks and depe impression. And though he erst had poured up and down. He was though glad his horns in to shrink. Unneaths wist he how to loke or wink. Lo, he that leet himselven so conning. And scorned him that love's pains dryen. Was full unwar that love had his dwellinga. Within the subtle streams of here yen. That soddingly him thought he felt dine. Right with here look, the spirit in his hurt. Blissed be love, that thus can folk convert. She, this in black, likened to Troilus. Over all that thing, he stood for to behold. Ne his desir, any were for he stood thus. He neither share made, any ward tolda. But from a fair, his manner for to hold. On other thing his look sometime he cast. And eft on here, whyl that service last. And after this, not foolish al awaked. Out of the temple al esalic he went. Repenting a him that he had ever wyapt. Of love's folk, lest fully the decente. Of scorn fee on himself. But, what he meant. Lest it were wist on any manner side. His what he gone dissimulant and hide. One he was fro the temple thus departed. He straight anon unto his pales torneth. Right with here look third shoten and third darted. Al feigneth he in lust that he soyerneth. And al his share and spesh also he borneth. And I, of love's servants every while. Himself to rie, at him he gone to smile. And said, Lord, so ye live al in lest. Ye lovers. For the conningest of yow. That serveth most intentiflick and best. Him tit as often harm thereof as prow. Your hire is quit iron, ye, God what how. Not wel for wel, but scorn for good service. In fight, your order is ruled in good wise. In noun certain ben Allah your observances. But it assayly few points be. No thing asketh so greta attendances. As doth your lay, and that no Allah ye. But that is not the worst, as mote I thee. But, tolda I yow the worst point, I leave. Al said I sooth, ye wolden at me grieve. But tack this, that ye lovers oftest chew. Or else doon of good intention. Full oft thy lady wole it misconstrue. And demi it harm in her opinion. And yet if she, for other enchisoun, be ruth, then shalt thou hana groin anun. Lord. Wel is him that may be of Yaoun. But for al this, one that he say his time. He held his peace, none other boat him gained. For love began his feathers so to lime, that wel uneath unto his folk he feigned. That other beside neds him distrained. For woe was him, that what to doon he nist, but bade his folk to goon where that hem least. And one that he in chamber was all one. He down up on his bed's feet him set, and first begone to syke, and eft to groan. And thought I on here so, withouten let, that, as he sat and wook, his spirit meta, that he here saw a temple, and al the wise, right of here loke, and gone it knew of ice. Thus gone he make a mirror of his mind, in which he saw al holy here figure, and that he wel could in his hurt find. It was to him a right good aventure, to love switch un, and if he died his cure, to servant here, yet might he fall in grace, or else, for un of here servant's pace, imaginage that travail nor grame, ne might, for so goodly un, be lorn, as she, any him for his desser any shame. Al were it wist, but in pris and upborn, of alle lovers wel more than byforn. Thus argument he in his ginninge, full unavised of his wakaminga. Thus took he purpose love's craft to sue, and thought he wold a werken prively. First, to hiden his desser in mew, from every white born, alutrally. But he might ought recovered be thurby, remembering him, that love to wide blow, yelt betray fruit, though sweet seed be so. And over all this, yet muchel more he thought, what for to speak, and what to holden in, and what to arten here to love he sought. And on a song and unright to begin, and gone loud on his soreway for to win. For with good hope he gone fully assent, Criseyde for to love, and not repent. And of his song not only the sentence, as written yn author called Lollius, but plainly, save our tongue's difference. I dar wel sayin, in al that Troilus said in his song, lo, every word right thus, as I shall sayn. And whoso listed here, lo, next this ver, he may it finden here. Contus Troili. If no love is, O God, what feel I so? And if love is, what thing and wish is he? If love be good, from whence cometh my woe? If it be wicca, a wonder thinketh me, when every torment and adversity that cometh of him, may to me savory think. For I thirst the more that I it drink. And if that at myn lust I bren, fro whence cometh my wailing and my plainty? If harm agree me, where to plain I then? I nut, any unweary that I faint. O quick death, O sweet harm so quaint. How may of thee in me switch quantity? But if that I consent that it be, and if that I consent, I wrongfully compleen, why wis? Thus posseed to and fro. Al steriles within a boot am I. Amid the sea, betwixen winds too. That in contrary standen ever amo. Alas! What is this wonder malady? For heat of cold, for cold of heat, I die. And to the God of love thus said he, with piteous voice, O Lord, now yours is my spirit, which that ought yours be. Yow thank I, Lord, that han me brought to this. But whether goddess or woman, why wis? She be, I nut, which that ye do me serve. But as here man I wole I live and stirve. Ye standen in higher iron mightily, as in a place unto your virtue digny. Wherefore, Lord, if my service or I may like yow, so beth to me benign. For myn estat royal here I resign. Into here hond, and with full humble share. By come here man, as to my lady dear. In him any day ned sparren blood royal. The fyr of love, wherefro God me bless. Ne him forbar in no degree, for al his virtue or his excellent prowess. But held him as his thrall low in distress. And brand him so in sundry wise I knew, that 60 time a day he lost his hue. So mush, day by day, his own thought. For lust to hear, gone ken and increase. That every other charge he set at naught. For thy full oft, his oat fyr to cease. To seen here goodly look he gone to prease. For thereby to ben sawel he wendy. And I the ne he was, the more he brand. For I the ne the fyr, the hotter is. This, tro I, knoweth all this company. But were he fair or near, I dar say ye this. By night or day, for wisdom or folly. His hurt, which that is his breasts ye. Was I on here, that fairer was to Senna. Than ever were Elaine or Polixene. Eke of the day there passed not an hour. That to himself 1,000 time he said. Goodly, to whom serve I and labour. As I best can, now wolde God, Criseyde. Ye wolden on me that I dade. My dear hurt, Alice. Myn hele and hue. And life is lost, but ye wole on me Alla other dreads wherein from him fled. Both of the assedge and his salvation. Ne in him desir noon other founds bred. But arguments to his conclusion. That she on him wolde han compassion. And he to be here man, whyl he may dure. Lo, here his life, and from the death his cure. The sharp showers fell of arms prieve. That Ector or his other brethren dieden. Ne made him only therefore one's meve. And yet was he, whereso men went or ridden. Found Uan the best, and lengest time abaden. Their peril was, and died eke such travail. In arms, that to think it was merveil. But for non hate he to the Greeks had. Ne also for the rescue of the tune. Ne made him thus in arms for to mad. But only, lo, for this conclusion. To liken here the bet for his renown. Fro day to day in arms so he sped. That alle the Greeks as the death him dread. And fro this forth though reft him love his sleep. And made his meat his foo. And eke his soreway. Gone multiply, that, whoso toke keep. It shewed in his hue, boda eve and moreway. Therefore a title he gone him for to boreway. Of other sickness, lest of him men wendy. That the oat fyr of love him brand. And said, he had a fever and furred Amos. But how it was, certain, can I not say ye. If that his lady understood not this. Or fained here she nist, Uan of the tway. But wel I read that, by no manner way. Ne semed it as that she of him wrought. Nor of his pain, or whatsoever he thought. But then fell to this Troilus such woe. That he was wel ne would. For I his dread. Was this, that she Psalm white had loved so. That never of him she wolde have taken hadda. For wish him thought he felt his hurt bleed. Ne of his way any dorst he not begin. To tell en it, for all this world to win. But when he had a space fro his care. Thus to himself full oft he gone to plain. He said, O fool, now art thou in the snare. That whilom iapidest at love's pain. Now arto hent, now na thyn oeen shame. Thou were I won't esh lover a reprehend. Of thing fro which thou canst thee nat defend. What will now every lover sayn of thee? If this be wist, but ever in thyn absence. Laughin in scorn, and saying, Lo, there goeth he. That is the man of so great sapience. That held us lovers lowest in reverence. Now, thanked be God, he made goon in the dance. Of him that love list febly for to avance. But, O thou woeful Troilus, God wolde. Sin thou most loven third t destiny. That though beset were on switch uan that should. No al thy wa, al lakid here pity. But al so cold in love, towards thee. Thy lady is, as frost in winter moan. And thou fordun, as snow in Fyr is sown. God wolde I were arrived in the port of death, to which my sore way will me lead. Lord, to me it were a great comfort. Then were I quit of languishing in dread. For by myn hit a sore way why blow on breed. I shall by Iopt been 1,000 time more than that fool of whose folly men rhyme. But now help God, and ye, sweet, for whom I plain, why caught, ye, never white so fast. O mercy, dear hurt, and help me from the death, for I, whyl that my life may last. More than myself wool love yow to my last. And with some friendly look gladeth me, sweet. Though never more thing ye me by heat. This wards and full many another too. He spak, and called ever in his complaint. Hear name, for to tell len hear his woe. Till nay that he in salt terries draint. Al was for naught, she heard not his plainty. And wan that he bethought on that folly. 1,000-fold his wagon multiply. By wailing in his chamber thus all one. A friend of his, that called was Pandarus. Calm ones in unwar, and heard him groan. And say his friend in switch distress and care. Alas, quot he, who causeth all this fare? O mercy, God! What unhap may this mean? Han now thus sown Greeks mad Yaulena? Or hast o some remorse of conscience? And art now fall in some devotion? And wailest for thy sin and thyn offense? And hast for furred caught attrition? God save him that bisedged han our tune. And so can lay our eyelight on presa. And bring our lusty folk to holiness. These wards said he for the knowns alle. That with switch thing he might him angry maken. And with an anger don his sore way fall. As for the time, and his courage awaken. But wel he wist, as fair as Tanjas spaken. There nas a man of greater hardiness. Than he, any more desired worthiness. What Cass, quot Troilus, or what Aventia? Hath jided thee to see my languishinge? That am Refus of Uri creature. But for the love of God, at my prayinga. Go henny away, for certes, my dayinga. Wool thee disease, and I mot neds die. Therefore go way, there is no more to say ye. But if thou wane I be thus sick for dread. It is not so, and therefore scorn not. There is another thing I take of Hutta. More than aught the Greeks han why wrought. Which cause is of my death, for soreway and thought. But though that I now tell thee any lest. Be thou not ruth, I hide it for the best. This Pandar, that name malt for wa and ruth. Full often said, alas. What may this be? Now friend, quot he, if ever love or troth. Hath been, or is, betwixt thee and me. Ne do thou never switch a cruelty. To hide fro thy friend so great a care. Wosto not wel that it am I, Pandar. I wolle parton with thee al thy pain. If it be so I do thee no comfort. As it is friends right, sooth for to sane. To entreparton wa, as glad deport. I have, and shall, for true or fouls report. In wrong and right why loved thee al my life. Hide not thy wa fro me, but tell it blithe. Then gone this sorrel Troilus to Psyche. And said him thus, God leave it be my best. To tell it thee, for sith it may thee like. Yet wolle I tell it, though myn hurt breast. And wel what I thou mayst do me no rest. But lest though demi I trust not to thee. Now hurten, friend, for thus it stant with me. Love, yanes the which whoso defendeth himselven most, him alderlest availeth. With disespear so sorrowfully me offendeth. That straight unto the death myn hurt saileth. There to desert so brenningly me assaileth. That to ben slain it were a greater Ioi. To me than king of Greece been and Troy. Sufficeth this, my full friend Pandar. That I have said, for now wosto my woe. And for the love of God, my cold care. So hide it I tell it never to mow. For harms might full one mo than two. If it were wist, but be thou in gladness. And let me sterve, unknow, of my distress. How hast thou thus unkindly and lunge? Hid this fro me, thou fool, quot Pandarus. Peranter thou might after switch un lunge. That myn aves anun may helpen us. This were a wonder thing, quot Troilus. Thou couldest never in love thyselven wis. How devil mayst thou bring me to bliss? Ye, Troilus, now herk, quot Pandar. Though I be nice. It happeth oft so. That one that exes doth full evil fare. By good counsel can keep his friend therefro. I have myself eke sane a blind man go. There as he fell that could look wide. A fool may eke a wis man off jide. A whetstone is no curving instrument. And yet it mocketh sharp curving talus. And there thou wouldst that I have aught miswent. Eschew thou that, for switch thing to thee skoll is. Thus oft wise men ben war by follies. If thou do so, thy wit is wel bywared. By his contrary is everything declared. For how might ever sweetness have be no? To him that never tasted bitterness? No man may be inly glad, I trow. That never was in soreway or some distress. Eke whyt by black, by shame eke worthiness. Eke set by other, more for other semeth. As men may see, and so the wise it demeth. Sit thus of two contraries is a lore. I, that have in love so oft assayed. Grievances, ought con, and wel the more. Counselen thee of that thou art a maid. Eke the ne ought nat ben evil apaid. Though I desire with thee for to bear. Thyn heavy charge, it shall the lass dear. I woot wel that it fareth thus by me. As to thy brother Paris and her des. Which that Wyclept was inoni. Wrought in a complaint of her heaviness. Ye say the lettre that she wrote, why Jess? Nay, never yet, why wis, quot Troilus. Now, quot Pandar, Herkneth, it was thus. Phoebus, that first fond art of medicine. Quot she, and could in every wight's care. Remede and reed, by herbs he knew fine. Yet to himself his conning was full bare. For love had him so bounden in a snare. Al for the daughter of the kindred meaty. That al his craft and could his soreway bet. Right so fair I, unhappily for me. I love un best, and that me smirteth sore. And yet, peranter, can I read thee? And not myself, reprieve me no more. I have no cause, I woot wel, for to soar. As doth an hawk that listeth for to play. But to thyn help yet somewhat can I say ye. And of o thing right sicker mayst o be. That's certain, for to dayen in the pain. That I shall never mo discover in thee. Na, by my troth, I keep nat restrain. Thee fro thy love, thought that it were Elaine. That is thy brother's whiff, if it should wist. Be what she be, and love here as thee least. Therefore, as friend foolish me assure. And tell me plat what is thyn enchisoun. And final cause of what that ye endure. For doubteth no thing, myn intention. Nis not to yow of reprehension. To speak as now, for no wight may bereave. A man to love, till that him list to leave. And wighteth wel, that boda two ben vices. Mistrussan alle, or else alle leave. But wel I woot, the mean of it no vice is. For to trussan some wight is a prieve. Of troth, and for thy wolde I fain remieve. Thy wrong conceit, and do thee some wight treast. Thy what to tell, and tell me, if thee least. The wise saith, wa him that is all one. For, an he fall, he hath noon help to rise. And sit thou hast a phila, tell thy moan. For this nis not, certain, the next wise. To win in love, as Techinus the wise. To walway and weep as Niobe the queen. Whose tarries yet in marble bin Wysenna. Lat be thy weeping and dreariness. And lat us lesen wo with other spesh. So may thy waffle time seme less. Delight not in what I wa to sesh. As doon thys foals that hear sorways esh. With sorway, one they han misadventure. And listen not to sesh hem other cure. Men saying, to wretch is consolation. To have another felaw in his pain. That ought wel ben our opinion. For, boda thou and I, of love we plain. So full of sorway am I, soth for to sain. That certainly no more hard grace. May sit on me, for why there is no space. If God wole thou art not aghast of me. Lest I wolde of thy lady thee beguile. Thou wost thyself whom that I love, pardie. As I best can, gone sit hen lunge while. And sit thou wost I do it for no while. And sith I am he that thou treastest most. Tell me somewhat, sin almy what thou wost. Yet Troilus, for all this, no word said. But lunge he lay as still as he dead were. And after this with Syconge he abraid. And to Pandarus voice he lente his air. And up his eyen cast he, that in fear. Was Pandarus, lest that in frenesy. He should fall, or else soon die. And cried awake, full wonderly and sharp. What? Slumbristo as in a liturgy? Or arto like an assy to the harp? That hureth sown, one men the strengs ply. But in his mind of that no melody. May sin ken, him to glade, for that he. So dull is of his bestiality. And with that, Pandar of his ward staunt. And Troilus yet him no word answered. For why to tell Nas not his entente? To never know man, for whom that he so furred. For it is said, man mocketh oft a yerd. With which the maker is himself wybeten. In sundry manner, as thys wise traiten. And namely, in his counsel tellinga. That toucheth love that ought be secree. For of himself it wold a wynuff outspringe. But if that it the bet governed be. Eke sometime it is craft to semeth flee. Fro thing which in effect men hunt fast. Al this gone Troilus in his hurt cast. But Nathalis, one he had heard him cry. Awake, he gone to Psyche wonder sore. And said, Friend, though that I still lie. I am not deaf, now pease, and cry no more. For I have heard thy words and thy lore. But suffer me my mischief to bewail. For thy proverbs may me not avail. Nor other cure can stow noon for me. Eke I will not be cured, I will die. What know I of the Queen Niobe? Lat be thine old ensamples, I thee pray. No, quot though Pandarus, therefore I say ye. Switch is delit of foals to byweep. Here wa, but seeken both they any keep. Now know I that the resin in the faileth. But tell me, if I wist what she were. For whom that the Aldus misanter aileth? Dorsto that I told a here in here air. Thywa, sit thou darst not thyself for fear. And here bysought on thee to han somruth? Why, nay, quot he, by God and by my troth. What, not as bisily, quot Pandarus. As though mine own life lay on this need? No, certes, brother, quot this Troilus. And why? For that thou shouldest never speed. Wosto that wl? Ye, that is out of dreed. Quot Troilus, for all that ever ye con. She nil to noon switch wretch as I be one. Quot Pandarus, alas. What may this be? That thou despaired art thus causeless? What? Liveth not thy lady? Benedicite. How wosto so that thou art graceless? Switch evil is nat all we bodilese. Why, put not impossible thus thy cure. Sin thing to come is oft an aventure. I grant wel that thou endurest woe. As sharp as doth he, Titius, in Helle. Whose stomach foals Tyron everemo. That height Vultures, as books tell. But I may not endure that thou dwell in so unskilful an opinion. That of thy what is no curation. But one's nil toe, for thy coward hurt. And for thyn iron foolish wilfulness. For want rust, tell then of thy sorways smirt. Ne to thyn oeen help do biciness. As much as speak a resound more or less. But least as he that list of no thing recche. What woman could love switch a wretch? What may she deem an other of thy death? If thou thus die, and she not why it is. But that for fear is yolden up thy breath. For Greeks han besieged us, why wis? Lord, which a thank then shalt thou han of this. Thus will she sain, and al the tune at once. The wretch is deed, the devil have his bones. Thou mayst all one here weep and cry and kneel. But, love a woman that she wooed it not. And she wool quite that thou shalt not feel. Unknow, unkissed, and lost that is unsought. What? Many a man hath love full dear bought. 20 winter that his lady wist. That never yet his lady mouth he kissed. What? Shoulda be therefore fallen in despair. Or be recroant for his oeen teen. Or sleen himself, I'll be his lady fair. Nay, nay, but ever in owen be fresh and green. To serve and love his dear hurt's queen. And think it is a down here to serve. 1,000-fold more than he can deserve. Of that word took heed a Troilus. And thought anon what folly he was in. And how that sooth him said Pandarus. That for to sleen himself might he not win. But bode doen unmanhod and a sin. And of his death his lady not to wite. For of his God woot, she knew full light. And with that thought he gone full sore psych. And said, Alas! What is me best to do? To whom Pandar answered, If thee like. The best is that thou tell me thy and have my troth, but thou it find so. I be thy boat, or that it be full lunge. To pecks do me draw, and sit hen hung. Ye, so thou say'st, quot Troilus though, alas. But, God what, it is not the rather so. Full hard were it to help pen in this case. For wel find I that fortune is my fo. Na alle the men that riden con or go. May of here cruel wield the harm withstand. For, as here list, she playeth with free and bond. Quot Pandarus, then blamesto fortune. For thou art ruth, ye, now at erst I see. Wosto nat wel that fortune is commune. To every manner white in some degree. And yet thou hast this comfort, lo, pardie. That, as here Iois moden overgoon. So mote here sorways passen everchun. For if here will stint anything to torna. Then sest she fortune anun to be. Now, sith here will by no way may soyern. What wosto if here mutability? Right as thy selvan list, will doon by thee. Or that she be not fair fro thyn helpinga. Peranter, thou hast cause for to singe. And therefore wosto what I thee besesh. Lat be thy and turning to the ground. For whoso list have helping of his leche. To him Bihoveth first unrie his wound. To Cerberus in Helle I bound. Were it for my suster, al thy sorway. By my will, she should al be thyn tomorway. Look up, I say ye, and tell me what she is. Anun, that I may goon abut thy need. Know it here aught. For my love, tell me this. Then wolde I hopen rather for to speed. Though gone the vein of Troilus to bleed. For he was hit, and wex I'll read for shame. Aha, quot Pandar, here bigeneth game. And with that word he gone him for to shake. And said, Thief, thou shalt her name tell. But though gone saily Troilus for to quake. As though men should han led him into Helle. And said, Alas! Of al my with a welly. Then is my sweet fo called Criseyde. And wel nigh with the word for fear he dade. And one that Pandar heard her name Naveen. Lord, he was glad, and said, friend so dear. Now fare a right, for Iov's name in heaving. Love hath beset the wel, be of good share. For of good name and wisdom and manere. She hath enough, and eke of gentilesse. If she be fair, thou wost thyself, I guess. Now I never saw a more bountiful. Of here estat, any a gladder, any of spesh. A friendlier, any a more gracious. For to do wel, any lasse had need to sesh. What for to do'n? And al this bet to esh. In honor, to as fair as she may streck. A king's hurt semeth by here so wretch. And for thy loke of good comfort thou be. For certainly, the first point is this. Of noble courage and wel ordine. A man to have peace with himself, why wis. So oughtest thou, for naught but good it is. To loven wel, and in a worthy place. Thee ought not to cleep it hap, but grace. And also thank, and therewith glade thee. That sit thy lady virtuous is al. So falleth it that there is some pity. Amongst all thy's other in general. And for thy see that thou, in special. Require not that is I in her name. For virtue stretcheth not himself to shame. But wel is me that ever that I was born. That thou beset art in so good a place. For by my troth, in love I durst have sworn. Thee should never haunted thus fair a grace. And wost o why? For thou were wont to chase. At love in scorn, and for despite him calle. Saint idiot, lord of thy's foals Allah. How often has to mad thy nice Iops. And said, that love's servants ever cone. Of nicety been very God's apes. And some wold a manche here meet alone. Ligging a bed, and make hem for to groan. And some, thou saidest, had a blanche fever. And praydest God he should never cavier. And some of hem talk on hem, for the cold. More than enough, so saidst o full oft. And some han fained oft time, and tolda. How that they wake, when they slepen soft. And thus they wold a han brought himself aloft. And Nathalese were under at the last. Thus saidst o, and Iapidest full fast. Yet saidst o, that, for the more part. These lovers wolden speak in general. And though tend that it was a sicker art. For failing, for to assayin over al. Now may I Iap of thee, if that I show. But Nathalese, though that I should die. That thou art noon of though, that durst I say ye. Now beat thy breast, and say to God of love. Thy grace, Lord. For now I me repent. If I misspak, for now myself I love. Thus say without thyn hurt in good entente. Quot Troilus, a. Lord. I me consent. And pray to thee my Iops thou forgive. And I shall nevermore whyl I live. Thou say'st quot Pandar, and now I hope. That thou the gods' wrath that hast al apest. And sit hen thou hast weepen many a drope. And said switch thing wherewith thy God is pleased. Now wold a never God but thou were essayed. And think she of whom rist al thy wa. Hereafter may thy comfort bin also. For thilk ground, that bereth the weeds wicca. Bereth eke thy's wholesome herbs, as full oft. Next the foule nettle, rough and thick. The rose waxeth swote and smooth and soft. And next the valley is the hill aloft. And next the dirk night the glade moreway. And also Ioi is next the foon of Sorway. Now loke that a temper be thy bridle. And, for the best, I suffer to the tide. Or else our labor is on idle. He hasteth that wisly can abide. Be diligent, and true, and iwel hide. Be lusty, free, persevere in thy service. And al is wel, if thou werke in this wise. But he that parted is in every place. Is nowhere whole, as writen clerks wise. What wonder is, though switch have no grace. Eke wosto how it fareth of some service. As plant a tray or herb, in sundry wise. And on the moorway pool it up as blithe. No wonder is, though it may never thrive. And sith that God of love hath thee bestowed in place digny unto thy worthiness. Stand fast, for to good port has tow road. And of thyself, for any heaviness. Hope alwe wel. For, but if dreariness or overhaste our boda labor shende. I hope of this to maken a good endi. And wosto why I am the lasse a feared. Of this mateer with my niece treat. For this have I heard said of wise laird. Was never man any woman yet by jeet. That was unapt to suffren love's heat. Celestial, or else love of kind. For thy psalm grace I hope in here to find. And for to speak of here in special. Here bo tea to bethinken and here the. It sit here not to be celestial. As yet, though that here least boda and kutha. But truly, it seat here wel right nutha. A worthy knight to loven and cherish. And but she do, I hold it for a vice. Wherefore I am, and will be, I ready. To pay me to do yow this service. For boda yow to please thus hope I. Her afterward. For ye beth boda wise. And con it counsel keep in switch a wise. That no man shall the wiser of it be. And so we may be glad a three. And, by my troth, I have right now of thee. A good conceit in my wit, as I guess. And what it is, I will now that thou see. I think, sit that love, of his goodness. Hath thee converted out of wickedness. That thou shalt be the best post, I leave. Of all his lay, and most his foos to grieve. And sample why, see now these wise clerks. That Aaron aldermost a yena law. And been converted from her wicked works. Thorug grace of God, that list him to him draw. Then arn they folk that hon most God in awe. And strengest faith bin. I understand. And con and air our alder best withstand. One Troilus had heard Pandarus assented. To bin his help in loving of Criseyde. Wex of his as who saith, unterment. But hotter wex his love, and thus he said. With sobry share, although his hurt played. Now blissful Venus help. That I stirve. Of thee, Pandar, I may some thank deserve. But, dear friend, how shall myn ben less? Till this be dune. And good, eke tell me this. How wilt o sain of me and my distress? Lest she be ruth, this dread I most, ywis. Or nil not here or troen how it is. Al this dread I, and eke for the maneer. Of thee, here she nil no switch thing here. Quat Pandarus, thou hast a full gret care. Lest that the churl may fall out of the moan. Why, Lord! I hate of thy nice fare. Why, entremeat of that thou hast to done. For God's love, I bid thee abone. So lat me alone, and it shall be thy best. Why, friend, quat he, now do right as the lest. But herk, Pandar, O word, for I know'd. That thou in me wendiest so greet folly. That to my lady I desiren should. That toucheth harm or any vile nigh. For dreadelies, me were lever die. Then she of me aught else understowed. But that might sounen into goad. Though lock this Pandar, and Anun answered. And I thy boru. Fy. No white doth but so. I wrought not though that she stowed and heard. How that thou say'st, but fair I will go. Adieu. Be glad. God speed us both a two. Yith me this labour and this busyness. And of my speed be thyn al that sweatness. Though Troilus gone down on knees to fall. And Pandarus in his arms hent fast. And Criseyde, now, fy on the Greeks alle. Yet, pardie, God shall help us at the last. And dreadalies, if that my life may last. And God to forn, lo, some of him shall smirt. And yet me thinketh that this avant me astert. Now, Pandarus, I can no more say ye. But thou wis, thou wost, thou mayst, thou art al. My life, my death, who'll in thyn bond I lay. Help now, quod he is, by my troth, I shall. God yelda thee, friend, and this in special. Quod Troilus, that thou me recommend. To hear that to the death me may command. This Pandarus though, desirous to serve. His full friend, then said in this manner. Far wel, and thank I will thy thank deserve. Have here my troth, and that thou shalt wel hear. And went his way, then king on this matter. And how he best might hear beseech of grace. And find a time thereto, and a place. For every wight that hath an house to found. Ne renneth not the work for to begin. With rakel hand, but he will bide astound. And send his hurts line out fro within. Alder first his purpose for to win. Al this Pandarus in his hurt thought. And cast his work full wisly, or he wrought. But Troilus lay though no langer down. But up anon up on his steed bay. And in the feld he played though leoun. Wo was that Greek that with him meta that day. And in the tune his manner though forth I. So goodly was, and gat him so in grace. That eke him loved that looked on his face. For he bycome the friendliest wight. The gentlest, and eke the most free. The thriftiest and the best knight. That in his time was, or might be. Deedy were his iops and his cruelty. His hay port and his manere estrange. And eke of though gone for a virtue change. Now let us stint of Troilus astound. That fareth like a man that hurt is sore. And is some del of a kinge of his wound. Why list wel, but hellade no del more. And, as an sa patient, the lore. A bit of him that goeth about his cure. And thus he driveth forth his aventure. Explicitly bear primus. Book 2. Incipit prohemium secundi libri. Out of these Blake voves for to sail. O wind, the wedger ginneth clear. For in this sea the boot hath switched travail. Of my conning, that unneath I it steer. This sea cleat by the tempestuous mater. Of despair that Troilus was in. But now of hope the calends begin. O Lady Myn, that called art Cleo. Thou be my speed fro this forth, and my muse. To rhyme wel this book, till I have due. Me ne death here noon other art to use. For why to every lover I me excuse. That of no sentiment I this indite. But out of Latin in my tongue it write. Wherefore I nil have neither thank any blame. Of al this work, but pray yow meekly. Disblameth me if any word be lame. For as myn octor said, so say ye I. Eke though I speak of love unfeelingly. No wonder is, for it no thing of new is. A blind man can nat yugen wel in huis. Ye know eke, that in for me of spesh is change. Within 1,000 year, and wards though. That hadden pris, now wonder nice and strange. Us think hem. And yet they spake hem so. And sped as wel in love as men now do. Eke for to win love in sundry ages. In sundry lawns, sundry ben usages. And for thy if it happen any wise. That here be any lover in this place. That hurtneth, as the story will devise. How Troilus come to his lady grace. And thanked, so no thy net love purchase. Or wondereth on his spesh or his doinge. I know't. But it is me no wonderinga. For every wight which that to Rome went. Halt nat o path, or all we o maneer. Eke in some London were all the gamen shent. If that they furred in love as men don here. As thus, in open doing or in share. In visitinga, in for me, or said higher saw as. For thy men sane, ec country hath his laws. Eke scarsely been there in this place three. That hon in love side like and doon in ow. For to thy purpose this may liken thee. And thee right not, yet owl is said or show. Eke some men grave in tree, some in stone wall. As it bid it. But sin I have begun. Myn octor shall I folwen, if I con. Exclipit prohemium secundi libri. Incipit liber secundus. In May, that motor is of month's glade. That fresh flowers, blue, and white, and reed. Ben quick again, that winter deedy made. And full of balm is fleeting every mead. One Phoebus doth his bright beam spread. Right in the white bowl, it so bidded. As I shall singe, on May's day the thrid. That Pandarus, for all his wise spesh. Felt eke his part of love's shots keen. That coude he never so wel of loving preache. It made his hue a day full oft green. So shoupit, that hym filled that day a teen. In love, for which in what to bed he went. And made, it was day, full many a went. The swalwy proin, with a sorrel lay. One more way calm, gone make her waymenting. Why she forshapen was. And ever lay. Pandare a bed, half in a slummerange. Till she so neigh him made her chideringe. How Tyrus gone forth here suster take. That with the noise of here he gone a wake. And gone to Caye, and dress him up to rise. Remembrange him his errand was to done. From Troilus, and eke his greed and prize. And cast and knew in good plyt was the moan. To Dune voyage, and took his way full sown. Unto his nieces Pales thereby side. Now Eanus, god of entree, thou him gide. One he was come unto his nieces place. Where is my lady? To hear folk said he. And they him tolda, and he forth in gone pace. And fond, two other ladies seat and she. Within a paved parlour, and they three. Heard then a maiden readin hem the jest. Of the sedge of Thebes, whyl hem lest. Quat Pandarus, ma dame, God yau see. With al your book and al the company. Uncle myn, welcome why wis, quat she. And up she roose, and by the hond in high. She took him fast, and said, this night thry. To good mode it turn, of yau I meta. And with that word she down on bench him set. Ye, niece, ye shall fare wel the bet. If God wole, al this year, quat Pandarus. But I am sorry that I have yau let. To Herkman of your book ye praisen thus. For God's love, what seeth it? Tell it us. Is it of love? Oh, som good ye me lear. Uncle, quat she, your mistress is not here. With that they gone and laugh, and though she said. This romance is of Thebes, that we read. And we han heard how that King Laius dade. Thurgodippus his son, and al that deedy. And here we Stenton at these lettra read. How the bishop, as the book can tell. Amphiarax, fill thurg the ground to helle. Quat Pandarus, al this know I myself. And al the assedge of Thebes and the care. For her of been there make bokes 12. But lat be this, and tell me how ye fare. Do weigh your barb, and shew your face bare. Do weigh your book, ris up, and lat us dance. And lat us don to may psalm observance. A. God forbede, quat she. Be ye mad? Is that a wide west life, so God you save? By God, ye maken me right sore a drad. Ye ben so wild, it semeth as ye rave. It seat me wel bet I in a cave. To bid, and read on holy saints' lives. Lat maidens gone to dance, and young wives. As ever thrive I, quot this Pandarus. Yet could I tell a thing to do you play. Now, uncle dear, quot she, tell it us. For God's love, is then the assedge away. I am of Greeks so furred that I die. Nay, nay, quot he, as ever mote I thrive. It is a thing wel bet than switch 5. Ye, holy God, quot she, what thing is that? What? Bet than switch 5. Nay, why wis? For all this world any can I read in what? It should been, som I up, I trow, is this. And but yourselven tell us what it is. My wit is for to a read it al to Lena. As help me God, I nut nat what ye mean. And I your borrow, any never shall, for me. This thing be told to yow, as mote I thrive. And why so, uncle myn? Why so, quot she? By God, quot he, that wole I tell as blithe. For prouder woman were there noon on live. And ye it wist, in al the tune of Troy. I up not, as ever have I ioe. Though gone she wondrin more than byforn. 1,000-fold, and down here iron cast. For never, sit the time that she was born. To no thing desired she so fast. And with syk she said him at the last. Now, uncle myn, I nil yow not displease. Nor axen more, that may do yow disease. So after this, with many wards glade. And friendly tales, and with merry share. Of this and that they played, and gun and wade. In many an uncouth glad and deep mateer. As friends doon, one they ben met wifeer. Till she gone axen him how Ector furred. That was the tune's wall and Greek's yerd. Full I thank it God, quot Pandarus. Save in his arm he hath a lightel wound. And eke his fresh brother Troilus. The wise worthy Ector the secound. In whom that ever virtue list abound. As alla trouth and alla gentilesse. Wisdom, honor, freedom, and worthiness. In good fight, quot she, that liketh me. They fair in God save him boda too. For truly I hold it great dainty. A king sown in arms to do. And been of good conditions thereto. For great power and moral virtue here. Is selda wiseye in o person wifeer. In good fight, that is sooth, quot Pandarus. But, by my troth, the king hath sown as tway. That is to mean, Ector and Troilus. That certainly, though that I should die. They been as void of vices, dar I say ye. As any men that liveth under the sun. Here might is wide why no. And what they con. Of Ector ne death it not for to tell. In all this world there nis a betre knight. Then he, that is of worthiness welly. And he more virtue hath than might. This knoweth many a wis and worthy wight. The same pris of Troilus I say ye. God help me so, I know not switch tway. By God, quot she, of Ector that is sooth. Of Troilus the same thing trow I. For, dreadilise, men tell len that he doth. In arms day by day so worthily. And bereth him here at home so gentilly. To every wight, that al the pris hath he. Of him that me were leavest praised be. Ye say right sooth, why wis, quot Pandarus. For yesterday, whoso had with him been. He might have wandered up on Troilus. For never yet so thick a swarm of been. Ne flay, as Greeks fro him gone fleen. And Thorug the felled, in every wight's air. There nas no cry but, Troilus is there. Now here, now there, he hunted him so fast. There nas but Greek's blood, and Troilus. Now hem he hurt, and hem alla down he cast. I where he went, it was arrayed thus. He was here death, and shelled, and life for us. That as that day there dorst noon withstand. Whyl that he held his bloody sword in hand. Thirto he is the friendliest man. Of Greta Estat, that ever I saw my live. And where him list, best fellowship can. To such as him think able for to thrive. And with that word though Pandarus, as blithe. He took his leave, and said, I will go henny. Nay, blame have I, myn uncle, quot she then. What aileth you to be thus wary sown? And namelike of woman? Will ye so? Nay, sitteth down. By God, I have to done. With yow, to speak of wisdom will ye go. And every wight that was a but hem though. That heard that, gone fair a way to stand. Whyl they two had al that hem least in hand. One that here tale al brought was to an endy. Of higher estat and of here governance. Quot Pandarus, now is it time I wendy. But yet, I say ye, Eriseth, let us dance. And cast your widwie's habit to mischance. What list yow thus yourself to disfigure? Sith yow is tid thus fair an aventure? A. Wyl bethought. For love of God, quot she. Shall I not whiten what ye mean of this? No, this thing axeth laser, though quot he. And eke me wold and mush grieve, why wis? If I it tolda, and ye it toke amos. Yet were it bet my tonge for to still. Then say ye a sooth that were I ins your will. For, niece, by the goddess Minerve. And Iupiter, that mocketh the thunder ring. And by the blissful Venus that I serve. Ye been the woman in this world livinga. Without paramours, to my wit tinge. That I best love, and loathiest am to grieve. And that ye whiten Wyl yourself, I leave. Why wis, myn uncle, quot she, grant mercy. Your friendship have I found in ever yet. I am to no man holden truly. So mush as yow, and have so lightel quit. And, with the grace of God, emforth my wit. As in my guilt I shall you never offend. And if I have this, I will amend. But, for the love of God, I yow besesh. As ye ben he that I love most entreast. Lat be to me your fremd meneer spesh. And say to me, your niece, what yow least. And with that word here uncle anun here kiest. And said, gladly. Leave niece dear. Tak it for good that I shall say ye yow here. With that she gone here iron down to cast. And Pandarus to gone alight. And said, niece, alwe, lo. To the last. How so it be that some men hem delight. With subtle art here tales for to indite. Yet for all that, in here intention. Here tale is all for some conclusion. And sit hen thenda is every tale's strength. And this mateer is so bihovely. What should I paint or draw in it on length? To yow, that been my friend so faithfully. And with that word he gone right inwardly. Beholden here, and loken on her face. And said, on such a mirror good grace. Then thought he thus, if I my tale indite. Aught hard, or make a procès any while. She shall no savour hon therein but light. And trow I wolde here in my will beguile. For tendre wits when an al be while. There as they can that plainly understand. For thy here wit to serven will I fond. And loked on here in a Bessie wise. And she was war that he beheld here so. And said, Lord. So fast ye me of ice. Say ye me never or now? What say ye, no? Yes, yes, quot he, and bet wole ere I go. But, by my troth, I thought now if ye be fortunate, for now men shall it see. For to every wight some goodly aventure. Some time is shape, if he it can receiven. And if that he will take of it no cure. One that it commeth, but wilfully it waven. Lo, neither cas nor fortune him deceiven. But right his very slough and wretchedness. And switch a white is for to blame, I guess. Good aventure, O belle niece, have ye full lightly founden, and ye con it take. And, for the love of God, and eke of me, cache it anon, lest aventure slake. What should I langer procès of it make? Give me your hand, for in this world is noon. If that yow list, a white so wel begun. And sith I speak of good intention, as I to yow have told wel herebyforn. And love as wel your honor and renown, as creature in all this world why born. By Allah the oaths that I have yow sworn. And ye be ruth therefore, or wane I lie. Ne shall I never seen yow eft with ye. Beth not aghast, any quaketh nat, whereto? Ne chongeth nat for fear so your hue. For hardly the worst of this is due. And though my tale is now be to yow new, yet tryst alway, ye shall me find true. And were it thing that me thought unsitting, to yow nold I no switch tales bringe. Now, my good for God's love, I pray. Quat she, come of, and tell me what it is. For boda I am aghast what ye will say ye. And eke me longeth it to white, why wis. For whether it be wel or be Amos. Say on, let me not in this fear dwell. So will I doon. Now Herkneth, I shall tell. Now, niece myn, the king's dear son. The good, wise, worthy, fresh, and free. Which alway for to do wel is his wone. The noble Troilus, so loveth thee. That, but ye help, it will his bane be. Lo, here is Al, what should I more say ye? Doth what yow list, to make him live or die? But if ye lead him die, I will sterve. Have her my troth, niece, I know not lion. Al should I with this knyf my throat curve. With that the Teres brast out of his yen. And said, if that ye do us both dine. Thus guiltilies, then have ye fish shed fair. What mend ye, though that we both a pair? Alas! He which that is my lord so dear. That true man, that noble jaunty knight. That not desireth but your friendly share. I see him die, there he doth upright. And hasteth him, with all his full might. For to be slain, if fortune will assent. Alas! That God yow switch a boti sente. If it be so that ye so cruel be. That of his death yow least not to reche. That is so true and worthy, as ye see. No more than of a I appear or a wretch. If ye be switch, your boti may not strek. To make amends of so cruel a deedy. Avisement is good by for the need. Well worth the fair gem virtualise. Well worth that have also that doth no boat. Well worth that boti that is ruthalise. Well worth that white that tret ek under foot. And ye, that bin of boti crop and rote. If there withal in you there be no ruth, then is it harm ye liven, by my troth. And also thank wel that this is no God. For me were lever, thou and I and he. Were hanged, then I should been his bawd. As Hagi, as men might on us allewyc. I am thym, the shame were to me. As wel as thee, if that I should assent. Thorugm abet. That he thyn honor shent. Now understand, for I yow not require. To bind yow to him thorug no behest. But only that ye make him betray share. Then ye han doon or this, and more fest. So that his life be saved, at the lest. This al and psalm, and plainly our entente. God help me so, I never other meant. Lo, this request is not but skyle, why wis. Ne dud of resin, pardie, is there noon. I set the worst that ye dreaden this. Men wolden wondren seen him come or goon. Their ions answer I thus a noon. That every white, but he be fool of kind. Wool demi it love of friendship in his mind. What? Who wool demi, though he see a man? To temple go, that he the images eateth? Thank eke how wel and wisly that he can govern himself, that he no thing foreteth. That, where he cometh, he pris and thank him getteth. And eke thereto, he shall come here so selda. What furs were it though al the tune beheld? Switch love of friends regneth al this tune. And rie yow in that mantle evermo. And God so wis be my salvation. As I have said, your best is to do so. But alwy, good niece, to stint his woe. So lat your donger sucrade ben a light. That of his death ye be not for to white. Criseyde, which that heard him in this wise, thought, I shall feel what he meneth, why wis. Now, quot she, what wolde ye devise? What is your rede I should doen of this? That is wel said, quot be. Certain, best is. That ye him love eyen for his lovenge. As love for love is skilful girdening. Thank eke, how eld wasteth every hour. In esh of yow a party of beau tea. And therefore, that age thee devour. Go love, for, old, there will no white of thee. Lat this proverb a lore unto yow be. To late why war, quot beau tea, wan it paste. And eld daunteth donger at the last. The king's fool is one to cry in loud. One that him think a woman bereth here high. So lunge mote ye live, and alle proud. Till crow's feet be grow under your ye. And send yow than a mirar into pry. In wish that ye may see your face a more way. Niece, I bid wish she yow no more soreway. With this he staunt, and cast adown the heed. And she bygan to breast a weep anon. And said, Alas, for wha? Why near I deed? For of this world the fife is alagun. Alas! What shoulden strange to me doon? Wan he, that for my best friend I wendy. Ret me to love, and should it me defend. Alas! I wolde hon trusted, Doodalese. That if that I, third my disaventure, had loved other him or Achilles, Hector, or any man's creature, ye nold hon had no mercy any measure on me, but alwy had me in reprieve. This false world, alas! Who may it leave? What? Is this al the ioi and al the fest? Is this your rede, is this my blissful cass? Is this the very meed of your behest? Is al this painted procès said, alas! Right for this foon? O lady moyenne, Pallas! Thou in this dreadful cass for me purvey. For so astonied am I that I die. With that she gone full sorrowfully to Psyche. A. May it be no bet, quot Pandarus. By God, I shall no more come here this wyke. And God to forn, that am mistrusted thus. I see full wel that ye set light of us. Or of our death. Alas! I woeful wretch! Might he yet live, of me is not to recche. O cruel God, O disputaus Marte! O furies three of Helle, on yow I cry. So let me never out of this house depart. If that I meant harm or villainy. But sith I see my lord mot Neds die. And I with him, here I me shrive, and say ye. That wickedly ye doon us both die. But sith it liketh yow that I be deed. By Neptunus, that God is of the sea. Fro this forth shall I never eaten breed. Till I am yn oeen hurt blood may see. For certain, I wole die as soon as he. And up he sturt, and on his way he wrought. Till she again him by the lap caught. Criseyde, which that wel nay starve for fear. So as she was the furfulest white. That might be, and heard eke with her air. And saw the sorrowful earnest of the night. And in his prayer eke saw noon unright. And for the harm that might eke fallen more. She gone to rue and dread here wonder sore. And thought thus, unhaps fallen thick. All day for love, and in switch manner cass. As men ben cruel in himself and wicca. And if this man slee here himself, alas! In my presence, it will be no solace. What men wold have hit demi I can not say ye. It nay death me full slayly for to play. And with a sorrel syk she said thry. Lord! What me is tit a sorry chance. For myn estat lithe in upartai. And eke myn eames lithe in balance. But Nathalese, with God's governance. I shall so doon, myn honor shall I keep. And eke his life, and stint for to weep. Of harms too, the less is for to cheese. Yet have I lever maken him good share. In honor, than myn eames life to lace. Ye saying, ye no thing else me require. No, wis, quot he, myn oeen me steer. Now wel, quot she, and I will doon my pain. I shall myn hurt ions my lust constrain. But that I nil not holden him in hond. Na love a man, any can I not, any may. Ions my will, but else will I fond. Myn honor soft, please him fro day to day. There nold I not once have said nay. But that I dread, as in my fantasy. But cess cause, I cesseth malady. And here I make a protestation. That in this procès if ye deper go. That certainly, for no salvation. Of yow, though that ye stirve boda too. Though all the world on o day be my fo. Ne shall I never on him hon other ruth. I grant wel, quot Pandar, by my troth. But may I trust wel thereto, quot he. That of this thing that ye hon hite me here. Ye will it holden truly unto me. Ye, doodalese, quot she, myn uncle dear. Na that I shall hon cause in this mateer. Quot he, to plain, or after yow to preache. Why, no, pard, what nay death more spesh. Though fillen they in other tales glade. Till at the last, O good quot she though. For love of God, which that us boda made. Tell me how first ye wist ten of his woe. What noon of hit but ye? He said, no. Can he wel speak of love? Quot she, I pray. Tell me, for I the bet me shall purvey. Though Pandarus a lightel gone to smile. And said, by my troth, I shall yow tell. This other day, not gone full lunge while. In with the Paley's garden, by a welly. Gone he and I wel half a day to dwell. Right for to speaken of an ordinance. How we the Greeks might disavance. Soon after that begone we to Lepi. And casten with our darts to and fro. Till at the last he said he wold asleep. And on the gress a dune he laid him though. And I after gone roam to and fro. Till that I heard, as that I welk all one. How he began full woefully to groan. Though gone I stalk him softly behind. And sickerly, the south for to sane. As I can cleep eyen now to my mind. Right thus to love he gone him for to plain. He said, Lord, have ruth up on my pain. Al have I been rebel in myn entente. Now, mea culpa, Lord. I me repent. O God, that at thy disposition. Lettest the foon by just purveyance. Of every wight, my low confession. Accept in gree, and send me switch penance. As liketh thee, but from desesperance. That may my gust depart oi fro thee. Thou be my sheld, for thy benignity. For certes, Lord, so sore hath she me wounded. That stod in black, with loking of her yen. That to myn hurts bought me it is why sounded. Thorug which I woot that I mot Ned's dine. This is the worst, I dar me not by Ryan. And wel the hotter bin the gleeds read. That men hem Ryan with ass hen pale and deedy. With that he smoot his heated down anun. And gone to motor, I nut what, truly. And I with that gone still oi to goon. And leet thereof as no thing wist had I. And come I in a nun and stood him by. And said, awake, ye slepen al to lunge. It semeth nat that love doth yow lunge. That slepen so that no man may yow wake. Who say ever or this so dull a man? Ye, friend, quod he, do ye your heads ache? For love, and lat me liven as I can. But though that he for woe was pale and wan, yet made he though as fresh a countenance, as though he shoulda have led the new dawns. This passed forth, till now, this other day. It fell that I come roaming al all one into his chamber, and fond how that he lay up on his bed, but man so sore groan. Na heard I never, and what that was his moan. Na wist I not. For, as I was comminga al soddenly he left his complainage, of which I took somewhat suspicion. And near I come, and fond he wept sore. And God so wis be my salvation, as never of thing had I no ruth more. For neither with engine, any with no lore, uneaths might I fro the death him keep. That yet feel I am why and hurt for him weep. And God what, never, sith that I was born, was I so bicey no man for to preach a. Na never was to white so depe wise worn. Or he me tolda who might been his leche. But now to yow rehearsen al his spesh. Or I'll lay his waffle wards for to sound. Na bid me not, but ye will see me swoon. But for to save his life, and else not. And to non harm of yow, thus am I driven. And for the love of God that us hath wrought, switch share him doth, that he and I may liven. Now have I plat to yow myn hurt shriven. And sin ye woot that myn entente is clean. Tak hada thereof, for I non evil mean. And right good thrift, I pray to God, have ye. That han switch uan wycott with ut net. And be ye wis, as ye ben fair to see. Wel in the ring then is the ruby set. There were never two so wel met. One ye ben his al hool, as he is your. Their mighty God yet grant us see that hour. Nay, thereof spak I not, quot she. As help me God, ye shin den every deal. O mercy, dear niece, anun quot he. Whatso I spak, I meant not but weel. By Mars the God, that helmed is of steel. Now beth not ruth, my blood, my niece dear. Now quot she, for even be it here. With this he took his leave, and home he went. And Lord, he was glad and begun. Criseyde arose, no langer she any staunt. But straught into her closet went anun. And set here down as still as any stun. And every word gone up and down to wind. That he had said, as it come here to mind. And weck soundel astonied in her thought. Right for the new cass, but one that she was full avist, though fond she right not. Of peril, why she ought afford be. For man may love, of possibility. A woman so, his hurt may to breast. And she not love Ian, but if here lest. But as she sat all one and thought thus. Thascri arose at skirmish al withut. And men cried in the street, see, Troilus hath right now put to flight the Greeks' root. With that gone al here many for to Shouda. Go we see, cast up the lotties wide. For third this street he moot to Palais ride. For other way is fro the yate noon. Of Dardanus, there open is the Shane. With that come he and al his folk anun. An essay pa ridinge, in roots twain. Right as his happy day was, sooth to sayn. For which, men say, may not disturbed be. That shall bidden of necessity. This Troilus sat on his bay steed. Al armed, save his heed, full richly. And wounded was his oar, and gone to bleed. On which he rued a paw, full softly. But swich a knightly sight, truly. As was on him, was not, withouten fail. To look on Mars, that God is of bataille. So like a man of arms and a knight. He was to seen, fulfilled of hay prowess. For Boda he had a body and a might. To doon that thing, as well as hardiness. And eke to seen him in his gear him dress. So fresh, so young, so weldy semed he. It was in heaven up on him for to see. His helm to hoen was in 20 places. That by a tis so hung, his bach behind. His sheld to dashed was with swords and maces. In which men might many an arway find. That thurled had horn and nerf and rind. And I the pepple cried, here cometh our Ioe. And, next his brother, holder up of Troy. For which he wecks a lightel reed for shame. One he the pepple up on him heard cryin'. That to behold it was a noble game. How soberly she cast down his yen. Criseyde gone al his share espyin. And leet so softed in here hurt sink. That to herself she said, who yath me drink. For of here Oeen thought she wecks al reed. Remembrance here right thus, lo, this is he. Which that myn uncle swereth he moot be deed. But I on him have mercy and pity. And with that thought, for pure ashamed, she. Gone in here he to pool, and that is fast. Whyl he and al the pepple forby paste. And gone to cast and rollen up and down. Within here thought his excellent prowess. And his estat. And also his renown. His wit, his shap, and eke his gentilesse. But most your favour was, for his distress. Was al for here, and thought it was a ruth. To sleen switch uan, if that he meant trout. Now might some envious angle thus. This was a sodine love. How might it be? That she so lightly loved Troilus. Right for the first sight, ye, pardie. Now whoso saith so, mote he never thee. For everything, a ginning hath it need. Ere al be wrought, withouten any dreed. For I say not that she so soddenly. Yath him here love, but that she gone encline. To like him first, and I have told ya why. And after that, his manhood and his pine. Made love within here for to mine. For which, by procès and by good service. He gat here love, and in no sodine wise. And also blissful Venus, wl arrayed. Sat in here 7 the house of heaving though. Disposed wl, and with aspects paid. To help pen saily Troilus of his woe. And, sooth to saying, she nas not alafo. To Troilus in his native it. God woot that wl the soner sped he. Now let us stint of Troilus a throw. That rideth forth, and let us torn fast. Unto Criseyde, that hung here he'd full low. Thereas she sat all one, and gone to cast. Whereon she wold a point here at the last. If it so were here eem any wold ss. For Troilus, up on here for to praise. And, Lord. So she gone in here thought argue. In this matter of which I have yow told. And what to doon best were, and what a show. That plighted she full oft in many fold. Now was here hurt warm, now was it cold. And what she thought what shall I write? As myn octor listeth for to indite. She thought wel that Troilus person. She knew by sight and eke his gentilesse. And thus she said, al were it not to done. To grant him love, yet, for his worthiness. It were honor, with play and with gladness. In honesty. With switch a lord to Delhi. For myn estat, and also for his hele. Eke, wel what I my king's son is he. And sith he hath to see me switch delit. If I wolde utterly his sight flee. Peronter he might have me in despite. Third which I might stand in worse plyt. Now were I wis, me hate to purchase. Without need, there I may stand in grace. In everything, I woot, their life measure. For though a man forbid drunkenness, he not forbet that every creature Be drinklies for all we, as I guess. Eke sith I woot for me is his distress. I any ought not for that thing him despise. Sith it is so, he meneth in good wise. And eke I know, of lunch time agoon. His thews good, and that he is not nice. No avanter, saith men, certain, he is noon. To wis is he to do so great a vice. Ne als I nell him never so cherish. That he may make avant, by just cause. He shall me never bind in switch a clause. Now said a Cass, the hardest is, why wis. Men mighten demi that he loveth me. What dishonor were it unto me, this? May I him let of that? Why nay, pardie. I know also, and all they hear and see. Men loven woman al this tune aboot. Be they the wares? Why, nay, withouten doot. I thank eke how he able is for to have. Of al this noble tune the thriftiest. To bin his love, so she here honor save. For out and out he is the worthiest. Save only Ector, which that is the best. And yet his life ow lieth now in my cure. But switch is love, and eke myn aventure. Ne me to love, a wonder is it not? For wel what I myself, so God me speed. Al wolde I that noon wist of this thought. I am owen the fairest, out of dreed. And goodliest, whoso taketh Hedda. And so men sain in al the tune of Troy. What wonder is it though he of me have ioi? I am myn oeen woman, wel at essay. I thank it God, as after myn estat. Right young, and stand untade in lusty lace. Withouten ialisai or switch to bot. Shall noon housebond sain to me, checkmat. For either they ben full of ialisai. Or masterful, or loven novelry. What shall I doon? To what foon live I thus? Shall I nat loven, in Cass if that me lest? What, pardieu? I am not religious. And though that I am yn hurt set at rest. Upon this night, that is the worthiest. And keep all we myn honor and my name. By all I right, it may do me no shame. But right as when the sun shineth bright. In March, that chongeth oft time his face. And that a cloud is put with wind to flight. Which oversprat the sun as for a space. A cloudy thought gone thorug here soul pace. That overspread her bright thoughts alle. So that for fear almost she gone to fall. That thought was this, Alice. Sin I am free. Should I now love, and putty in uparti. My Sycernus, and thrallen liberty. Alice. How dorst I then ken that folly? May I not wel in other folk espy? Here dreadful ioi, here constraint, and here pain. There loveth noon, that she nath why to plain. For love is yet the most stormy life. Right of himself, that ever was begun. For ever some mistrust, or nicest tryf. There is in love, some cloud is over that son. There do we wretched woman no thing con. One us is wa, but weep and sit and think. Our resh is this, our oeen wa to drink. Also these wicked tonjas been so pressed. To speak us harm, eke men be so untrue. That, right anon as cessed is here lest. So cesseth love, and forth to love anew. But harm why doon, is doon, whoso it row. For though these men for love hem first to rend. Full sharp beginning brecketh oft at endy. How oft time hath it winoen be? The tray sun, that to woman hath be due. To what foon is switch love, I can not see. Or where bicometh it, one it is ago. There is no white that woot, I trow so. Where it bicomth, lo, no white on it sporneth. That erst was no thing, into not it torneth. How bicey, if I love, eke most I be. To pleasant hem that angle of love, and demon. And coy hem, that they say non harm of me. For though there be no cause, yet hem semen. I'll be for harm that folk your friends came in. And who may stop pen every wicked tongue. Or sown of bells whyl that they be ringy. And after that, here thought began to clear. And said, he which that no thing undertaketh. No thing in achieveth, be him loath or dear. And with an other thought here hurt quaketh. Then sleepeth hope, and after dread awaketh. Now hoot, now cold, but thus, betwixt tway. She rist here up, and went here for to play. Adown the stair and nun right though she went. Into the garden, with her nieces three. And up and down there made many a went. Flexip, she, Tharb, and Antigone. To play in, that at Ioe was to see. And other of here woman, a gret root. Here fall weed in the garden alabut. This yerd was large, and railed alle the ales. And shadwed wel with blosmy bows green. And benched new, and sond alle the ways. In which she walketh arm in arm between. Till at the last Antigone the shen. Gone on a Trojan song to singe clear. That it in heaven was here voice to hear. She said, O love, to whom I have and show. Ben humble subject, true in myn entente. As I best can, to yao, Lord, yevich ow. For evermore, myn hurts lust to raunt. For never yet thy grace no white sente. So blissful cause as me, my life to lead. In alle io and certi, out of dread. Ye, blissful God, hon me so wel beset. In love, why wis, that ow that bereth life. Imagine any cowed how to ben bet. For, Lord, without an ialisi or stryf. I love un which that is most attentive. To servant wel, unweary, or unfeigned. That ever was, and lowest with harm distrained. As he that is the welly of worthiness. Of troth ground, mere hour of goodly heed. Of wit Apollo, stone of Sycernus. Of virtue wrote, of lust findeer and heed. Third which is alle sorway fro me deed. Why wis, I love him best, so doth he me. Now good thrift have he, whereso that he be. Whom should I thank but Yao, God of love. Of all this bliss, in which to bathe I gin. And thanked be ye, Lord, for that I love. This is the right life that I am in. To flemen alle manier vice and sin. This doth me so to virtue for to entend. That day by day I in my will amond. And whoso saith that for to love is vice. Or thraldom, though he feel in it distress. He out her is envious, or right nice. Or is unmighty, for his shrewdness. To loven. For switch manner folk, I guess. Deaf men love, as no thing of him know. They speaken, but they bent never his bow. What is the son wears, of kind right? Though that a man, for faiblesse of his yen. May not endure on it to see for bright. Or love the wares, though wretches on it cryin. No wheel is worth, that may no soreway dryen. And for thy, who that hath in heat of there. Fro cast of stones wore him in the wear. But I with al myn hurt and al my might. As I have said, will love, unto my last. My dear hurt, and al myn oeen night. In which myn hurt growen is so fast. And his in me, that it shall ever last. Al dread I first to love him to begin. Now would I wel, there is no peril in. And of here song right with that word she staunt. And therewithal, now, niece, quod Criseyde. Who made this song with so good entente? Antigone answered anon, and said. Ma dame, why wis, the goodliest maid. Of great estat in al the tune of Troy. And let here life in most honor and ioe. For sooth, so it semeth by here song. Quot though Criseyde, and gone therewith to Psyche. And said, Lord, is there switch bliss among these lovers, as they con fair indite? Ye, wis, quot fresh Antigone the white. For alle the folk that han or been on live. Ne con wel the bliss of love descrive. But ween ye that every wretch woot the parfit bliss of love? Why, nay, why wis? They wenen al be love, if oun be hoot. Do way, they woot no thing of this. Men mos ten acts at saints if it is aught fair in heaving, why? For they con tell. And axe in fens, is it foul in helle? Criseyde unto that purpose not answered. But said, why wis, it will be night as fast. But every word which that she of here heard. She gone to Prenton in here hurt fast. And I gone love here lasse for to aghast. Then it died erst, and sin can in here hurt. That she wex somewhat able to convert. The day's honor, and the heavens ye. The night's fo, al this cleep I the son. Gone western fast, and downward for to rye. As he that had his day's course why run. And white things wexen dim and dawn. For lack of light, and stairs for to appear. That she and al here folk in went why fear. So one it liked here to goon to rest. And void wherein they that voiden ought. She said, that to sleep wel here lest. Here woman sown till her bed here brought. One al was hust, then lay she still, and thought. Of al this thing the manier and the wise. Rehearse it nadeth not, for ye ben wise. A nightingale, upon a cedar green. Under the chamber wall there as she lay. Full loud sang I in the moan shen. Peranter, in his brids wise, a lay. Of love, that made her hurt fresh and gay. That hurten she so lunge in good entente. Till at the last the deedy sleep here hent. And as she sleep, a noonright though here meta. How that an eagle, feathered whyt as boon. Under here breast his lunge claws set. And out here hurt he raunt, and that a noon. And died his hurt into her breast to goon. Of which she not agrows. Any no thing smirt. And forth he flay, with hurt left for hurt. Now lat here sleep, and we our tales hold. Of Troilus, that is to Pales ridden. Fro the scarmuch, of the wish I tolda. And in his chamber sit, and hath abaden. Till 2 or 3 of his messages yeden. For Pandarus, and soughten him full fast. Till they him found and brought him at the last. This Pandarus calm lepying in at ones. And sighed thus, who hath been wely bet. Today with swords, and with slinge stones. But Troilus, that hath caught him in heat. And gone to Iap, and said, Lord, so ye sweet. But ris, and lat us soup and go to rest. And he answered him, do we as thee lest. With all the haste goodly that they might. They sped him fro the super unto bed. And every wight out at the door him dight. And where him least upon his way him sped. But Troilus, that thought his hurt bled. For till that he heard some tidings. He said, Friend, shall I now weep or singe? Quot Pandarus, lie still and let me sleep. And don thyn hood, thy ned sped be. And cheese, if thou wilt singe or daunce or leppy. At showroot wards, thou shalt trow me. Sire, my niece will do wel by thee. And love thee best, by God and by my troth. But lack of pursuit make it in thy slouth. For thus furforth I have thy work begun. Fro day to day, till this day, by the moreway. Here love of friendship have I to thee won. And also hath she laid her faith to Borway. All gate of foot is hamelled of thy soreway. What should I lenger sermon of it hold? As ye han heard before, al he him tolda. But right as flowers, thorug the cold of night. Why closed, stuppen on her stalk low. Redressen hem a yane the sun bright. And spreadden on her kind cores by row. Right so gone though his eyen up to throw. This Troilus, and said. O Venus dear! Thy might, thy grace, why arid be it here? And to Pandar he held up both his hands. And said, Lord, I'll thyn be that I have. For I am whole, I'll brossen bin my bonds. 1,000 Trojans who so that me yave. Esh after other, God so wis me save. Na might me so gladen. Lo, myn hurt. It spreadeth so for Ioe, it wool to sturt. But Lord, how shall I doon, how shall I liven? One shall I next my dear hurt see? How shall this lunge time away be driven? Till that thou be eyen at here fro me? Thou mayst answer a bid, but he that hangeth by the neck, sooth to sain. In Greta disease abideth for the pain. I'll easily, now, for the love of Marte. Quot Pandarus, for everything hath time. So lunge a bid till that the night depart. For I'll so sicker as though lyst here by me. And God Tophorn, I will be there at prime. And for thy work somewhat as I shall say ye. Or on some other white discharge lay. For pardie, God what, I have ever yet been ready thee to serve, and to this night have I not feigned, but emforth my wit. Don al thy lust, and shall with al my might. Do now as I shall say ye, and fare a right. And if thou nilt, white al thyself thy care. On me is not along thyn I will fare. I woot wel that thou wiser art than I. 1,000-fold, but if I were as thou. God help me so, as I wold o traily. Right of myn oeen hond, right here right now. A letra, in which I wold a here tell len how. I ferd Amos, and here besesh of Ruth. Now help thyself, and leave it not for slouth. And I myself shall therewith to hear goon. And one now wost that I am with here there. Worth thou up on a courser right anon. Ye, heartily, right in thy best gear. And ryd forth by the place, as not any were. And thou shalt find us, if I may, sit tinge. At some window. Into the street Lockinga. And if thee list, then mayst thou us saluva. And up on me make thy countenance. But, by thy life, be war and fast eschew. To tarry in aught, God shilda us fro mischance. Ryd forth thy way, and hold thy governance. And we shall speak of thee somewhat, I trow. One thou art goon, to do thine eries glow. Touching thy letra, thou art wis enough. I woot thou nilt it dignalish indite. As make it with thy's arguments tough. Ne scrivenish or craftily thou it write. Beblot it with thy terry's eke light. And if thou write a goodly word al soft. Though it be good, rehearse it not too oft. For though the best harpar upon live. Wool down the best sound Ioli harp. That ever was, with all his fingers 5. Touche io strang, or io werbull harp. Were his nailess point never so sharp. It shoulda maken every wight to dull. To hear his glee, and of his strokes full. Na iumper eke no discordant thing wifeer. As thus, to use in terms of physic. In love's terms, hold of thy mateer. The for me alwe, and do that it be like. For if a painter wolda paint a pyk. With ass's feet, and hudda it as an ape. It cordeth not, so near it but a iup. This counsel liked wel to Troilus. But, as a dreadful lover, he said this. Alas, my dear brother Pandarus. I am ashamed for to write, why wis. Lest of myn innocence I said aim is. Or that she nold it for despite receive. Than were I deed, there might it no thing wave. To that Pandar answered, if thee lest. Do that I say ye, and lat me therewith goon. For by that Lord that formed est and west. I hope of it to bringe answer anon. Right of here hond, and if that thou nilt noon. Lat be. And sorry mote he been his live. Ions thy lust that helpeth thee to thrive. Quot Troilus, depardier, I assent. Sin that thee list, I will arise and write. And blissful God pray ich, with good entente. The viage, and the lettre I shall indite. So speed it, and thou, Minerva, the white. Yif thou me with my lettre to devise. And set him down, and root right in this wise. First he gone hear his right lady Kaye. His hurt's life, his lust, his sorways leche. His bliss, and eke these other terms alle. That in switch cast these lovers alle sesh. And in full humble wise, as in his spesh. He gone him recommend unto her grace. To tell al how, it axeth muchel space. And after this, full lowly he here prayed. To be not ruth, though he, of his folly. So hardy was to hear to write and said. That love it made, or else most he die. And piteously gone mercy for to cry. And after that he said, and lay full loud. Himself was little worth, and less he could a. And that she should hon his conning excused. That little was, and eke he dread here so. And his unworthiness he I achest. And after that, then gone he tell his woo. But that was in deals, withouten ho. And said, he wold a in troth all we him hold. And rad it over, and gone the lettre fold. And with his salt terries gone he bathe. The ruby in his signet, and it set. Upon the wex deliverlish and wraith. Therewith 1,000 times, he let. He kissed though the lettre that he shet. And said, lettre, a blissful destiny. Thee Chopin is, my lady shall thee see. This Pandare took the lettre, and that by time. A moreway, and to his nieces pales sturt. And fast he swore, that it was past prime. And gone to Iop, and said, why wis, myn hurt. So fresh it is, although it sore smirt. I may not sleep never amaze moreway. I have a ioli wa, a lusty soreway. Criseyde, one that she here uncle heard. With dreadful hurt, and desirous to hear. The cause of his comminga, thus answered. Now by your faith, myn uncle, quoth she, dear. What manner winds guideth you now here? Tell us your ioli wa and your penance. How furforth be ye put in love's dance? By God, quoth he, I hoppa all we behind. And she to laugh, it thought her hurt breast. Quoth Pandarus, loke all we that ye find. Game in myn hood, but hurtneth, if yow lest. There is right now come into town a jest. A Greek espy, and telleth new things. For which I come to tell yow tidings. Into the garden go we, and we shall hear. Al privily, of this a long sermon. With that they went 10 arm in arm wifeer. Into the garden from the chamber down. And one that he so fair was that the son. Of that he speak, no man here might. He said here thus, and out the lettre plight. Lo, he that is al wholly yours free. Him recommendeth lowly to your grace. And sent to you this lettre here by me. Avaseth you on it, one ye han space. And of some goodly answer yow purchase. Or, help me God, so plainly for to sayn. He may not lunge liven for his pain. Full dreadfully though gone she ston still. And took it not, but al here humble share. Gone for to change, and said, scrit any billy. For love of God, that toucheth switch mateer. Ne bring me noon. And also, uncle dear. To myn estat have more reward, I pray. Than to his lust, what should I more say ye? And loketh now if this be reasonable. And letteth not, for favour any for slouth. To say a sooth. Now were it covenable. To myn estat, by God, and by your troth. To taken it, or to hon of him ruth. In harming of myself or in reprieve. Ber it a yane, for him that ye on leave. This Pandarus gone on here for to stare. And said, now is this the greatest wonder. That ever I say. Lat be this nice fair. To de the mote I smiten be with thonder. If, for the city which that standeth yonder, wolde I a letter unto jou bringe or take, to harm of jou, what list jou thus it make? But thus ye faren, wel ne alle and some, that he that most desireth jou to serve, of him ye recche lewest where he bycome, and whether that he live or else sterve. But for all that ever I may deserve, refuse it not, quod he, and hent here fast. And in here bosom the letter down he thraced, and said higher, now cast it all ye nun, that folk may seen and goren on us tway. Quod she, I can abide till they be goon. And gone to smile, and said hym, I pray. Switch answera as jou list, yourself purvey. For truly I nil no letter write. No. Then will I, quod he, so ye indite. Therewith she lock, and said, go we dine. And he gone at himself to up fast. And said, niece, I have so greed a pine for love, that every other day I fast. And gone his best ups forth to cast. And made here so to laugh at his folly, that she for laughter wendy for to die. And won that she was comin into Halley. Now, quod she, we will go dine anon. And gone some of here women to here calle. And straight into here chamber gone she goon. But of here businesses, this was un. Amonges other things, out of dreed. Full prively this letter for to read. Avist word by word in every line. And fond no lack, she thought he could a good. And up it putty, and went herein to dine. But Pandarus, that in a study stood, ere he was wore, she took him by the hood. And said, ye were caught ere that ye wist. I vouch soft, quod he. Do what jou least. Though westion they, and set him down and eat. And afternoon full slayly Pandarus. Gone draw him to the window next the street. And said, niece, who hath arrayed thus? The yonder house, that stand afore ye us. Which house? Quod she, and gone for to behold. And knew it and whose it was him tolda. And fillen forth in spech of things smale. And setten in the window boda tway. Wan Pandarus saw time unto his tale. And saw that here folk were alle away. Now, niece myn, tell on, quod he, I say ye. How liketh jou the letter that ye woot? Can he thereon? For, by my troth, I nut. Therewith rosy hued though wex she. And gone to hum, and said, so I trow. Acquite him for God's love, quod he. Myself to meads will the letter so. And held his hands up, and sat on no. Now, good niece, be it never so light. Yif me the labor, it to sow and plight. Ye, for I can so write, quod she though. And eke I nut what I should to him say ye. Nay, niece, quod Pandar, say not so. Yet at the less thank him, I pray. Of his good will, and doth him not to die. Now for the love of me, my niece dear. Refuseth not at this time my prayer. Depardieu, quod she, God leave al bwel. God help me so, this is the first letter. That ever I wrote, ye, al or any del. And into a closet, for to a vice here betray. She went all one, and gone here hurt unfetter. Out of disdain's prison but a light. And set here down, and gone a letter write. Of which to tell in short is myn entente. Thefect, as fair as I can understand. She thanked him of all that he meant. Towards here, but holden him in hand. She knowed not. Any make here selven bond. In love, but as his suster, him to please. She wolde fain to doon his hurt an essay. She shed it, and to Pandarus in gone goon. There as he sat and looked into the street. And down she set here by him on a stun. Of Iasper, up on a cushion gold wybet. And said, as wisly help me God the Greta. I never died a thing with more pain. Then write this, to which he me constrain. And took it him, he thanked here and said, God woot, of thing full oft loth begone. Cometh endy good, and niece myn, Criseyde. That ye to him of hard now ben y1. Ought he be glad, by God and yonder son. For why men saith, impressions light. Full lightly been I ready to the flight. But ye han played tyrant nay to lunge. And hard was it your hurt for to grave. Now stint, that ye no longer on it hung. Al wolde ye the for me of donger save. But hasteth yow to doon him io ye have. For trusteth wl, to lunge why doon hardness. Causeth despite full often, for distress. And right as they declaimed this mateer. Lo, Troilus, right at the stret's endy. Calm riding with his tendesome wifeer. Al soft ely, and thitherward gone bend. There as they seat, as was his way to Wendy. To Paley's ward. And Pandare him espied. And said, Niece, why see who cometh here ride? O flee not in, he seeth us, I suppose. Lest he may think that ye him eschew. Nay, nay, quoth she, and wex as reed as rose. With that he gone here humbly to Saluva. With dreadful share, and oft his hues mew. And up his look debonairly he cast. And becked on Pandare, and forth he paced. God woot if he sat on his or a right. Or goodly was besane, that ilk day. God woot where he was like a manly knight. What should I dreck, or tell of his array? Criseyde, which that alle these things say. To tell in short, here liked al wifeer. His person, his array, his look, his share. His goodly maneer, and his gentilesse. So wl, that never, sith that she was born. Ne had she switch ruth of his distress. And howso she hath hard been her byforn. To God hope I, she hath now caught a thorn. She shall not pull it out this next wike. God send mo switch thorns on to pike. Pandare, which that stood here fast by. Felt iron hoot, and he began to smite. And said, Niece, I pray yow hurtly. Tell me that I shall axen yow a light. A woman, that were of his death to white. Withouten his guilt. But for here lacked ruth. Were it wl doon. Quoth she, nay, by my troth. God help me so, quoth he, ye say me sooth. Ye felon wl yourself that I not lie. Lo, yond he writ. Quoth she, ye, so he doth. Wl, quoth Pandare, as I have told yow thry. Lat be your nice shame and your folly. And spec with him in essaying of his hurt. Lat nicety not do yow boda smirt. But thereon was to heaven and to done. Considered al thing, it may not be. And why, for shame, and it were eke to sown. To granten him so great a liberty. For plainly here on taunt, as said she. Was for to love him unwist, if she might. And girden him with no thing but with sight. But Pandarus thought, it shall not be so. If that I may, this nice opinion shall not be holden fully yours too. What should I make of this a long sermon? He most assent on that conclusion. As for the time, and one that it was eve, and al was wl, he rose and took his leave. And on his way full fast homeward he sped. And right for Io he felt his hurt daunts. And Troilus he fond alone a bed. That lay as doth these lovers, in a trance. Betwixt hope and dirk desesperance. But Pandarus, right at his incominge. He song, as who saith, Lo! Somewhat I bringe. And said, who is in his bed so sown? Why buried thus? It am I, friend, quoth he. Who, Troilus? Nay, help me so the moan. Quoth Pandarus, thou shalt arise and see. A charm that was sent right now to thee. The which can helen thee of thynxs. if thou do forthwith all thy business. Ye, through the might of God, quoth Troilus. And Pandarus gone him the letter take. And said, Pardie, God hath holpen us. Have here a light, and look on all this blake. But oft gone the hurt glade and quake. Of Troilus, whyl that he gone it read. So as the wards gave him hope or dread. But finally, he took all for the best. That she him wrote, for somewhat he beheld. On which, him thought, he might his hurt rest. Al covered she the wards under shelled. Thus to the more worthy part he held. That, what for hope and Pandarus by hest. His Greta wa forgetta he at the lest. But as we may all they ourselven see. Through more woed or call, the more fyr. Right so encres hope, of what it be. Therewith full often cresseth eke desir. Or, as an ok cometh of a light lspyr. So through this letra, which that she him sente. Encreasin gone desir, of which he brent. Wherefore I say yet alwe, that day and night. This Troilus gone to desiren more. Then he died erst, third hope, and died his might. To press on, as by Pandarus lore. And right tend to hear of his sore ways sore. Fro day to day. He lead it not refraid. That by Pandar he wrote somewhat or said. And died also his other observances. That to a lover alongeth in this case. And, after that these dees turned on chances. So was he out her glad or said Alice. And held after his jests I his paw. And after switch answers as he had. So were his days sorry out her glad. But to Pandar alwe was his recours. And petusely gone I till him to plain. And him by sort of reed and psalm soakers. And Pandarus, that say his woed pain. Wex wel nay deed for ruth, sooth to sain. And bisely with al his hurt cast. Some of his wa to sleen, and that is fast. And said, Lord, and friend, and brother dear. God woot that thy disease doth me woe. But wilt thou stinten al this waffle share? And, by my troth, or it be days too. And God to forn, yet shall I shape it so. That thou shalt come into a certain place. There as thou mayst thyself here pray of grace. And certainly, I knut if thou it wost. But though that been expert in love it say ye. It is one of the things that furthereth most. A man to have a leisure for to pray. And sicker place his woe for to by. For in good hurt it moot some ruth impress. To hear and see the guiltless in distress. Peranter thanksto, though it be so. That kind wold doen here to begin. To hon a manner ruth up on my while. Saith donger, nay, thou shalt me never win. So reuleth here hurts gust within. That, though she bend, yet she stant on rote. What in effect is this unto my boat? Thank Herions, one at the sturdy oak. On which men hacketh oft, for the knowns. Received hath the happy falling strook. The Greta sway doth it come all at once. As doon these rocks or these millstones. For swifter course come a thing that is of white. One it descendeth, then dawn things light. And reed that boweth down for every blast. Full lightly, cess wind, it will arise. But so nil not an okay one it is cast. It nay death me not the lunge to forbise. Men shall rioisen of a great emprise. Achieved wel, and stant withouten dut. Al han men bin the lenger thereabut. But, Troilus, yet tell me, if thee lest. A thing now which that I shall axen thee. Which is thy brother that thou lovest best? As in thy very hurts privity? Why wis, my brother Dephoebus, quod he. Now, quod Pandar, hours twice 12. He shall the essay, unwist of it himself. Now let me all one, and werken as I may. Quod he, and to Dephoebus went he though. Which had his lord and Greta friend ben I. Save Troilus, no man he loved so. To tell in short, withouten words emo. Quot Pandarus, I pray you that ye be freeing to a cause which that toucheth me. Ease, pardie, quot de Phoebus, wel tho wost. In all that ever I may, and God to fore. I'll near it but for man I love most. My brother Troilus, but say wherefore. It is. For sit that day that I was bore. Inas, any never mo to bin I think. Ians a thing that might thee forthink. Pandare gone him thonk, and to him said. Lo, sire, I have a lady in this tune. That is my niece, and called is Criseyde. Which some men wolden doon oppression. And wrongfully have here possession. Wherefore I of your lordship yow bisesh. To bin our friend, with it more spesh. De Phoebus him answered, Oh, is not this that thou speakest of to me thus strangely? Criseyde, my friend. He said, Ease. Then nay death, quot de Phoebus, hardly. No more to speak, for trusteth wel, that I will be here champion with spore and yerd. I wrought not though Allah here fuset heard. But tell me how, thou that wouldst thou this mateer. How I might best availen. Now lat see. Quot Pandarus. If ye, my lord so dear, wolden as now don this honor to me. To pre-yen here to Morway, lo, that she come unto yow here plainties to devise. Here adversaries wolde of it agrise. And if I more dorst pray as now, and charge en yow to have so great travail, to hon some of your brethren here with yow, that mightn't to hear cause bet avail. Then, would I wel, she might never fail. For to be holpen. What at your instance? What with here other friends' governance? De Phoebus, which that common was, of kind. To our honor and bounty to consent. Answered, it shall be doon, and I can find. Yet greater help to this in myn entente. What wilt thou saying, if I for Elaine sente? To speak of this? I trow it be the best. For she may leaden Paris as here lest. Of Hector, which that is my lord, my brother. It nay death not to pray him friend to be. For I have heard him, O time and eke other. Speak of Criseyde switch honor, that he may say no bet, switch hap to him hath she. It nay death not his helps for to crave. He shall be switch, right as we wole him have. Spec thou thyself also to Troilus. On my behalve, and pray him with us dine. Sire, all this shall be doon, quot Pandarus. And took his leave, and never gone to fine. But to his niece's house, as straight as line. He calm. And fond here fro the meat arise. And set him down, and spak right in this wise. He said, O very God, so have I ron. Lo, niece myn, see ye not how I sweet? I knit whether ye the more thank me con. Be ye not war how that fowl's polyphete is now a but f sones for to pleat. And bringe on yow advocacies new? I no, quot she, and chonged al here hue. What is he more abut, me to dreck? And do me wrong? What shall I do, Alas? Yet of himself no thing any wolde I reckche. Near it for Antenor and Aeneas. That been his friends in switch manner Cass. But, for the love of God, myn uncle dear. No furs of that, lat him have our wife here. Withouten that I have enough for us. Nay, quot Pandare, it shall no thing be so. For I have been right now at de Phoebus. And Hector, and mine other lords mo. And shortly make desh of him his fo. That, by my thrift, he shall it never win. For aught he can, won that so he begin. And as they casten what was best to done. De Phoebus, of his own courtesy. Come here to pray, in his proper person. To hold him on the Morway company. At dinner, which she nold not deny. but goodly gone to his prayer obey. He thanked here, and went up on his way. When this was dune, this Pandar up a noon. To tell in short, and forth gone for to Wendy. To Troilus, as still as any stone. And all this thing he told a him, word and endy. And how that he de Phoebus gone to blend. And said him, now is time, if that thou con. To bear thee wel to Morway, and al is one. Now spec, now pray, now petusely compline. Lat not for nice shame, or dreed, or slouth. Sometime a man mot tell his own pain. Believe it, and she shall hon on thee ruth. Thou shalt be saved by thy faith, in troth. But wel what thou art now in a dreed. And what it is, I lay, I can a read. Thou thinkest now, how should I do now this? For by my shares most 10 folk espy. That for here love is that I fair aim is. Yet had I lever unwist for soreway die. Now think not so, for thou dost greet folly. For I right now have found an omeneer. Of slight, for to cover in all thy share. Thou shalt gone overnight, and that is blithe. Unto de Phoebus' house, as thee to play. Thy malady away the bet to drive. For why thou semest syk, soth for to say ye. Soon after that, down in thy bed thee lay. And say, thou mayst no langer up endure. And ly right there, and bide thyn aventure. Say that thy fever is wont thee for to take. The same time, and lost 10 till a Morway. And lat see now how wel thou canst it make. For, pardie, syk is he that is in soreway. Go now, farewell. And, Venus here to Borway. I hope, and thou this purpose hold firm. Thy grace she shall fully there confirm. Quot Troilus, why wis, thou Netherlese? Concealest me, that sicklich I me fain. For I am syk in earnest, Dudalese. So that wel nay I stir for the pain. Quot Pandarus, thou shalt the betray plain. And hast the lass a need to contrafeit. For him men demon hoot that men seen sweet. Lo, hold thee at thy treast close, and I shall wel the deer unto thy bow drive. Therewith he took his leave al softly. And Troilus to Pales went blithe. So glad and was he never in al his life. And to Pandarus reed gone al assent. And to de Phoebus' house at night he went. What ne death yow to tell len al the share. That de Phoebus unto his brother made. Or his access, or his sicklich maneer. How men gone him with clothes for to laid. One he was laid, and how men wolde him glade. But al for naught. He held forth I the wise. That ye han heard Pandar this devise. But certain is, Troilus him laid. De Phoebus had him prayed, overnight. To been a friend and helping to Criseyde. God woot, that he it granted anon right. To been here full friend with all his might. But switch a need was to pray him then. As for to bid a wood man for to ren. The more one calm, and nayin gone the time. Of meal tyd, that the fair Queen Elaine. Shoop here to bin, an hour after the prime. With de Phoebus, to whom she nold fain. But as his suster, humly, sooth to sain. She calmed to diner in her plain entente. But God and Pandar wist al what this meant. Calm eke Criseyde, al innocent of this. Antigone, her sister Tarb also. But flee we now prolixity best is. For love of God, and let us fast go. Right to the effect, with tales amo. Why this folk assembled in this place? And let us of here saluinges pace. Gret honor died hem de Phoebus, certain. And fed hem wel with all that might like. But evermore, Allah's, was his refrain. My good brother Troilus, the psyche. Lithe yet, and therewithal he gone to psyche. And after that, he pained him to glade. Hem as he might, and share good he made. Complained eke Elaine of his sickness. So faithfully, that pity was to hear. And every wight gone waxen for excess. A leche anun, and said, in this manier. Men curen folk, this charm I will yow lear. But there sat un, I'll list here not to teche. That thought, best could I yet been his leche. After complaint, him gonen they to praise. As folk don yet, one psalm white hath begun. To praise a man, and up with pris him rise. 1,000-fold yet higher than the sun. He is, he can, that few lords con. And Pandarus, of that they wolde affirm. He not forgat here praising to confirm. Heard ow this thing Criseyde wel enough. And every word gone for to notify. For which with so bris share here hurt lock. For who is that any wolde here glorify? To mowen switch a night don live or die. But I'll pass I, lest ye to lunge dwell. For o foon is ow that ever I tell. The time come, fro diner for to rise. And, as hem ought, arisen every chun. And gone a while of this and that devise. But Pandarus brak ow this special nun. And said to de Phoebus, wole ye goon. If your will be, as I yow prayed. To speak here of the Neds of Criseyde. Elaine, which that by the hand here held. Took first the tale, and said, go we blithe. And goodly on Criseyde she beheld. And said, Ioves lat him never thrive. That doth yow harm, and bring him sown of live. And yev me soreway, but he shall it row. If that I may, and I'll folk be true. Tell thou thy nieces Cass, quat de Phoebus. To Pandarus, for thou canst best it tell. My lords and my ladies, it stant thus. What should I langer, quat he, do yow dwell? He rung him out a procès like a bell. Upon here fo, that height polyphete. So heinous, that men might on it speet. Answered of this eke worse of hem than other. And polyphete they gonen thus to Warian. And hung be switch un, were he my brother. And so he shall, for it any may not varian. What should I langer in this tale tarrian? Plainly, I'll add ones, they here high 10. To bin here help in owl that ever they mighten. Spak then Elaine, and said, Pandarus. Would ought my lord, my brother, this mateer? I mean, Hector. Or would it Troilus? He said, ye, but wole ye now me here? Me think this, sith Troilus is here. It were good, if that ye wolde assent. She told herself him all this, ere she went. For he wole have the more here grief at hurt. By cause, lo, that she a lady is. And, by your leave, I wool but write in sturt. And do yow white, and that anun, why wis? If that he sleep, or wole ought hear of this. And in he leapt, and said him in his air. God have thy soul, why brought have I thy bear? To smilen of this gone no Troilus. And Pandarus, with it reconninge. Out went anun to Elaine and de Phoebus. And said hem, so there be no tarriange. No more pres, he will wel that ye bringe. Criseyde, my lady, that is here. And as he may enduren, he wole here. But wel ye woot, the chamber is but light. And few folk may lightly make it warm. Now loketh ye, for I will have no wight. To bringe and prease that might doon him harm. Or him disseason, for my betray arm. Where it be bet she bide till sones. Now loketh ye, that knowen what to doon is. I say for me, best is, as I can know. That no wight in any went but ye tway. But it were I, for I can, in a throw. Rehearse here Cass unlick that she can say ye. And after this, she may him one's pray. To ben good lord, in short, and take here leave. This may not muchel of his essay him reve. And eke, for she is strange, he will forbear. His essay, which that him they're not for yow. Eke other thing that toucheth not to hear. He will me tell, I would at wel right now. That secret is, and for the tune's prow. And they, that no thing knew of his entente. With ut more, to Troilus in they went. Elaine, in al here goodly soft wise. Gone him saluva, and womanly to play. And said, Ewis, ye most alwise arise. Now fair brother, Beth al hul, I pray. And gone here arm right over his shoulder lay. And him with al here wit to recomfort. As she best could she gone him to disport. So after this quot she, we yow beseek. My dear brother, Phoebus and I. For love of God, and so doth Pandarus eke. To bin good lord and friend, right heartily. Unto Criseyde, which that certainly receiveth wrong, as woot wel here Pandar. That can here cast wel bet than I declare. This Pandarus gone knew his tongue a file. And al here cast rehearse, and that anon. One it was said, soon after, in a while. Quot Troilus, as soon as I may goon. I will right fain with al my might ben un. Have God my troth, here cause to sustain. Good thrift have ye, quot Elaine the queen. Quot Pandarus, and it your will be. That she may take her leave, or that she go. Oh, else God forbid, though quot he. If that she vouchsafe for to do so. And with that word quot Troilus, ye too. Phoebus, and my suster lief and dear. To yow have I to speak of o mater. To bin avist by your read the betray. And fond, as hap was, at his bed's heed. The copy of a treatise and a letter. That Hector had him sent to Axon read. If switch a man was worthy to ben deed. Would I not who. But in a grisly wise. He prayed him anon on it of ice. Phoebus gone this letter to unfold. In earnest greet, so did Elaine the queen. And Raminga outward, fast it gone byhold. Downward a stair, into an herber green. This ilk thing they redden hem bytween. And largely, the mountains of an hour. They gone on it to read'n and to pour. Now lat hem read, and turn we anon. To Pandarus, that gone full fast pry. That al was wel, and out he gone to goon. Into the Greta chamber, and that in high. And said, God save al this company. Com, niece moyenne. My lady Queen Elaine. Abideth yow, and eke my lords twain. Ris, take with yow your niece Antigone. Or whom yow list, or no furs, heartily. The less prease, the bet. Come forth with me. And look that ye thonk humbly. Hem alle three, and, one ye may goodly. Your time yc, taketh of him your leave. Lest we to lunch his rests him bereave. Al innocent of Pandarus entente. Quot though Criseyde, go we, uncle dear. And arm in arm inward with him she went. Avist wel here wards and here share. And Pandarus, in earnestful manier. Said, Alas folk, for God's love, I pray. Stinteth right here, and softly yow play. Aviseth yow what folk ben here within. And in what plyt un is, God him amond. And inward thus full softly begin. Niece, I conjure in Haley yow defend. On his half, which that solus alles send. And in the virtue of corowns twain. Slee not this man, that hath for yow this pain. Fy on the devil. Thank which un he is. And in what plyt he lieth, calm of anon. Thank al switch tarid tyd, but lost it nis. That will ye both assain, one ye ben un. Secoundalich, the yet devineth noon. Up on yow too, come of now, if ye con. Whyl folk is blent, lo, al the time is one. In titering, and pursuit, and delays. The folk divine at wagging of a stree. And though ye wold a hon after merry days. Then dar ye not, and why? For she, and she. Spak switch a word. Thus loked he, and he. Less time I lost, I dar not with Yao Delhi. Calm of therefore, and bringeth him to Hele. But now to Yao, ye lovers that ben here. Was Troilus not in a cankdort? That lay, and might whisprange of him here. And thought, O Lord, right now renneth my sort. Fully to die, or han a nun comfort. And was the first time he shoulda here pray. Of love, O mighty God, what shall he say yet? Explicit secundus liber. Book 3. Incipit prohemium tertii libri. O blissful light of which the beams clear adorneth out the thrid heaving fair. O sans leaf, O Io's doter dear. Plaisance of love, O goodly debonair. In jaunty hurts I ready to repair. O very cause of Hele and of gladness. Why arid be thy might and thy goodness. In heaving and Hele, in earth and salt sea. Is felt thy might, if that IWEL discern. As man, brid, best, fish, herb and green tree. Thee feel in times with vapor etern. God loveth, and to love will not wern. And in this world no lives creature. Withouten love, is worth, or may endure. Ye Ioves first to thilk effects glade. Thorug which that things liven Allah and be. Comevident, and amorous him made. On mortal thing, and as Yao list, i.e. Yev him in love essay or adversity. And in 1,000 forms down him sente. For love in earth, and whom Yao least, he hent. Ye fierce Mars a paysan of his ire. And, as Yao list, ye maken hurts digny. All gates, hem that ye wool set a fire. They dread end shame, and vices they resign. Ye do hem courteous be, fresh and benign. And high or low, after a white intendeth. The Ioes that he hath, your might him sendeth. Ye holden regni and house in unity. Ye soothfast cause of friendship been also. Ye know al thilk covered quality. Of things which that folk on wondren so. One they cannot construe how it may Io. She loveth him, or why he loveth here. As why this fish, and not that, comth to were. Ye folk a law han set in universe. And this know I by him that lovers be. That whoso striveth with Yao hath the worse. Now, Lady bright, for thy benignity. At reverence of him that serve in thee. Whose clerk I am. So techeth me devise. Some Io of that is felt in thy service. Ye in my naked hurt sentiment. In Helda, and do me shew of thy sweetness. Calliope, thy voice be now present. For now is need, sesto not my distress. How I mot tell anon right the gladness. Of Troilus, to Venus heriange. To which gladdens, who need hath, God him bringe. Explicit prohemium tertii libri. Incipit liber tertius. Lay al this mean while Troilus. Recordinga his lessound in this manier. Ma fe, thought he, thus wole I say ya and thus. Thus wole I plain unto my lady dear. That word is good, and this shall be my share. This nil I not forieton in no wise. God leave him werken as he can devise. And, Lord, so that his hurt gone to quap. Heringa here come, and showroot for to psych. And Pandarus, that led a here by the lap. Comna, and gone in at the curtain pike. And said, God do boat on alle psych. See, who is here Yao comen to visite. Lo, here is she that is your death to white. Therewith it semed as he wept almost. Aha, quot Troilus so ruefully. Where me be wa, O mighty God, though wost. Who is al there? I see not truly. Sire, quot Criseyde, it is Pandar and I. Ye, sweet hurt. Alas, I may not rise. To kneel, and do Yao honor in some wise. And dressied him upward, and she right though. Gone boda here han soft upon him lay. Oh, for the love of God, d'ye not so? To me, quoth she, ey. What is this to say ye? Sire, come am I to yow for causes tway. First, yow to thonk, and of your lordship eke. Continuance I wolde yow beseek. This Troilus, that heard his lady pray. Of lordship him, wex neither quick any deed. Ne might a word for shame to it say ye. Although men should smiten of his heed. But Lord, so he wex sodian lie read. And sire, his lesson, that he wendi con. To pre-yen here, is thurg his wit wyron. Criseyde al this espied wl nuff. For she was wis, and love eat him nevertheless. Al near he malapert, or made it tough. Or was to bold, to singe a fool a mass. But one his shame gone somewhat to passe. His resons, as I may my remes hold. I yow wole tell, as techen bokes old. In chonged voice, right for his very dreed. Which voice eke quook, and there to his manier. Goodly abased, and now his hues read. Now pale, unto Criseyde, his lady dear. With look down cast and humble yolden share. Lo! The alder first word that him astert. Was, twice, mercy, mercy, sweet hurt. And stint a whyl, and one he might outbringe. The next word was, God what, for I have. As faithfully as I have had conning. Ben yours, also God so my soul save. And shall till that I, waffle white, be grave. And though I dar any can unto yow plain. Why wis, I suffer not the lasse pain. Thus mush as now, O womanlish wif. I may outbringe, and if this yow displease. That shall I wreak upon myn own life. Right sown, I trow, and doon your hurt an essay. If with my death your hurt I may appease. But sin that ye han heard me somewhat say ye. Now recche I never how sown that I die. Therewith his manly soreway to behold. It might han mad and hurt of stund to row. And Pandar weep as he to water wolde. And poked ever his niece new and new. And said, wa biggen ben hurts true. For love of God, make of this thing an endy. Or slee us boda at once, that ye wendy. I. What? Quoth she, by God and by my troth. I knut not what ye willn that I say ye. I. What, quoth he, that ye han on him ruth. For God's love, and doth him not to die. Now than thus, quoth she, I wolde him pray. To tell me the foon of his entente. Yet wist I never wel what that he meant. What that I mean, O sweetheart dear. Quoth Troilus, O goodly, fresh free. That, with the streams of your eyen clear. Ye wolde sometime friendly on me see. And than agreen that I may ben he. Without branche of vice on any wise. In troth alwe to doon yow my service. As to my lady right and chief resort. With all my wit and all my diligence. And I to han, right as yow list, comfort. Under your yerd, eagle to myn offense. As deeth, if that I break your defense. And that ye deign me so much honour. Me to commandan aught in any hour. And I to ben your very humble true. Secret, and in my pains patient. And ever mo desire freshly new. To serven, and bin like I diligent. And, with good hurt, I'll holly your talent. Receivin wel, how sore that me smirt. Lo! This mean I, myn oeen sweet hurt. Quoth Pandarus, lo, hear an hard request. And reasonable, a lady for to wern. Now, niece myn, by natal Iove's fest. Were I a god, ye should stirve as yearn. That her in wel, this man will no thing yearn. But your honor, and seen him almost stirve. And been so loth to suffern him yow serve. With that she gone here eyen on him cast. Full easily, and full debonairly. Avising here, and hide not to fast. With never a word, but said him soft ely. Myn honor soft, I will wel truly. And in switch for me as he can now devise. Receiving him fully to my service. By setching him, for God's love, that he wolde, in honor of trouth and gentilesse. As I wel mean, eke mean wel to me. And myn honor, with wit and business. I keep. And if I may don him gladness. From henceforth, why wis, I nil not feign. Now beeth al hool, no langer ye any plain. But Nathalese, this warn I yow, quot she. A king's son although ye be, why wis. Ye shall no more have sovereignite. Of me in love, than right in that case is. Na I nil forbear, if that ye do name is. To wrathen yow. And whyl that ye me serve. Cherison yow right after ye deserve. And shortly, dear hurt and al my night. Beth glad, and draweth yow to lustiness. And I shall truly, with all my might. Your betray tornen all into sweetness. If I be she that may yow do gladness. For every way ye shall recover a bliss. And him in arms took, and gone him kiss. Fill Pandarus on knees, and up his eyen. To heaving through, and held his hands high. Immortal God. Quot he, that mayst not dine. Cupide I mean, of this mayst glorify. And Venus, thou mayst make in melody. Withouten hand, me semeth that in the town. For this merveil, I hear eke bell sown. But ho! No more as now of this mateer. For why this folk will comen up anon. That han the letra read, lo, I hem here. But I conjure thee, Criseyde, and un. And two, thou Troilus, wan thou mayst goon. That at myn house ye been at my warninga. For I full wel shall shape your comminga. And esseth the your hurts right wynough. And lat see which of yow shall bear the bell. To speak of love a right, therewith he lock. For there have ye a laser for to tell. Quot Troilus, how lunge shall I dwell? Ere this be dune. Quot he, one thou mayst rise. This thing shall be right as I yow devise. With that Elaine and also Deiphobus. Though comen upward, right at the stairs endy. And Lord, so then gone grown Troilus. His brother and his sister for to blend. Quot Pandarus, it time is that we wendy. Tack, niece myn, your leave at 3. And lat hem speak, and cometh forth with me. She took your leave at hem full thriftily. As she wel coude, and they hear reverence. Unto the full diden hardly. And speak in wonder wel, in here absence. Of here, in praising of here excellence. Here governance, here wit. And here maneer. Commend Eden, it ioe was to hear. Now lat here wendy unto her own place. And torna we to Troilus ayane. That gone full lightly of the letra passé. That Deiphobus had in the garden sane. And of Elaine and him he wold a fain. Delivered been, and said that him lest. To sleep, and after tales have rest. Elaine him kissed, and took her leave blithe. Deiphobus eke, and home went every wight. And Pandarus, as fast as he may drive. To Troilus though calm, as line right. And on a pilot, ow that glade night. By Troilus he lay, with merry share. To tale, and wel was hem they were wifeer. One every wight was voided but they two. And alla the doors were fast wishet. To tell in short, without wards mo. This Pandarus, withouten any let. Up roos, and on his bed side him set. And gone to speaken in a sobre wise. To Troilus, as I shall yow devise. Myn alderlevest lord, and brother dear. God woot, and thou, that it sat me so sore. When I thee saw so languishing to year. For love, of which thy will wex all we more. That I, with all my might and all my lore. Have ever sit hen doon my biciness. To bring thee to Ioe out of distress. And have it brought to switch Plyt as thou wost. So that, Thorug me, thou standest now in way. To fair Wel. I say ye it for no boast. And wost o which? For shame it is to say ye. For thee have I begun a game and play. Which that I never doon shall eft for other. Although he were 1,000-fold my brother. That is to say ye, for thee am I bycomen. Bitwixen game and earnest, switch a mean. As maken woman unto men to comen. I'll say I not, thou wost Wel what I mean. For thee have I my niece, of vices clean. So fully mad thy gentlest treast. That I'll shall been right as thyself least. But God, that I'll what, take I to witness. That never I this for coveties wrought. But only for to a brega that distress. For which Welnygh thou didst, as me thought. But, good brother, do now as thee ought. For God's love, and keep here out of blame. Sin thou art wis, and save all we here name. For Wel thou wost, the name as yet of here. Among the people, as who saith, how wed is. For that man is unbore, I dar Wel swere. That ever wist that she died Amos. But what is me, that cause all this? May then ken that she is my niece dear. And I hear and tratter eke wife here. And were it wist that I, through myn engine, had in my niece why put this fantasy. To do thy lust, and wholly to be thyn. Why, I'll the world up on it wold a cry. And say ye, that I the worst treachery. Died in this case, that ever was begone. And she for lost, and thou right not why one. Wherefore, or I will further goon a paw. Yet eft I thee by sesh and fully say ye. That privity go with us in this case. That is to say ye, that thou us never ray. And be not ruth, though I thee oft pray. To holden secret switch in hay mateer. For skilful is, though wost my prayer. And think what wother hath bidded er this. For makinga of avance, as men read. And what mischance in this world yet there is. Fro day to day, right for that wicked deedy. For which these wise clerks that ben deedy. Han ever yet proverb to us young. That, first virtue is to keep tonge. And, near it that I willn as now tabreg. Diffusion of spesh, I coude almost. 1,000 old stories the allega. Of woman lost, Thorug fowls and foals bost. Proverbs canst thyself why now, and wost. I ins that vice, for to been a lab. I'll save men sooth as often as they gab. O tonge, Alas. So often hereby forn. Has to made many a lady bright of hue. Said, Wellowy. The day that I was born. And many a maid soreways for to knew. And, for the more part, Al is untrue. That men of yelp, and it were brought to preve. Of kind non avanter is to leave. Avanter and a lyra, Al is on. As thus, I pose, a woman ground me. Here love, and saith that other will she non. And I am sworn to holden it secret. And after I go tell it 2 or 3. Why wis, I am avanter at the lest. And lyra, for I break my behest. Now loke than, if they be not to blame. Switch manner folk, what shall I cleep hem, what? That hem avant of woman, and by name. That never yet by height hem this any that. Na knew hem more than myn old hat. No wonder is, so God me send hele. Though woman dreed with us men to Delhi. I say not this for no mistrust of yow. Na for no wis man, but for foals nice. And for the harm that in the world is now. As wel for folly oft as for malice. For wel what I, in wise folk, that vice. No woman drat, if she be wel avist. For wise ben by foals harm chasteist. But now to purpose. Leave brother dear. Have thou this thing that I have said in mind. And keep thee close, and be now of good share. For at thy day thou shalt me true find. I shall thy process set in switch akind. And God to forn, that it shall thee suffice. For it shall been right as thou wilt devise. For wel I woot, thou menest wel, pard. Therefore I dar this fully undertake. Thou wost eke what thy lady grunt thee. And day is set, the chartre up to make. Have now good night, I may no langer wake. And bid for me, sin thou art now in bliss. That God me send death or sown lease. Who might tell half the ioe or fest. Which that the soul of Troilus though felt. Heringa theft of Pandarus by hest. His old wa, that made his hurt swelt. Gone though for ioe was ten and to melt. And ow the riqueza of his psyche sore. At once fled, he felt of him no more. But right so as these holts and these hays. That han in winter deedy bin and dray. Revessen hem in green, one that may is. One every lusty liketh best to play. Right in that selve wise, sooth to say ye. Wax sodinlik his hurt full of ioe. That gladder was there never man in Troy. And gone his look on Pandarus upcast. Full so brilly, and friendly for to see. And said, friend, in April the last. As wel thou wost, if it remember thee. How nay the death for where thou found me. And how thou didst al thy biciness. To know of me the cause of my distress. Thou wost how lunge I it forbar to say ye. To thee, that art the man that I best treast. And peril was at noon to thee by ray. That wist I wel. But tell me, if thee least. Sith I so luth was that thyself it wist. How dorst I mo tellen of this mateer. That quake now, and no wight may us hear. But Nathles, by that God I thee swore. That, as him list, may thou this world govern. And, if I lie, Achilles with his spear. Myn hurt cleave, I'll were my life etern. As I am mortal, if I late or yearn. Wolda at Byrai, or Dorst. Or Shold Con. For all the good that God made under son. That rather die I wolda, and determine. As think me, now stalked in presound. In wretchedness, in filth, and in vermin. Caitiff to cruel king again noun. And this, in Allah the temples of this tune. Upon the gods Allah, I will thee swear. To-morrow day, if that thee liketh here. And that thou hast so much wydoen for me. That I any may it never more deserve. This know I wel, I'll might I now for thee. 1,000 times on a morwen sterve. I can no more, but that I will thee serve. Right as thy sklave, wider so thou wendy. For evermore, unto my lives endy. But here, with al myn hurt, I thee bisesh. That never in me thou demi switch folly. As I shall sayn. Me thought, by thy spesh. That this, which thou me dost for company. I should wane it were a bawdery. I am not wood, al if I lewd be. It is not so, that woot I wel, pardee. But he that goth, for gold or for riqueza. On switch message, calle him what thee list. And this that thou dost, calle it gentilesse. Compassion, and fellowship, and tryst. Departe it so, for wideware is wist. How that there is diversity required. Bitwixt and things like, as I have laird. And, that thou know I thank not any wane. That this service a shame be or I up. I have my fair suster Polixene. Cassandra, Elaine, or any of the frape. Be she never so fair or wely shape. Tell me, which thou wilt of Evricone. To hon for thyn, and lat me than all one. But, sit that thou hast done me this service. My life to save, and for noon hope of meed. So, for the love of God, this Greta emprise. Perform it out, for now is most need. For high and low, withouten any dreed, I will alway thine hests alle keep. Have now good night, and let us both asleep. Thus held him eke of other wel apaid, that all the world any might it bet amond. And, on the moorway, one they were arrayed, eke to his own Ned's gone untend. But Troilus, though as the fyr he brand, for sharp desire of hope and of plaisance, he not forgat his good governance, but in himself with manhood gone restrain, eke rakel deedy in eke unbridled share, that alle though that liven, sooth to sayn, ne shold han wist, by word or by manier, what that he meant, as touching this mateer. From every wight as fair as is the cloud, he was, so wel dissimulant he could. And all the whyl which that I yow devise. This was his life, with all his full might. By day he was in martes high service. This is to sayn, in arms as a knight. And for the more part, the lunge night, he lay, and thought how that he might serve his lady best, here thank for to deserve. Nil I not swore, although he lay soft, that in his thought he nas somewhat diced. Na that he tourneyed on his pilways oft, and wolde of that him missed han ben ceased. But in switch cas men is not alwe pleased. For aught I wot, no more than was he. That can I demi of possibility. But certain is, to purpose for to go, that in this while, as writin is in jest, he say his lady sometime. And also, she with him spak, one that she dorst or lest. And by here boda aves, as was the best, appointed and full warly in this need. So as they dorst, how they wolde proceed. But it was spoken in so short a wise, in switch await alwe, and in switch fear, lest any wight devenant or devise, wolde of hem too, or to it lay in air, that all this world so lief to hem any were, as that Cupido wolde hem grace send, to maken of here special right and endy. But thilk litel that they spake or wrought, his wise gust took eye of al switch hadde. It semed here, he wist what she thought, withouten word, so that it was no need to bid him aught to done, or aught forbid. For which she thought that love, al come it late, of alle Ioi had oppened here the yate. And shortly of this procès for to pace, so wel his work and wards he byset, that he so full stood in his lady grace, that 20,000 times, or she let, she thanked God she ever with him meta. So could he him govern in switch service, that all the world any might it bet devise. For why she fond him so discreet in all, so secret, and of switch obeisance, that wel she felt he was to hear a wall of steel, and shelled from every disposance, that, to bend in his good governance, so wis he was, she was no more afford. I mean, as fair as aught ben required. And Pandarus, to quick alwe the fyr, was ever a like pressed and diligent. To essay his friend was set al his desire. He shaf ion, he to and fro was sent. He letra bar one Troilus was absent. That never man, as in his friend's need, ne bar him bet than he, withouten dreed. But now, peranter, some man way 10 wolde, that every word, or sond, or look, or share, of Troilus that I rehearsen shold, in all this while unto his lady dear, I trow it were a long thing for to hear. Or of what wight that stant in switch dissioint, his wards alle, or every look, to point. For sov, I have not heard it do nor this. In story noon, any no man here, I wane. And though I wolde I could not, why wis? For there was some epistle hem between. That wolde, as saith myn octor, wel conteen. Nay half this book, of which him list not write. How should I then a line of it indite? But to the greater effect, then say I thus. That standing in concord and in quiet. Thys ilk too, Criseyde and Troilus. As I have told, and in this time sweet. Save only often might they not meet. Na laser have here speches to fulfell. That it befell right as I shall yow tell. That Pandarus, that ever died his might. Right for the foon that I shall speak of here. As for to bring to his house some night. His fair niece, and Troilus wife here. Whereas at leisure al this hay mateer. Touching here love. Were at the full upbound. Had out of doot a time to it found. For he with great deliberation. Had everything that her to might avail. Forecast, and put in execution. And neither laughed, for cost any for travail. Come if hem list, hem should no thing fail. And for to bin in aught espied there. That, wist he wel, an impossible were. Dreadilise, it clear was in the wind. Of every pie and every let game. Now al is wel, for al the world is blind. In this mateer, both framed and tame. This timber is al ready up to frame. Us lacketh not but that we whiten wolde. A certain hour, in which she come and should. And Troilus, that al this purveyance. Knew at the full, and waited on it I. Had hereupon eke made great ordonnance. And found his cause, and thereto his array. If that he were missed, night or day. The while he was about this service. That he was goon to doon his sacrifice. And most at switch a temple alone wake. Answered of Apollo for to be. And first to seen the holy Laura quake. Ere that Apollo spak out of the tree. To tell him next one Greek's shoulden flee. And forth he let him no man, God forbede. But pray Apollo help pen in this need. Now is there litel more for to doon. But pan there up, and shortly for to sain. Right sown upon the chonging of the moan. One lidles is the world a night or twain. And that the welkin shoop him for to reign. He straight a moreway unto his niece went. Yehan wel heard the foon of his entente. One he was come, he gone anon to play. As he was wont, and of himself to eye up. And finally, he swore and gone here say ye. By this and that, she should him not escape. Na lengear doon him after here to gape. But certainly she most, by here leave. Come so pen in his house with him at eve. At wish she lock, and gone here fast excuse. And said, it raineth, lo, how should I goon? Lat be, quod he, any stan not thus to Muse. This moot be doon, ye shall be there anon. So at the last her of they fell at un. Or else, soft he swore here in here air. He nold never come there she were. Soon after this, to him she gone to round. And asked him if Troilus were there. He swore here, nay, for he was out of town. And said, niece, I pose that he were. Yow thirft never have the more fear. For rather than men might him there espy. Me were lever 1,000-fold to die. Not list myn octor fully to declare. What that she thought one he said so. That Troilus was out of town wife air. As if he said there of sooth or no. But that, withouten a wait, with him to go. She grunt him, sith he hear that besought. And, as his niece, obeyed as here ought. But Nathalise, yet gone she him by sesh. Although with him to goon it was no fear. For to be war of goosish pepless spesh. That dray men things wish that never were. And wel avice him whom he brought there. And said him, sin imot on yow treast. Loc al be wel, and do now as yow least. He swore higher, ease, by stocks and by stones. And by the gods that in heaving dwell. Or else were him levere, soul and bones. With Pluto king as depe been in Helle. As Tantalus. What should I more tell? One al was wel, he ruse and took his leave. And she to super calm, one it was Eve. With a certain of here Oene men. And with here fair niece Antigone. And other of here woman 9 or 10. But who was glad now, who, as trow ye? But Troilus, that stood and might it see. Thurg out a lightel window in a stew. There he bishet, sin midnight, was in me wee. Unwist of every wight but of Pandare. But to the point. Now one that she was come. With alle Ioi, and alle friends fair. Here am a nun in arms hath here gnome. And after to the super, alle and some. One time was, full soft they hem set. God wot, there was no dainty for to fetty. And after super gonnen they to rise. At Sawl with hurts fresh and glade. And Wel was him that could best devise. To liken here, or that here laughin made. He song, she played, he told a tale of Wade. But at the last, as everything hath endy. She took her leave, and Ned's wold Wendy. But oh, Fortune, executress of weirds. Oh influences of thy's heavens high. Soth is, that, under God, ye ben our heards. Though to us best's been the causes wry. This mean I now, for she gone homeward high. But execut was al byside here leave. At the God's will, for which she most believe. The bent moan with her horns pale. Satin, and ove, in cancro ironed were. That switch a rain from heaving gone avail. That every man or woman that was there. Had of that smoky rain a very fear. At which Pandare though lock, and said then. Now were it time a lady to go henny. But good niece, if I might ever please. Yow anything, then pray I yow, quod he. To do myn hurt as now so greet an essay. As for to dwell here al this night with me. For why this is your own house, pardie. For, by my troth, I say it not a game. To Wendy as now, it were to me a shame. Criseyde, which that could as mush good. As half a world, talk hudda of his prayer. And sin it ron, and owl was on a flood. She thought, as good chep may I dwell in here. And ground it gladly with a friend's share. And have a thank, as grush and fan abide. For whom to goon, it may not wel betide. I wool, quot she, myn uncle leaf and dear. Sin that yow list, its skyle is to be so. I am right glad with yow to dwell in here. I said but a game, I wold a go. Why wis, grunt mercy, niece, quot he though. Were it a game or no, soth for to tell. Now am I glad, sin that yow list to dwell. Thus al is wel, but though bygan aright. The new Ioi, and al the fest again. But Pandarus, if goodly had he might. He wold a hon hide here to bed fain. And said, Lord, this is an huge rain. This were a wedger for to slepen in. And that I read us sown to begin. And niece, would ye where I wool yow lay? For that we shall not liggen fair asunder. And for ye neither shullen, dar I say ye. Hurin noise of rains nor of thondra. By God, right in my light closet yonder. And I wool in that outer house all one. Be wardian of your woman evercone. And in this mid-dell chamber that ye see. Shall your woman slepen wel and soft. And there I said shall yourself be. And if ye liggen wel tonight, come oft. And careth not what wedger is on loft. The win anon, and wan so that yow lest. So go we sleep, I trow it be the best. There nis no more, but hereafter sown. The void drunk, and travers draw anon. Gone every wight, that had not to done. More in the place, out of the chamber gone. And ever amo so sternlich it ron. And blew therewith so wonderlich loud. That wel nay no man hurin other could. Though Pandarus, here right as him ought. With women switch as were here most aboot. Full glad unto her bed side here brought. And toke his leave, and gone full low loot. And said, here at this closet door without. Right over thwart. Your woman liggen alle. That, whom yow list of him, ye may hear calle. So one that she was in the closet laid. And alle here woman forth by ordinance. A bed wherein, there as I have said. There was no more to skip pen nor to trance. But Bowden go to bed, with mischance. If any wight was staring anywhere. And late hem sleep that a bed were. But Pandarus, that wel coude esh adel. The old dance, and every point therein. One that he say that alle thing was wel. He thought he wolde upon his work begin. And gone the stood or owl soft unpin. And still as stun, withouten langer let. By Troilus a dune right he him set. And, shortly to the point right for to gone. Of owl this work he told a him word and endy. And said, make thee ready right anon. For thou shalt into heaving bliss wendy. Now blissful Venus, thou me grace send. Quot Troilus, for never yet no need. Had I or now, any havendal the dreed. Quot Pandarus, ne dreed thee never adel. For it shall been right as thou wilt desire. So thrive I, this night shall I make it wel. Or cast an owl the gruel in the fire. Yet blissful Venus, this night thou me inspire. Quot Troilus, as wis as I thee serve. And ever bet in bet show, till I stirve. And if I had, O Venus full of mirth. Aspects bad of Mars or of Saturn. Or thou combust or let were in my bertha. Thy fader pray I'll thilk harm discern. Of grace, and that I glad eyen may turn. For love of him thou lovedest in the shaw. I mean adun, that with the boor was slaw. O Iovik, for the love of fair Europe. The wishin for me of bol oi thou fedi. Now help, O Mars, thou with thy bloody cope. For love of Cyprus, thou me not any let. O Phoebus, thank one dane herselven shet. Under the bark, and Laura wex for dreed. Yet for here love, O help now at this need. Mercury, for the love of here seek. For which Pallas was with a gloros ruth. Now help, and eke Diane, I thee beseek. That this voyage be not to thee luth. O fatal sustran, which, or any cluth. Me Chopin was, my destine me spawn. So helpeth to this work that is bygone. Quot Pandarus, thou wretched mouses hurt. Art thou aghast so that she will thee bite? Why, don this furred cloak up on thy cheroot. And follow me, for I will have the white. But bid, and let me go by for a light. And with that word he gone undo a trap. And Troilus he brought in by the lap. The stern wind so loud gone to root. That no white other noise might hear. And they that layen at the door without. Full cyclerly they slept in alle wifeer. And Pandarus, with a full sobre share. Goth to the door anon withouten let. There as they lay, and softly it shet. And as he calm inward prively. His niece awoke, and asked, who goth there? My dear niece, quoth he, it am I. No wondereth not, any have of it no fear. And ne he calm, and said here in her air. No word, for love of God I yow by sesh. Lat no white rise and her'n of our spesh. What? Which way be ye comin, benedicity? Quot she. And how thus unwist of hem alle? Here at this seeker trap door, quot he. Quot though Criseyde, lat me psalm white calle. Ey. God forbede that it should fall. Quot Pandarus, that ye switch folly wrought. They might demi thing they never a thought. It is not good a sleeping hound to wake. Ne ye've a white a cause to divine. Your woman slepen alle, I undertake. So that, for him, the house men might mine. And slepen wollen till the sun shine. And one my tale al brought is to an endy. Unwist, right as I come, so will I wendy. Now, niece myn, ye shul wel understand. Quod he, so as ye woman demon alle. That for to hold in love a man in hand. And him here, leaf, and dear hurt, kaye. And maken him an hove above a kaye. I mean, as love an other in this while. She doth herself a shame, and him a guile. Now were be that I tell yow this. Ye woot yourself, as wel as any wight. How that your love fully grunt is. To Troilus, the worthiest knight. Owen of this world, and there to trouth plyght. That, but it were on him along, ye nold. Him never falsen, while ye live and should. Now stand it thus, that sith I fro yow went. This Troilus, right platly for to sayn. Is third a godder, by a prive went. Into my chamber come in this rain. Unwist of every manner wight, certain. Save of myself, as wisly have I Ioe. And by that fight I shall Priam of Troy. And he is come in switch pain and distress. That, but he be fully would by this. He soddenly emo to fall into wadness. But if God help. And cause why this is. He saith him told is, of a friend of his. How that ye should love one that had harassed. For sore way of which this night shalt been his last. Criseyde, which that this wonder heard. Gone soddenly about here hurt cold. And with syk she sorrowfully answered. Alas! I wendy, whoso tales tolda. My dear hurt wolda me not hold. So lightly fouls. Alas! Consciite's wrong. What harm they doon, for now live I to lunge. Harassed. Alas! And falsen Troilus? I know him not, God help me so, quoth she. Alas! What wicked spirit tolda him thus? Now certes, tomorrow, and I him see. I shall thereof as full excusen me. As ever died woman, if him like. And with that word she gone full sore psych. O God! Quoth she, so worldly silliness. Which clerks callan fouls felicity. Why meddled is with many a bitterness. Full anguishous than is, God woot, quoth she. Condition of vain prosperity. For either Iois comen not wife here. Or else no wight hath hem all we hear. O brotel wheel of man's Ioi unstable. With what wight so thou be, or how thou play. Either he woot that thou, Ioi, art movable. Or woot it not, it moot ben un of tway. Now if he woot it not, how may he say ye? That he hath verily Ioi and silliness. That is of ignorance in darkness. Now if he woot that Ioi is transitory. As every Ioi of worldly thing mot flee. Then every time he that hath in memory. The dread of lacing mocketh him that he. May in no perfect silliness be. And if to lace his Ioi he set a might. Then semeth it that Ioi is worth full light. Wherefore I will define in this matter. That truly, for aught I can espy. There is no very weal in this world here. But oh, thou wicked serpent, Ialisai. Thou misbelieved and envious folly. Why has to Troilus me mad untrist? That never yet a guilt him, that I wist. Quoth Pandarus, thus fallen is this Cass. Why, uncle myn, quoth she, who tolda him this. Why doth my dear hurt thus, alas? Ye woot, ye niece myn, quoth he, what is? I hope shall be wel that is Amos. For ye may quench this, if that yow lest. And doth right so, for I hold it the best. So shall I do tomorrow, why wis, quoth she. And God to forn, so that it shall suffice. Tomorrow. Alas, that were a fair, quoth he. Nay, nay, it may not standen in this wise. For, niece myn, thus right 10 clerks wise. That peril is with dretching in Wydraw. Nay, switch abodes been not worth an hall. Niece, thing hath time, I dar avow. For one a chamber afyart is, or an halley. Wl more need is, it soddenly risco. Than to dispute, and axe among sale. How is this candili in the straw wifle? A. Benedicity. For al among that fair. The harm is dune, and fair wel feldefair. And, niece myn, and take it not a grief. If that ye suffer him all night in this woe. God help me so, ye had him never leaf. That dar I sain, now there is but we two. But wel I woot, that ye will not do so. Ye been to wis to do so gret folly. To putty his life all night in Uperti. Had I him never leaf? By God, I wane. Ye had never thing so leaf, quot she. Now by my thrift, quot he, that shall be senna. For, sin ye make this ensample of me. If I all night wolde him in sorway see. For al the trace hour in the tune of Troy. I bid God, I never mote have ioe. Now loke than, if ye, that been his love. Shul putty all night his life in Uparti. For thing of naught. Now, by that God above. Not only this delay compt of folly. But of malice, if that I shall not lie. What, platly, and ye suffer him in distress. Ye neither bounty dune any gentilesse. Quot though Criseyde, wole ye dune o thing. And ye therewith shall stint al his disease. Have here, and bereth him this blue ring. For there is no thing might him betray please. Save I myself, any more his hurt appease. And say my dear hurt, that his soreway is cause less, that shall be seen tomorrow. A ring? Quot he, ye, hazelwoads shaken. Ye niece myn, that ring most honestun. That might deedy men alive maken. And switch a ring trow I that ye have noon. Discretion out of your heed is goon. That feel I now, quot he, and that is ruth. O time why lost, wel maysto cursen slouth. What ye not wel that noble and hay courage. Ne sorweth not, any stinteth eke for light. But if a fool were in a ialus rage. I nold set 10 at his sorway a might. But fef him with a few words white. Another day, one that I might him find. But this thing stant al in another kind. This is so jaunty and so tendre of hurt. That with his deeth he wool his sorways wreak. For trusteth wel, how sore that him smirt. He wool to yow no ialaus word speak. And for thy, niece, that his hurt break. So spec yourself to him of this mateer. For with o word ye may his hurt steer. Now have I told what peril he is in. And his coming unwist is to every wight. Na, pardie, harm may there be noon, any sin. I will myself be with yow al this night. Ye know eke how it is your own night. And that, by right, ye most upon him treast. And I al press to fetch him when yow least. This accident so petuse was to hear. And eke so like a sooth, at prime face. And Troilus here night to hear so dear. His prive coming, and the sicker place. That, though that she died him as than a grace. Considered alle things as they stowed. No wonder is, sin she died al forgoed. Criseyde answered, as wisly God at rest. My soul bringe, as me is for him woe. And why wis, fain wolde I doom the best. If that I had grace to do so. But whether that ye dwell or for him go. I am, till God me betray min send. At Dulcarnon, right at my wits' endy. Quot Pandarus, ye, niece, will ye hear? Dulcarnon called is, Flemenge of wretches. It semeth hard, for wretches will not leer. For very slouth or other wilful tex. This said by him that be not worth two fetches. But ye ben wis, and that we hon on hond. Nis neither hard, any skilful to withstand. Than, quot she, doth her of as yow list. But ere he come, I will up first arise. And, for the love of God, sin al my tryst is on yow too, and ye ben both a wise. So worcheth now in so discreet a wise, that I honor may have, and he plaisance. For I am here al in your governance. That is wel said, quod he, my niece dear. The good thrift on that wise jaunty hurt, but liggeth still, and taketh him right here. It nay death not no further for him sturt. And eke of yow sa other soreways smirt. For love of God. And, Venus, I the heri. For sown hope I we shall ben alle merry. This Troilus full sown on knees him set. Full so brilly, right be here bed's heed. And in his best wise his lady gret. But Lord, so she weck sodinlich reed. Na, though men sholden smiten of her heed. She could not a word right out bringe. So sodinly, for his sodine comminga. But Pandarus, that so wel could feel. In everything, to play a nun bygan. And said, niece, see how this lord can kneel. Now, for your troth, seat this jaunty man. And with that word he for a quistion ran. And said, knelleth now, whyl that yow lest. Their God your hurts bringe sown at rest. Can I not sayn, for she bade him not rise. If soreway it putty out of her remembrance. Or else that she toke it in the wise of duty, as for his observance. But wel find I she died him this plaisance. That she him kissed, although she psyched sore. And bade him sit a dune withouten more. Quot Pandarus, now will ye wel begin. Now doth him sit, god niece dear. Upon your bedside al there within. That eke of yow the bet may other hear. And with that word he drow him to the fear. And took a light, and fond his countenance. As for to look up on an old romance. Criseyde, that was Troilus' lady right. And clear stood on a ground of sycerness. Al thought she, here servant in her knight. Ne shold of right non untruth in her jess. Yet Naphtales, considered his distress. And that love is in cause of switch folly. Thus to him spake she of his Ialisai. Lo, heard myn, as wolde the excellence. Of love, ions the which that no man may. Ne ought eke goodly maken resistance. And eke because I felt wel and say. Your Greta trouth, and servise every day. And that your hurt al myn was, sooth to sayn. This drove me for to row up on your pain. And your goodness have I found alwy yet. Of which, my dear hurt in al my night. I thunk it yow, as fair as I have wit. Al can I not as mush as it were right. And I, emprith my coninga and my might. Have an I show, how sore that me smirt. Ben to yow truen hool, with a myn hurt. And dreadalese, that shall be found at preve. But, hurt myn, what al this is to sayn. Shall wel be told, so that ye not yow grieve. Though I to yow write on yourself compline. For therewith mean I finally the pain. That halt your hurt and myn in heaviness. Fully to sleen, and every wrong redress. My good myn, not I for why anyhow. That Ialisai, alas. That wicked wyvera. Thus causelees is cropen into yow. The harm of which I wolde fain delivera. Alas. That he, al hool, or of him slivera. Should have his refut in so digny a place. There I ove him sown out of your hurt heiress. But oh, thou I ove, O auctor of nature. Is this an honor to thy deity? That folk unguiltif suffren here in your. And who that guiltif is, al quit goth he. Oh, were it lawful for to plain on thee. That undeserved sufferest Ialisai. Of that I wolde up on thee plain and cry. Eke al my way is this, that folk now usen. To sayn right thus, ye, Ialisai is love. And wolde a bus hell venom al excusen. For that grain of love is on it shove. But that what hey God that sit above. If it be like or love, or hate, or grame. And after that, it ought bear his name. But certain is, psalm manner ialisai. Is excusable more than psalm, why wis. As one cause is, and psalm switch fantasy. With piety so wel repressed is. That it unneath doth or saith Amos. But goodly drinketh up all his distress. And that excuse I, for the gentlesse. And psalm so full of fury is and despite. That it sourmounteth his repression. But hurt myn, ye be not in that plyt. That thank I God, for wish your passion. I will not calle it but illusion. Of habendance of love and bicy cure. That doth your hurt this disease endure. Of which I am right sorry but not ruth. But, for my devoir and your hurt's rest. Whereso yow list, by ordle or by uth. By sort, or in what wise so yow lest. For love of God, lat preve it for the best. And if that I be guiltif, do me die. Alas! What might I more doon or say ye? With that a few bright terries knew. Out of here I in fee, and thus she said. Now God, thou wost, in thought any deedy untrue. To Troilus was never yet Criseyde. With that here he down in the bed she laid. And with the shete at ray, and sighed sore. And held her peace, not o word spak she more. But now help God to quenchen all this soreway. So hope I that he shall, for he best may. For I have sain, of a full misty moreway. Full one full oft a merry summer's day. And after winter fallweth green May. Men seen all day, and readin eke in stories. That after sharp showers been victories. This Troilus, one he here wards heard. Have ye no care, him least not to sleep? For it thought him no strokes of a yerd. To hear or seen Criseyde, his lady weep. But wel he felt about his hurt crape. For every tear which that Criseyde astert. The cramp of death, to strain him by the hurt. And in his mind he gone the time a curse. That he cam there, and that he was born. For now is wicca why turned into worse. And now that labor he hath doon byforn. He wendy it lost, he thought he nas but lorn. O Pandarus, thought he, alas. Thy while serveth of naught, so wail away the while. And therewithal he hang a doon naheed. And fill on knees, and sorrowfully he sight. What might he sayn? He felt he nas but deed. For ruth was she that shulda his soreway's light. But nathalese, one that he speaken might. Then said he thus, God woot, that of this game. One owl is wist, then am I not to blame. Though it the soreway so his hurt shet. That from his eyen fill there not a tear. And every spirit his vigor in net. So they astened or oppressed were. The feeling of his soreway, or of his fear. Or of aught else, fled was out of town. And down he fell all soddingly a swoon. This was no light el soreway for to see. But al was hust, and Pandar up as fast. O niece, peas, or we be lost, quod he. Beth not aghast. But certain, at the last. For this or that, he into bed him cast. And said, O thief, is this a man's hurt? And of he wrought al to his bare sheroot. And said, niece, but ye help us now. Alas, your own Troilus is lorn. Why wis, so wolde I, and I wist how. Full fain, quot she, alas. That I was born. Ye, niece, wole ye pullin out the thorn. That stiketh in his hurt, quot Pandar. Say, al foriev, and stint is al this fair. Ye, that to me, quot she, full lever were. Then al the good the son abut guth. And therewithal she swore him in his air. Why wis, my dear hurt, I am not ruth. Have here my troth and many another uth. Now speak to me, for it am I, Criseyde. But al for naught, yet might he not abrade. There with his pose and palms of his hands. They gone to frote, and weet his temples twain. And, to deliveren him from bitray bonds. She oft him kissed. And, shortly for to sain. Him to revoken she died al here pain. And at the last, he gone his breath to draw. And of his swaff sown after that adaw. And gone bet mind and resin to him take. But wonder sore he was abased, why wis. And with syk, one he gone bet a wake. He said, O mercy, God, what thing is this? Why do ye with yourselven thus amiss? Quot though Criseyde, is this a man's game? What, Troilus? Will ye do thus, for shame? And therewithal here arm over him she laid. And al foriaf, and oft time him kest. He thunked here, and to here spak, and said. As filled to purpose for his hurt rest. And she to that answered him as here lest. And with here goodly wards him disport. She gone, and oft his sore ways to comforte. Quot Pandarus, for aught I can espien. This light, nor I any servant here of naught. Light is not good for psych folks yen. But for the love of God, sin ye be brought. In thus good plyt, lat now non-heavy thought. Ben hanginga in the hurts of Yautway. And bar the candili to the chimney. Soon after this, though it no need were. One she switch offs as here list devise. Had of him take, here thought though no fear. Ne cause eke non, to bid him thens rise. Yet less thing than offs may suffice. In many a case. For every wight, I guess. That loveth wel meneth but gentlesse. But in effect she wold a white anun. Of what man, and eke where, and also why. He eyeless was, sin there was cause noon. And eke the signa, that he took it by. She bade him that to tell here bisily. Or else, certain, she bar him on hand. That this was doon of malice, here to fond. Withouten more, shortly for to sain. He most obey unto his lady hest. And for the lasse harm, he most fain. He said here, when she was at switch a fest. She might on him han loked at the lest. Not I not what, al dear wineff a rish. As he that neds most a cause fish she. And she answered, sweet, al were it so. What harm was that, sin I non evil mean? For, by that God that bought us both two. In alla thinge is myn entente clean. Switch arguments any been not worth a bene. Will ye the childish Ialus contrafeit? Now were it worthy that ye were why bet. Though Troilus gone sorrowfully to Psyche. Lest she be ruth, him thought his hurt dade. And said, Alas! Up on my sore ways Psyche. Have mercy, sweet hurt myn, Criseyde. And if that, in those words that I said, be any wrong, I will no more trace base. Do what thou list, I am al in your grace. And she answered, of guilt misericord. That is to saying, that I forgive al this. And evermore on this night thou record. And beth wel war ye do no more amiss. Nay, dear hurt myn, quot he, why wis. And now, quot she, that I have do thou smirt. Forgive it me, myn oeen sweet hurt. This Troilus, with bliss of that surprised. Put al in God's hand, as he that meant. No thing but wel. And, soddenly avist. He here in arms fast to him hent. And Pandarus, with a full good entente. Laid him to sleep, and said, if ye ben wise. Swoneth not now, lest more folk arise. What might or may the saily lark say ye? One that the spurhawk hath it in his foot? I can no more, but of thy ilk tway. To whom this tale sucre be or soot? Though that I tarry a year, sometime I moot. After myn octor, tell len here gladness. As wel as I have told her heaviness. Criseyde, which that felt here thus whiteake. As writin' clerks in here bokes old. Right as an aspie's leaf she gone to quake. One she him felt here in his arms fold. But Troilus, owl hool of cares cold. Gone then can though the blissful gods savine. Thus sundry pains bringin' folk in heaving. This Troilus in arms gone here strain. And said, O sweet, as ever mote I goon. Now be ye caught, now is there but we twain. Now yeldeth yow, for other boot is noon. To that Criseyde answered thus anon. Na had I er now, my sweet hurt dear. Ben yold, why wis, I were now not here. Oh! Sooth is said, that hellade for to be. As of a fevre or other Greek sickness. Men most drink, as men may often see. Full betray drink, and for to hon gladness. Men drink in often pain and Greek distress. I mean it here, as for this aventure. That thirf a pain hath found in al his cure. And now sweetness semeth more sweet. That bitterness assayed was byforn. For out of what in bliss now they fleet. Non switch they felten, sit they were born. Now is this bet, then boda to be lorn. For love of God, take every womanhood to werken thus, if it cometh to the need. Criseyde, I'll quit from every dreed and teen. As she that used cause had him to treast. Made him switch fest, it Ioe was to Senna. One she his trouth and clean entente wist. And as a Buddha tree, with many a twist. Bit rent and wryth the sote woad bind. Gone esh of hem in arms other wind. And as the new abashed nightingale. That stinteth first one she bigineth to singe. One that she hurreth any her tail. Or in the heggies any white staringe. And after sicker doth her voice outringe. Right so Criseyde, one her dreed staunt. Opned her hurt and told a him here on taunt. And right as he that seeth his death why shapen. And die moot, in aught that he may jess. And soddenly rescus doth him escapen. And from his death is brought in sycerness. For all this world, in switch present gladness. Was Troilus. And hath his lady sweet. With worse hap God let us never meet. Here arms smale, here straight balk and soft. Here sides lunge, fleshly, smooth, and white. He gone to stroke, and good thrift bad full oft. Here snowish throat, here breasts round and light. Thus in this heaving he gone him to delight. And therewithal 1,000 time here kissed. That, what to done, for Ioe unneath he wist. Then said he thus, O, love, O, charity. Thy motor eke, Cytherea the sweet. After thyself next Erid be she. Venus mean I, the WL Willy planet. And next that, Imenius, I thee Greta. For never man was to yow God's hold. As I, which ye han brought fro cares cold. Benign love, thou holy bond of things. Whoso will grace, and list thee not honorin. Lo, his desire will flee withouten winges. For, noldstow of bounty hem socorin. That servant best and most alwe laburin. Yet were ow lost, that dar iwl sane, certes. But if thy grace past our deserts. And for thou me, that coude Louis deserve. Of him that gnome bread been unto thy grace. Hast holpen, there I likely was to sterve. And me bestowed in so hake a place. That thilk bounds may no bliss pace. I can no more. But laudie and reverence. Be to thy bount and thyn excellence. And therewithal Criseyde anon he kissed. Of which, certain, she felt no disease. And thus said he, now wolde God I wist. Myn hurt sweet, how I yow might please. What man, quod he, was ever thus at essay? As I, on which the fair este and the best. That ever I say, deigneth here hurt rest. Here may men seen that mercy passeth right. The experience of that is felt in me. That am unworthy to so sweet a wight. But heard myn, of your benignity. So thanked, though that I unworthy be. Yet mot I need amenden in some wise. Right thirf the virtue of your hagi service. And for the love of God, my lady dear. Sin God hath wrought me for I shall yow serve. As thus I mean, that ye will be my steer. To do me live, if that yow least, or sterve. So techeth me how that I may deserve your thank, so that I third myn ignorance. Ne do no thing that yow be dispulsance. For certes, fresh womanlish wif. This dar I say ye, that trouth and diligence. That shall ye find den in me all my life. No wool not, certain, break in your defense. And if I do, present or in absence. For love of God, lat slee me with the deedy. If that it like unto your woman heed. Why wis, quot she, myn own hurts list. My ground of essay, and al myn hurt dear. Grunt mercy, for on that is al my tryst. But let us fall awe fro this mateer. For it suffiseth, this that said is here. And at o word, withouten repentance. Wel come, my knight, my peas, my suffisance. Of here delit, or iois uan the lest. Were impossible to my wit to say ye. But yuggeth, ye that han ben at the fest. Of switch gladness, if that hem least play. I can no more, but thus thys ilk tway. That night, betwixen dreed and psycherness. Felton in love the Greta worthiness. O blissful night, of hem so lunge wysought. How blithe unto hem boda too thou were. Why any had I switch on with my soul why bought? Ye, or the least ioi that was there. Away, thou foule donger and thou fear. And lat hem in this heaving bliss dwell. That is so hake, that al ne can I tell. But sooth is, though I cannot tell an al. As can myn octor, of his excellence. Yet have I said, and, God to forn, I shall. In everything al holy his sentence. And if that I, at love's reverence, have any word in esht for the best, doth therewithal right as yourselven lest. For mine wards, here and every part, I speak hem alla under correction. Of yow, that feeling han in love's art. And putty it al in your discretion. To increase or make in diminution. Of my language, and that I yow bisesh. But now to purpose of my rather spesh. Thys ilk too, that ben in arms laughed. So luth to hem a sonder gunit were. That ek from other wendy bin beraft. Or else, lo, this was her most fear. That al this thing but nice dreams were. For which full oft ek of hem said, O sweet. Clip it yow thus, or else I it meet. And, Lord. So he gone goodly on her see. That never his look any blaint from her face. And said, O dear hurt, may it be. That it be sooth, that ye ben in this place. Ye, hurt myn, God thank I of his grace. Quot though Criseyde, and therewithal him keest. That where his spirit was, for ioi he nist. This Troilus full oft here I in two. Gone for to kiss, and said, O iron clear. It were ye that wrought me switch woe. Ye humble neddies of my lady dear. Though there be mercy writen in your share. God what, the text full hard is, sooth, to find. How could ye withouten bond me bind? Therewith he gone here fast in arms take. And wel an 100 times gone he psych. Not switch sorrowful psychs as men make. For woe, or else one that folk ben psych. But sae psychs, switch has been to like. That shoot is affection within. Of switch psychs could he not bylin. Soon after this they speak of sundry things. As fill to purpose of this aventure. And playing entrechongaden here rings. Of which I cannot tell no scripture. But wel I woot, a brooch, gold and a sure. In which a ruby set was like an hurt. Criseyde him yaff, and stack it on his cheroot. Lord! Trow ye, a covetous, a wreck-be. That blameth love and holt of it despite. That, of tho pens that he can moker and catch. Was ever yet why ye've him switch delit. As is in love, in point, in Psalm plyt. Nay, doodalese, for also God me save. So parfit I may no niggard have. They will say ease, but Lord. So that they lie. Though bicey wretches, full of wa and dreed. They callan love a woodness or folly. But it shall fall hem as I shall yow read. They shall forego the white and eke the reed. And live in wa, their God yev hem mischance. And every lover in his troth avance. As wold a God, though wretches, that despise. Service of love, had Eries also lunge. As had Mida, full of coveties. And there the drunken had as hoot and strange. As Crassus died for his affectus wrong. To techen him that they ben in the vice. And lovers not, although they hold him nice. Thys ilk too, of whom that I yow say ye. One that here hurts wel assured were. Though gone they to speaken and to play. And eke rehearsen how, and when, and where. They knew him first, and every what and fear. That past was. But I'll switch heaviness. I think it God, was torn to gladness. And ever one that hem fell to speak. Of anything of switch a time agoon. With kissing al that tail should break. And fallen in a new nun. And dieden al here might, sin they were oon. For to recoveren bliss and bin at essay. And past woe with contrapays. Resin will not that I speak of sleep. For it accordeth not to my mateer. God woot, they toke of that full light I'll keep. But lest this night, that was to him so dear. Ne should in vain escape in no manier. It was beset in and biciness. Of al that soundeth into gentleness. But one the cock, commune astrologer. Gone on his breast to bet, and after crow. And Lucifer, the day's messager. Gone for to rise, and out here beams throw. And estward roos, to him that could it know. Fortuna mire, than a nun Criseyde. With hurt sore, to Troilus thus said. Myn hurts life, my tryst and my plaisance. That I was born, alas. What me is wa. That day of us mot make disseverance. For time it is to rise, and hence go. Or else I am lost for evermo. O night, alas. Why nilto over us hove? As lunge as when Almina lay by Iove. O Blake night, as folk in books read. That Chopin art by God this world to hide. At certain times with thy dirk weed. That under that men might in rest abide. Wel ought best's plain, and folk thee chide. That there as day with labor wolde us breast. That thou thus fleest, and daynest us not rest. Thou dost, alas. To shortly thyn office. Thou rakel night, their God, Makir of kind. Thee, for thyn hast and thyn unkind vice. So fast I to our hemisphere bind. That nevermore under the ground thou wind. For now, for thou so highest out of Troy. Have I forgone thus hastily my Ioe. This Troilus, that with thou words felt. As thought him though, for pietous distress. The bloody tarries from his hurt melt. As he that never yet switch heaviness. Assayed had, out of so great gladness. Gone there withal Criseyde his lady dear. In arms strain, and said in this manier. O cruel day, accuser of the Ioe. That night and love han stole and fast Ryan. Accursed be thy coming into Troy. For every boar hath one of thy bright yen. Envious day, what list thee so to spyen? What hast thou lost, why seek'st thou this place? Their God thy lyght so quench, for his grace. Alas! What han thys lovers thee a guilt? Disputus de. Thyn be the pine of Hele. For many a lover has to shent, and wilt. Thy pouring in will nowhere let him dwell. What profferst thou thy light here for to sell? Go sell it him that smails sellus graven. We will thee not, us ne death no day haven. And eke the son titan gone he chide. And said, O fool, wel may men thee despise. That hast the dawing all night by thy side. And sufferest here so soon up fro thee rise. For to disseason lovers in this wise. What? Hold your bed there, thou, and eke thy moreway. I bid God, so yev yau boda soreway. Therewith full sore he sight, and thus he said. My lady right, and of my weal or woe. The Wellian wrote, O goodly Myn, Criseyde. And shall I rise, alas? And shall I go? Now feel I that Myn hurt mood a too. For how should I my life an hour save? Sin that with yau is out the life I have. What shall I doon, for certes, I not how. No wan, alas. I shall the time see. That in this plyt I may be eft with yau. And of my life, God woot, how that shall be. Sin that desire right now so biteth me. That I am deed anon, but I return. How should I lunge, alas? Fro yau soyorn. But Nathalese, Myn oeen lady bright. Yet were it so that I wist to traily. That I, your humble servant and your knight. Were in your hurt set so firmly. As ye in Myn, the which thing, truly. Me lever were than thys worlds twain. Yet should I bet endurin all my pain. To that Criseyde answered right anon. And with syk she said, O hurt dear. The game, why wis, so furforth now is goon. That first shall Phoebus fall fro his spear. And every eagle bin the dove's fear. And every roche out of his place sturt. Ere Troilus out of Criseyde's hurt. Ye he so depay in with Myn hurt grave. That, though I wolde it turn out of my thought. As wisly very God my soul save. To dine in the pain, I could not. And, for the love of God that us bath wrought. Lat in your brain none other fantasy. So crape, that it cause me to die. And that ye me wolde han as fast in mind. As I have yau, that wolde I yau bisesh. And, if I wist soothly that to find. God might not appoint my iois esh. But, heard Myn, with it more spesh. Beth to me true, or else were it ruth. For I am Thyn, by God, and by my troth. Beth glad for thy, and live in sycerness. Thus said I never of this, any shul to mo. And if to yau it were a great gladness. To turn in, soon after that ye go. As fain wolde I as ye, it were so. As wisly God Myn hurt bringe at rest. And him in arms took, and oft kest. Against his will, sinnet mot neds be. This Troilus uproos, and fast him cled. And in his arms took his lady free. An 100 time, and on his way him sped. And with switch wards as his hurt bled. He said, farewell. Mr. dear hurt sweet. There God us grout sound and sown to meet. To which no word for soreway she answered. So sore gone his parting here distrain. And Troilus unto his palace furred. As woo biggin as she was, sooth to sain. So hard him wrong of sharp desire the pain. For to ben eft there he was in plaisance. That it may never out of his remembrance. Retorn to his real palais, sown. He soft into his bed gone for to slink. To sleep lunge, as he was wont to done. But al for naught, he may wel ligga and wink. But sleep and he may there in his hurt sink. Thinking how she, for whom desire him brend. 1,000-fold was worth more than he wendy. And in his thought gone up and down to wind. Here wards Allah, and every countenance. And firmly impressen in his mind. The lest point that to him was plaisance. And verilish, of thilk remembrance. Desir al knew him brand, and lust to breed. Gone more than erst, and yet took he non hada. Criseyde also, right in the same wise. Of Troilus gone in here hurt shet. His worthiness, his lust, his deedies wise. His gentilesse, and how she with him meta. Thonking love he so wel hereby set. Desiring to have her hurt dear. In switch a plyt, she dorst make him share. Pandare, a morway which that common was. Unto his niece, and gone here fair Greta. Said, al this night so reigned it, alas. That al my dreed is that ye, niece sweet. Han litel laser had to sleep and meet. Al night, quot he, hath reigned so do me wake. That some of us, I trow, here heads ache. And ne he calm, and said, how staunt it now. This merry morway, niece, how can ye fare? Criseyde answered, never the bet for yow. Fox that ye been, God yev your hurt care. God help me so, ye caused al this fair. Trow I, quot she, for Allah your wards white. Oh! Whoso seeth yow knoweth yow full light. With that she gone here face for to rie. With the shete, and wex for shame al read. And Pandarus gone under for to pry. And said, niece, if that I shall be deed. Have here a sword, and smiteth of myn heed. With that his arm al soddingly he thriced. Under her neck, and at the last her keist. I passe al that which chargeth not to say ye. What? God foriaf his deeth, and she also. Foriaf, and with her uncle gone to play. For other cause was there noon than so. But of this thing right to the effect to go. One time was, hom till her house she went. And Pandarus hath fully his entente. Now torna we eyen to Troilus. That re-steals full lunge bed lay. And prevely sente after Pandarus. To him to come in al the haste he may. He come anon, not one said he nay. And Troilus full so brilly he gret. And down upon his bed side him set. This Troilus, with al the affection. Of friends love that hurt may devise. To Pandarus on knees fill a down. And that he wolde of the place arise. He gone him thonken in his best wise. An hundred scythe he gone the time bless. That he was born, to bring him fro distress. He said, O friend of friends the alder best. That ever was, the south for to tell. Thou hast in heaving why brought my soul at rest. Fro Flegetown, the fairy flood of Helle. That, though I might 1,000 times sell. Upon a day, my life in thy service. It might not emote in that suffice. The son, which that al the world may see. Saw never yet, my life, that dar I lay. So inly fair and goodly as is she. Whose I am al, and shall, till that I die. And, that I thus am hires, dar I say ye. That thanked be the hey worthiness. Of love, and eke thy kin biciness. Thus has to me no lightel thing why I've. Fo which to thee obliged be for I. My life, and why? For Thorog thyn help I live. For else deed had I be many a day. And with that word down in his bed he lay. And Pandarus full so brilly him heard. Till al was said, and then he thus answered. My dear friend, if I have doen for thee. In any case, God wot, it is me lief. And am as glad as man may of it be. God help me so, but tack now a grief. That I shall sain, be war of this mischief. That, thereas thou now brought art into bliss. That thou thyself any cause it not to miss. For of fortune's sharp adversity. The worst kind of infortune is this. A man to have been in prosperity. And it remembran, one it past is. Thou art wisy enough, for thy do not amiss. Be not tyrannical, though thou sit warm. For if thou be, certain, it will thee harm. Thou art at essay, and hold the wel therein. For also sure as read is every fyr. As greed a craft is keep wel as win. Bridle alwe wel thy spech and thy desire. For worldly ioe halt not but by a wir. That preveth wel, it breast all day so oft. For thy need is to werka with it soft. Quot Troilus, I hope, and God to forn. My dear friend, that I shall so me bear. That in my guilt there shall no thing be lorn. Now I nil not rackle as for to greven here. It nay death not this mater of tear. For wiststo myn hurt wel, Pandare. God woot, of this thou woldest litel care. Though gone he tell him of his glade night. And whereof first his hurt dread, and how. And said, friend, as I am true knight. And by that faith I shall to God and yow. I had it never half so oat as now. And I the more that desire me biteth. To love here best, the more it me deliteth. I knut myself not wisly what it is. But now I feel a new quality. Ye, al another than I died or this. Pandare answered, and said thus, that he. That one's may in heaving bliss be. He felleth other ways, dar I lay. Then thilk time he first heard of it say ye. This is o word for al, this Troilus. Was never full to speak of this mater. And for to praisen unto Pandarus. The bounty of his right lady dear. And Pandarus to thank and maken share. This tale I was span new to begin. Till that the night departed hem a twin. Soon after this, for that fortunate wolde. I comen was the blissful time sweet. That Troilus was warned that he should. There he was erst, Criseyde his lady meet. For which he felt his hurt in ioe fleet. And faithfully gone alla the gods heary. And lat see now if that he can be merry. And holden was the for me and al the wise. Of here cominga, and eke of his also. As it was erst, which nay death not devise. But plainly to the effect right for to go. In ioe and suerte Pandarus hem too. A bed brought, one that hem boda lest. And thus they ben in quiet and in rest. Not nay death it to yow, sin they ben met. To ask at me if that they blithe were. For if it erst was wel, though was it bet. 1,000-fold, this nay death not inquire. Agon was every soreway and every fear. And boda, why wis, they had, and so they wendy. As much ioe as hurt may comprehend. This is no litel thing of for to say ye. This passeth every wit for to devise. For esh of hem gone others lust obey. Felicity, which that thys clerks wise. Commendin so, any may not here suffice. This ioe may not writen bin with ink. This passeth al that hurt may bethink. But cruel day, so wloi the stound. Gone for to approach, as they by signas know. For wish hem thought felon dethies wound. So was hem, that changen gone here hue. And day they gunnen to despise al new. Calling it traitor, envious, and worse. And bitterly the day's light they curse. Quot Troilus, alas. Now am I war. That Pyrrhus and those swift steeds three. Wish that drawn forth the son's char. Han goon som by path in despite of me. That mocketh it so soon day to be. And, for the son him hasted thus to rise. Ne shall I never doon him sacrifice. But Ned's day depart most hem soon. And when here spech doon was and here share. They twin anon as they were wont to done. And set 10 time of meeting eft wifeer. And many a night they wrought in this manere. And thus fortune a time ladda in ioe. Criseyde, and eke this king's son of Troy. In sufficance, in bliss, and in singings. This Troilus gone al his life to lead. He spendeth, usteth, mocketh festianges. He yeveth freely oft, and chongeth weed. And held aboot him alway, out of dreed. A world of folk, as cam him wel of kind. The freshest and the best he could find. That switch of voice was of Hym and a Stevene. Throughout the world, of honour and largesse. That it uprone unto the yate of heaving. And, as in love, he was in switch gladness. That in his hurt he demied, as I guess. That there nis lover in this world at essay. So wel as he, and thus gone love him please. The godly heed or beauty which that kind. In any other lady had wyset. Cannot the mountains of a knot unbind. But his hurt, of Criseyde's net. He was so narway why masked and why net. That it undone on any maneer side. That nil not been, for aught that may betide. And by the hond full oft he wold take. This Pandarus, and into garden lead. And switch a fest and switch a procès make. Him of Criseyde, and of her womanheed. And of her beauty, that, withouten dreed. It was in heaving his words for to hear. And than he wold a singe in this maneer. Love, that of earth and sea hath governance. Love, that his hests hath in heaving high. Love, that with an wholesome alliance. Halt pepless iand, as him list hem gye. Love, that netteth law of company. And couples doth in virtue for to dwell. Bind this accord, that I have told and tell. That the world with faith, which that is stable. Diverseth so his stounds concordinga. That elements that been so discordable. Holden a bond perpetually duringe. That Phoebus mote his rosy day forth bringe. And that the moon hath lordship over the nights. This doth love. Read be his mights. That the sea, that greedy is to flow one. Constraineth to a certain endy so. His floda, that so fursely they any grow one. To drench in earth and for evermo. And if that love ought lead his bridal go. That now loveth a sonder should leppy. And lost were that love halt now to heap. So wold a god, that octor is of kind. That, with his bond, love of his virtue least. To circlen hurts and fast bind. That from his bond no white the way out wist. And hurts cold, hem wold I that he tweest. To make hem love, and that hem lest I rue. On hurt sore, and keep hem that ben true. In alle neds, for the tunes where. He was, and I the first in arms dight. And certainly, but if that boke era. Save Ector, most widrad of any wight. And this encrase of hardiness and might. Cam him of love, his lady's thank to win. That altered his spirit so within. In time of true, on hawking wolde he ride. Or else huntin boar, bear, or lion. The smale bests lead he gone by side. And one that he calm ridenge into tune. Full oft his lady, from her window down. As fresh as faucon comin out of mew. Full ready was, him goodly to saluva. And most of love and virtue was his spesh. And in despite had a la wretchedness. And Doodalese, no need was him by sesh. To honor in him that had worthiness. And ease in him that weren in distress. And glad was he if any white furred. That lover was, one he at wist or heard. For sooth to saying, he lost held every white. But if he were in love's hay service. I mean folk that ought it been of right. And over this, so could he devise. Of sentiment, and in so uncouth wise. His array, that every lover thought. That was whatso he said or wrought. And though that he be come of blood royal. Him least of pride at no wight for to chase. Benign he was to in general. For which he gat him thank in every place. Thus wold love, read be his grace. That pride, envy, ire, and avarice. He gone to flee, and every other vice. Thou lady bright, the daughter to Dion. Thy blind and winged son eke, dawn Cupid. Ye sustren nine eke, that by Elycone. In hill Parnaso listen for to abide. That ye thus fair han day ned me to jide. I can no more, but sin that ye wool Wendy. Ye read been for I, without an endy. Thurfyow have I said fully in my song. Thefict and Ioi of Troilus service. Albe that there was some disease among. As to myn octor listeth to devise. My thrid book now endiich in this wise. And Troilus in lust and in quiet. Is with Criseyde, his own hurt sweet. Explicitly bear Tertius. Book 4. Incipit prohemium liber quartus. But al to litel, wail away the while. Lasteth switch Ioi, wythonct be fortune. That semeth truest, one she wool beguile. And can to foals so hear song in tune. That she hem hent and blent, traitor commune. And one a white is from here will wythrow. Then laugheth she, and mocketh him the mow. From Troilus she gone her bright face. Aoi to Rytha, and took of him non-hada. But cast him clean out of his lady grace. And on here will she set up Diomede. For which right now myn hurt ginneth bleed. And now my penne, alas. With which I write. Quaketh for dread of that I mood indite. For how Criseyde Troilus forsook. Or at the lest, how that she was unkind. Mote henceforth ben matir of my book. As right ten folk through which it is in mind. Alas. That they should ever cause find. To speak here harm, and if they on here lie. Why wis, himself should hon the villainy. O ye herons, knights doutrin 3. That Endalese complainen ever in pine. Megara, elite, and eke Thesophone. Thou cruel Mars eke, fader to Carine. This ilk firth book me helpeth fine. So that the loss of life and love wyfear. Of Troilus be fully shewed here. Explicit prohemium. Incipit quartus liber. Ligging in ost, as I have said this. The Greek stronge, abut Troy tune. Bifle that, one that Phoebus shining is. Up on the breast of Hercules Lyon. That Hector, with full many a bold baroun. Cast on a day with Greeks for to fight. As he was wont to grieve him what he might. Not I how lunge or short it was between. This purpose and that day they fight meant. But on a day wel armed, bright and shen. Hector, and many a worthy wight out went. With spear in hand and biggie bows bent. And in the herd, without langer let. Here foemen in the felde nun hem meta. The lunge day, with spurs sharp y ground. With ars, darts, swords, maces fell. They fight and bring in oar and man to ground. And with her axes out the brains kell. But in the last shower, sooth for to tell. The folk of Troy hemselven so misled den. That with the worse at night homeward they fled den. At which day was taken Antenor. Maugre Polydamas or Menestio. Xantip, Sarpedon, Polynestor. Polite, or eke the Trojan Don Rifio. And other lasse folk, as Fabusio. So that, for harm, that day the folk of Troy. Dreadden to lace a Greek part of her Ioi. Of Priamus was Yev, at Greek request. A time of true, and though they gone entreat. Here prisoners to Chongan, most and lest. And for the surplus Yevon Psalms Greta. This thing anon was cuth in every street. Boda in Thasage, in town, and everywhere. And with the first it came to Calchas air. Juan Calchas knew this trade is should hold. In consistory, among the Greeks, sown. He gone in thringe forth, with lords old. And set him there as he was wont to done. And with a chonged face hem bade a bone. For love of God, to don that reverence. To stint noise, and yev him audience. Than said he thus, Lo! Lords mine, I was. Troyan, as it is known out of dreed. And, if that ya remember, I am Calchas. That alder first yav comfort to your need. And told a wel how that ye shoulden speed. For dreadalies, thorug yau, shul, in astound. Ben Troy y brand, and beten down to ground. And in what for me, or in what manner wise? This town to shende, and al your lust to achieve. Ye hon this wel heard it me devise. This know ye, my lords, as I leave. And for the Greeks wherein me so leave. I calm myself in my proper person. To techa in this how yau was best to done. Having unto my trace our any my ront. Write no resport, to respect of your essay. Thus al my good I lost and to yau went. Winning in this you, lords, for to please. But al that los any doth me no disease. I vouchsafe, as wisly have I ioe. For you to lace al that I have in Troy. Save of a doter, that I laughed, alas. Slepenge at whom, when out of Troy I sturt. O stern, O cruel fater that I was. How might I have in that so hard and hurt? Alas! I any had why brought here in here sheer root. For soreway of which I will not live to moreway. But if ye lords row up on my soreway. For, by that cause I say no time or now. Here to deliver I hold and have my peace. But now or never, if that it like yau. I may here have right sown, doodalies. O help and grace! Amongst all this prease. Row on this old caitiff in distress. Sin I through yau have all this heaviness. Ye have now caught and fated in prison. Troyans why now? And if your wiles be. My child with Owen may have redemption. Now for the love of God and of bounty. Owen of so feel, Alice. So yev him me. What need were it this prayer for to wern? Sin ye shul boda han folk and tune as yearn. On peril of my life, I shall not lie. Apollo hath me told it faithfully. I have eke found it be astronomy. By sort, and by augury eke truly. And dar wel say ye, the time is fast by. That fyr and flom on al the tune shall spreed. And thus shall Troy turn to Ashen Didi. For certain, Phoebus and Neptunus Boda. That make den the walls of the tune. Ben with the folk of Troy alwe so roth. That they will bring it to confusion. Right in despite of King Lamedown. Because he nold payin hem here higher. The tune of Troy shall ben set on fire. Telling his tale alwe, this old grey. Humble and spesh, and in his lockinga eke. The salt tarries from his iron tway. Full fast ronnen down by aether cheek. So lunge he gone of soker hem by seek. That, for to helle him of his soreways sore. They gave him antenor, with it more. But who was glad why enough but Calchas though? And of this thing full sown his neds laid. On hem that shoulden for the trade is go. And hem for antenor full oft prayed. To bring in whom King Tos and Criseyde. And one Priam his safeguard sente. Th'ambassadors to Troy straight they went. The cause white old of here Cominga, the old. Priam the king full sown in general. Let here upon his parliament to hold. Of which the effect rehearsen yau I show. Th'ambassadors ben answered for final. Th'eschange of prisoners and al this need. Hem liketh wel, and forth in they proceed. This Troilus was present in the place. One axt was for antenor Criseyde. For which full sown chongan gone his face. As he that with thou wards wel nay dade. But Nathalese, he no word to it said. Lest men should his affection espy. With man's hurt he gone his soreways dry. And full of anguish and of grisly dread. Abood what lords wolde unto it say ye. And if they wolde graunt, as God forbede. Th'eschange of here, then thought he things tway. First, how to save her honor, and what way. He might best this change of here withstand. Full fast he cast how al this might stand. Love him made al pressed to doon here bide. And rather die than she should go. But resound said him, on that other side. With it assent of here any do not so. Lest for thy work she wolde be thy fo. And saying, that thorug thy meddling is why blow. Your bother love, there it was erst unknow. For which he gone deliberin, for the best. That though the Lord's wolde that she went. He wolde lat hem graunt what hem lest. And tell his lady first what that they meant. And one that she had said him here on taunt. Thereafter wolde he werken also blive. Though al the world I in it wolde strive. Ector, which that wel the Greeks heard. For antenor how they wolde han Criseyde. Gone it withstand, and so brilly answered. Sires, she nis no prisoner, he said. I nut on yow who that this charge laid. But, on my part, ye may eftsoon hem tell. We usen here no woman for to sell. The noise of pepple upsturt than at ones. As bream as blase of straw why set on fire. For infortunate wolde, for the knowns. They shoulden here confusion desire. Ector, quot they, what gust may yow inspire. This woman thus to shilda and doen us lace. Dawn antenor. A wrong way now ye cheese. That is so wis, and eke so bold brown. And we han need to folk, as men may see. He is eke the greatest of this tune. O Ector, lat though fantasies be. O King Priam, quot they, thus segen we. That al our voice is to forgone Criseyde. And to deliver an antenor they prayed. O I juvenal, Lord. True is thy sentence. That light el whiten folk what is to yearn. That they any find in here deserve offense. For cloud of error let hem not discern. What best is, and lo, here and sample as yearn. This folk desire now deliverance. Of antenor, that brought hem to mischance. For he was after traitor to the tune. Of Troy, Alas. They quit him out to wraith. O nice world, lo, thy discretion. Criseyde, which that never died hem scathe. Shall now no langer in her bliss bathe. But antenor, he shall come home to town. And she shall out, thus saden here and hown. For which deliberate was by parliament. For antenor to yelden out Criseyde. And it pronounced by the president. Althe that Ector nay, full oft prayed. And finally, what white that it withsaid. It was for naught, it most been, and should. For substance of the parliament it wolde. Departed out of parliament cone. This Troilus, without wards mo. Unto his chamber sped him fast all one. But if it were a man of his or two. The wish he bade out fast for to go. Because he wolde slepen, as he said. And hastily up on his bed him laid. And as in winter leaves been bereft. Esh after other, till the tree be bare. So that there nis but bark and branche y laughed. Lithe Troilus, bereft of wl fair. Why bounden in the blake bark of care. Disposed would out of his wit to braid. So sore him sat the challenge of Criseyde. He rist him up, and every door he shet. And window eke, and though this sorrowful man. Up on his bed side a dune him set. Full like a deed image pale and wan. And in his breast the hept will bygan. Out breast, and he to werken in this wise. In his woodness, as I shall yow devise. Right as the wild bull bigeneth springe. Now here, now there, why darted to the hurt. And of his death roareth in complainange. Right so gone he about the chamber sturt. Smiting his breast eye with his fest smirt. His heed to the wall, his body to the ground. Full oft he swapped, himselven to confound. His eye in two, for pity of his hurt. Outstremiden as swift wells tway. The hay sobs of his soreways smirt. His speciem reft, unneaths might he say ye. O death, alas! Why nilto do me die? Accursed be the day which that nature shoot me to ben a live's creature. But after, won the fury and the rage, which that his hurt tweast and fast threst. By length of time somewhat gone assuage. Up on his bed he laid him down to rest. But though begone his terrors more outbreast, that wonder is, the body may suffice to half this woe, which that I yow devise. Then said he thus, Fortune, alas the while, what have I done, what have I thus a guilt? How mightst thou for reoth me beguile? Is there no grace, and shall I thus be spilt? Shall thus Criseyde oi, for that thou wilt? Alas! How mayst thou in thyn hurt find? To been to me thus cruel and unkind? Have I thee not honoured all my life? As thou wel wost, above the gods alle? Why wilt thou me fro ioi thus deprive? O Troilus, what may men now thee calle? But wretch of wretches, out of honour fall into misery, in which I will bewail. Criseyde, alas! Till that the breath me fail. Alas, Fortune! If that my life in ioi displeased had unto thy foule envy, why in hadst thou my fader, king of Troy? By wrath the life, or doon my brethren die? Or slain myself, that thus complain and cry? I, cumber world, that may of no thing serve, but ever die, and never fully sterve. If that Criseyde all one were me laughed, not wrought I wider thou woldest me steer. And here, alas! Then has to me bereft. But evermore, lo! This is thy maneer. To reve a wight that most is to him dear. To prieve in that thy girful violence. Thus am I lost, there helpeth no defence. O very Lord of love, O God, alas! That knowest best myn hurt and all my thought. What shall my sorrowful life don in this case? If I forgo that I so dear have bought. Sin ye Criseyde and me han fully brought into your grace, and boda our hurts sealed. How may ye suffer, alas! It be repelled? What I may doon, I shall, whyl I may dure. On live in torment and in cruel pain. This infortune or this disaventure. All one as I was born, why wis, compline. Ne never will I seen it shine or rain. But endi I will, as a dip, in darkness. My sorrowful life, and dine in distress. O weary gust, that errest to and fro. Why nilto fleen out of the woeful est? Body, that ever might on ground go? O soul, lurkinga in this unnest. Flee forth out of myn hurt, and lad it breast. And full way all we Criseyde, thy lady dear. Thy right place is now no langer here. O woeful iron too, sin your disport. Was al to seen Criseyde's iron bright. What shall ye doon but, for my discomfort? Stonden for naught, and weepen out your sight. Sin she is quaint, that won't was yow to light. In vain fro this forth have I iron tway. Why formed, sin your virtue is a way. O my Criseyde, O lady sovereign. Of thilk woeful soul that thus crieth. Who shall now yeven comfort to the pain? Alas, no wight, but when myn hurt dieth. My spirit, which that so unto yow hieth. Receive in gree, for that shall I yow serve. For thy no furs is, though the body sterve. O ye lovers, that hay upon the wheel. Ben set of fortune, in good aventure. God leave that ye find I love of steel. And lunge mot your life in io ye endure. But when ye comen by my sepulture. Remembereth that your philo resteth there. For I love eke, though I unworthy were. O old, unwholesome, and mislived man. Calcas I mean, alas. What aileth thee? To been a Greek, sin thou art born Trojan. O Calcas, which that wilt my bane be. In cursed time was thou born for me. As wolde blissful Iove, for his Ioe. That I thee had, where I wolde, in Troy. 1,000 Psyches, hotterer than the glede. Out of his breast eke after other went. Medled with plainties new, his wa to feed. For which his waffle tarries never staunt. And shortly, so his pains him tourant. And wex so mat, that Ioe nor penance. He felleth noon, but lieth forth in a trance. Pandare, which that in the parliament had heard what every lord and burgess said. And how full grunt was, by one assent. For antenor to Yeldon so Criseyde. Gone wel ne would out of his wit to braid. So that, for while he nist what he meant. But in a rees to Troilus he went. A certain night, that for the time kept. The chamber door, undied at him anon. And Pandare, that full tendrelish wept. Into the dirk chamber, as still as stun. Toward the bed gone softly to goon. So confused, that he nist what to say ye. For very what his wit was nae away. And with his share and loking al to torn. For soreway of this, and with his arms folden. He stood this waffle Troilus byforn. And on his petu's face he gone byholden. But Lord, so often gone his hurt colden. Saying his friend in wa, whose heaviness. His hurt slow, as thought him, for distress. This waffle white, this Troilus, that felt. His friend Pandare why comen him to see. Gone as the snow I in the sun melt. For which this sorrel Pandare, of pity. Gone for to weep as tendrelish as he. And specialies thus been thy ilk tway. That neither might o word for sorway say ye. But at the last this waffle Troilus. Nae deed for smirt, gone bressen out to roar. And with a sorrel noise he said thus. Among his sobs and his psyche sore. Lo! Pandare, I am deed, withouten more. Has to not heard at Parliament, he said. For antenor how lost is my Criseyde. This Pandarus, full deed and pale of hue. Full petusely answered and said, ease. As whistly were it fouls as it is true. That I have heard, and what al how it is. O mercy, God, who wold I have trod this? Who wold I have when that, in so lightel a throw? Fortune our Ioe wold I han overthrow. For in this world there is no creature. As to my doom, that ever saw Rhine. Stronger than this, Thorug Cass or Aventia. But who may al eschew, or al divine? Switch is this world. For thy I thus define. Ne trust no wight to finden in fortune. I property, here yef's been commune. But tell me this, why thou art now so mad? To sorwen thus? Why listo in this wise? Sin thy desert al holly has to had. So that, by right, it ought why now suffice. But I, that never felt in my service a friendly share or loking of an ye. Let me thus weep and wail, till I die. And over all this, as thou wel wost thyself. This town is full of ladies alabut. And, to my doom, fairer than switch 12. As ever she was, shall I find, in some root. Ye, un or two, withouten any doot. For thy be glad, myn oeen dear brother. If she be lost, we shall recover another. What, God forbid alwe that ec plaisance. In o thing were, and in none other white. If one can singe, another can wel dance. If this be goodly, she is glad and light. And this is fair, and that can good a right. Ec for his virtue holden is for dear. Boda heroner and faucon for revere. And eke, as writ Zanzes, that was full wis. The new love out chased off the old. And up on new cast lithe new avies. Thank eke, thyself to Savin our toe hold. Switch fyr, by proce, shall of kind cold. For sin it is but casual plaisance. Some cast shall putty it out of remembrance. For also soor as day cometh after night. The new love, labour or otherwa. Or else seld a sange of a white. Don old affections alla overgo. And, for thy part, thou shalt have one of thou. To a brig with thy betray pains smirt. Absence of here shall drive here out of hurt. Thy's ward said he for the knowns alle. To help his friend, lest he for sorway dade. For details, to doon his wa to fall. He wrought not what unthrift that he said. But Troilus, that nay for sorway dade. Talk lightel hada of al that ever he meant. Owen ere it heard, at the other out it went. But at the last answered and said, Friend. This leche craft, or hellade thus to be. Were wel sitting, if that I were a fiend. To trace and hear that true is unto me. I pray God, lat this consale never why thee. But do me rather stirve a non-right here. Ere I thus do as thou me woldest lear. She that I serve, why wis, whatso thou say ye. To whom yn hurt and habit is by right. Shall hon me holly hires till that I die. For, Pandarus, sin I have trouth here height. I will not been untrue for no white. But as here man I wool I live and stirve. And never other creature serve. And there thou say'st, thou shalt as fair find. As she, lat be, make no comparison. To creature wife formed here by kind. O leave Pandar, in conclusion. I will not be of thyn opinion. Touching al this, for wish I thee by sesh. So hold thy peas, thou sleest me with thy spesh. Thou biddest me I should love another. Al freshly new, and lat Criseyde go. It lieth not in my power, leave brother. And though I might, I wolde not do so. But canst thou play in racket, to and fro. Nettle in, dock out, now this, now that, Pandar. Now foule fall here, for thy with that care. Thou farest eke by me, thou Pandarus. As he, that one a white is wa by goon. He cometh to him a paw, and saith right thus. Think not on smirt, and thou shalt feel noon. Thou most me first transmuen in a stun. And reve me my passions alle. Ere thou so lightly do my wa to fall. The death may wel out of my breast depart. The life, so lunge may this sorway mine. But fro my soul shall Criseyde's dart. Out never amo, but down with Proserpine. One I am deed, I will go one in pine. And there I wool eternally compline. My wa, and how that twinned be we twain. Thou hast here mad an argument, for foon. How that it should a lasse pain be. Criseyde to forgoon, for she was myn. And live in essay and in felicity. Why gab bestow, that saidest thus to me? That him is wars that is fro will why throw. Then he had erst none of that will why know. But tell me now, sin that thee thinks so light. To chongan so in love, I to and fro. Why hast to not done bisily thy might? To chongan here that doth thee al thy wa? Why nilto lead here fro thyn hurt go? Why nilto love another lady sweet? That may thyn hurt set ten in quiet. If thou hast had in love I yet mischance. And canst it not out of thyn hurt drive? I, that lived in lust and in plaisance. With here as mush as creature on live. How should I that for eat, and that so blithe? Oh, where hast thou been hid so lunge in mew? That canst so wel and formally arguva? Nay, nay, God what, not worth is al thy reed. For which, for what that ever may befall. Withouten words mo, I will be deed. O deeth, that andra art of sorways alle. Come now, sin I so oft after thee kaye. For sally is that deeth, soth for to sane. That, oft wycleaped, cometh and in death pain. Wel what I, whyl my life was in quiet. Ere thou me slough, I wolde have yevon higher. But now thy comminga is to me so sweet, that in this world I no thing so desire. O death, sin with this sorway I am a fire. Thou out her do me anon yn terries drench, or with thy cold stroke myn heat quench. Sin that thou sleest so feel in sundry wise. Ions here will, unprayed, day and night. Do me, at my request, this service. Deliver now the world, so dost o right. Of me, that am the woefulest wight that ever was. For time is that I sterve. Sin in this world of right not may I serve. This Troilus in terries gone distill, as liquor out of alembic full fast. And Pandarus gone hold his tongue still, and to the ground his iron down he cast. But Nathalese, thus thought he at the last. What, pard, rather than my Phila die, yet shall I somewhat more unto him say. And said, friend, sin thou hast switch distress. And sin thee list myn arguments to blame. Why nilt thyselven help pen doen redress? And with thy manhood let ten thou this grame. Go ravish here any cansto not for shame. And out her lat here out of town fair. Or hold here still, and leave thy nice fare. Art thou in Troy, and hast non-hardiment to take a woman which that loveth thee. And wold here selven been of thyn assent. Now is not this a nice vanity? Ris up anon, and lat this weeping be. And kyth thou art a man, for in this hour I will be deed, or she shall bleven hour. To this answered him Troilus full soft, and said, pard, leave brother dear. Al this have I myself yet thought full oft, and more thing than thou devisest here. But why this thing is laughed, thou shalt wel hear. And one thou me hast yeven audience. Thereafter mayst thou tell al thy sentence. First, sin thou wost this tune hath al this wear. For ravishing of woman so by might, it should not be suffered me to erra. As it stand now, any doon so gret unright, I should hon also blame of every wight. My fadres grunt if that I so withstode. Sin she is chonged for the tune's good. I have eke thought, so it were here assent, to ask here at my fader, of his grace. Then thank I, this were here accusement. Sin wel I woot I may here not purchase. For sin my fader, in so hay a place, as parliament, hath here eschong ensold. He nil for me his letra be repelled. Yet dread I most here hurt to perturb with violence, if I do switch a game. For if I wolde it openly disturb, it most been disclondra to hear name. And me were lever deed than here defame. As nold God but if I should have here honor lever than my life to save. Thus am I lost, for aught that I can see. For certain is, sin that I am here knight. I most here honor lever han than me. In every case, as lover ought of right. Thus am I with desir and resin twite. Desir for to disturben hear me re-death. And resin nil not, so myn hurt dre death. Thus weepinge that he could never cess. He said, alas, how shall I, wretch, fare? For wel feel I alway my love increase. And hope is lasse and lasse alway, pandare. Incressen eke the causes of my care. So wloa, why nil myn hurt breast? For, as in love, there is but lightel rest. Pandare answered, friend, thou mayst, for me, don as thee list, but had it so oat. And thyn estat, she should go with me. Though al this tune cried on this thing by note. I knowed set at al that noise a groat. For when men han wel cried, then wool they round. A wonder last but 9 night never in town. Divine not in resin I so depe. Ne courteously, but help thyself anon. Bet is that other than thyselven weep. And namely, sin ye too bin al un. Ris up, for by myn heed, she shall not goon. And rather be in blame a light why found, than sterve here as a gnat, without wound. It is no shame unto yow, any no vice. Here to withholden, that ye loveth most. Peranter, she might holden thee for nice. To lead here go thus to the Greeks' oast. Thank eke fortune, as wel thyselven wost. Helpeth hardy man to his emprise. And waveth wretches, for here cowardize. And though thy lady wolde a litel here grieve, thou shalt thy peace full wel hereafter make. But as for me, certain, I cannot leave. That she wolde it as now for I will take. Why should then for furred thyn hurt quake? Thank eke how Paris hath, that is thy brother. A love, and why shalt thou not have another? And Troilus, O thing I dar thee swore, that if Criseyde, wish that is thy leaf. Now loveth thee as wel as thou dost here. God help me so, she nil nat take a grief. Though thou do boat a noon in this mischief. And if she willneth fro thee for to passe, than is she fouls, so love here wel the lasse. For thy tack hurt, and thank, right as a knight. Thirf love is broken all day every law. Kyth now somewhat thy courage and thy might. Have mercy on thyself, for any awe. Lat not this wretched what thin hurt gnaw. But manly set the world on 6 and 7. And, if thou die a martyr, go to heaving. I will myself be with thee at this deedy. Though ich and all my kin, upon a stound, shull in a street as dogs liggen deedy. Thurfgirt with many a wid and bloody wound. In every cass I will a friend be found. And if thee list here sterven as a wretch, adieu, the devil speed him that it wreck. This Troilus gone with thou wards caken. And said, friend, grunt mercy, ich assent. But certainly thou mayst not me so priken. Ne pain noon any may me so torment. That, for no cass, it is not myn entente. At showroot wards, though I dine should. To ravish here, but if herself it wolde. Why, so mean I, quot Pandarus, al this day. But tell me then, has to here will assayed? That sorwest thus? And he answered, nay. Whereof our to, quot Pandare, then a maid. That knowst not that she will ben wyvel paid. To ravish here, sin thou hast not been there. But if that I ove tolda it in thyn air. For thy ris up, as not any were, a nun. And wash thy face, and to the king thou wendy. Or he may wondren wider thou art goon. Thou most with wisdom him and other blend. Or, up on Cass, he may after thee send. Ere thou be war. And shortly, brother dear. Be glad, and lat me werka in this mateer. For I shall shape it so, that sickerly. Thou shalt this night some time, in some maneer. Come speak with thy lady privily. And by her wards eke, and by her share. Thou shalt full sown apercive and wel here. Al here entente. And in this cast the best. And fair now wel, for in this point I rest. The swift fame, wish that false things. Eagle reporteth like the things true. Was thorough out Troy wife led with pressed winges. Fro man to man, and made this tale al new. How Calca's daughter, with her bright hue. At Parliament. Without wards more. I grunt was in charge of Antenor. The wish tale a nun right as Criseyde. Had heard, she, which that of her fader wrought. As in this cass, right not, any when he dade. Full bisily to I upper bisought. Yev hem mischance that this trade is brought. But shortly, lest thy's tales suth were. She durst at no white asken it, for fear. As she that had here hurt and al here mind. On Troilus wyset so wonder fast. That al this world any might here love unbind. Ne Troilus out of here hurt cast. She will ben his, whyl that here life may last. And thus she brenneth boda in love and dreed. So that she nist what was best to read. But as men seen in town, and alabut, that woman usen friends to visite. So to Criseyde of woman come a root. For Petus Ioi, and wenden here delight. And with here tales, dear wineuf a might. These woman, wish that in the sight dwell. They set him down, and said as I shall tell. Quat first that I am glad, truly. Because of yow, that shall your fader see. Another said, why wis, so nam not I. For al to lightel hath she with us be. Quat though the thrid, I hope, why wis, that she shall bring in us the peas on every side. That, one she guth, Almighty God here jide. Though wards and though womanish things. She heard hem right as though she thens were. For, God at what, here hurt on other thing is. Although the body sat among hem there. Here advertence is all we elsewhere. For Troilus full fast here soul sought. Withouten word, all we on him she thought. Thys woman, that thus wenden here to please. A but not gone I'll let here tales spend. Switch vanity ne can don here non essay. As she that, I'll this meanwhile. Brend. Of other passion than that they wendy. So that she felt almost here hurt die. For what, and wary of that company. For which no langer might she restrain. Here tarries, so they gonen up to Welly. That yaven signas of the bitter pain. In which here spirit was, and most dwell. Remembering here, fro heaven unto which helle. She fallen was, sith she forgot the sight. Of Troilus, and sorrowfully she sight. And thilk foals sit tinge here abut. Wenden, that she wept and sight sore. Because that she should out of that root. Departe, and never play with him more. And they that had winoen here of yore. Say ye here so weep, and thought it kindenis. And esh of him wept eke for her distress. And bisily they gonen here comforten. Of thing, God wot, on which she lightel thought. And with her tales wenden here disporten. And to be glad they often here besought. But switch an essay therewith they here wrought. Right as a man is essayed for to feel. For ache of heed, to clawen him on his helle. But after all this nice vanity. They took your leave, and whom they went ten alle. Criseyde, full of sorrowful pity. Into her chamber up went out of the halley. And on her bed she gone for deed to fall. In purpose never thens for to rise. And thus she wrought, as I shall yow devise. Here ounded here, that sonish was of hue. She wrought, and eke her fingers lunge and smale. She wrong full oft, and bade God on her row. And with the deeth to doon boat on her bale. Here hue, whilom bright, that though was pale. Bar wittens of here wa and here constraint. And thus she spak, saw binge, in here complaint. Alas! Quot she, out of this rejown. I, woeful wretch and infortuned wight. And born in coursed constellation. Mote goon, and thus departen fro my night. Woe worth, alas! That ilk day's light. On which I saw him first with eye in twain. That causeth me, and I him, this pain. Therewith the tarries from here eye in two. Down fee, as shower in April full swithe. Here white breast she bet, and for the woe. After the deeth she cried 1,000 scythe. Sin he that won't hear what was for to life. She mot for goon, for which disaventure. She held herself a for lost creature. She said, how shall he doon, and I also? How should I live, if that I from him twin? O dear hurt eke, that I love so. Who shall that soreway sleen that ye ben in? O calcas, fader, thynb al this sin. O motor myn, that cleaped were our give. Well worth that day that thou me bear on live. To what foon should I live and sorwen thus? How should a fish without water dure? What is Criseyde worth, from Troilus. How should a plant or live's creature live, without his kind nourriture? For which full oft a byword here I say ye, that, wrote Lees, mot green sown die. I shall don thus, sin neither sword any dart. Dar I non handle, for the cruelty. That ilk day that I from ya depart. If sore way of that nil not my bane be, then shall no meat or drink come in me, till I my soul out of my breast unsheath. And thus my selven wool I do to death. And, Troilus, my clothes ever chun. Shul Blake bin, in token inga, hurt sweet. That I am as out of this world a gun. That won't was ya to set ten in quiet. And of myn order, I till death me meet. The observance ever, in your absence, shall soreway bin, complaint, and abstinence. Myn hurt and eke the waffle gust therein. Beketh I, with your spirit to compline. Eternally, for they shall never twin. For though in earth white wind be we twain, yet in the feld of Petit, out of pain, that height Elissos, shul we bin wyfear. As Orpheus and Eurydice, his fear. Thus, heard myn, for antenor, alas. I soon shall be chonged, as I wane. But how shall ye dawn in this sorrel cass? How shall your tendre hurt this sustain? But hurt myn, for yet this soreway in teen. And me also, for, soothly for to say ye. So ye wel fair, I reck ye not to die. How might it ever red ben or songe? The plainty that she made in her distress. I knut. But, as for me, my lightel tonge. If I descreven wolde here heaviness, it should make here soreway some less than that it was, and childishly deface. Here hey complaint, and therefore I it pace. Pandare, which that sent from Troilus, was to Criseyde, as ye han heard devise. That for the best it was accorded thus. And he full glad to doon him that service. Unto Criseyde, in a full secret wise. Thereas she lay in torment and in rage. Come here to tell Huli his message. And fond that she here selven gone to treat. Full petusely. For with here salt terries. Here breast, here face, why bathed was full wheat. The mighty tresses of here sonish hayrace. Unbroiden, hangin al abut here iris. Which yaff him very signal of martyr. Of death, which that here hurt gone desire. One she him saw, she gone for soreway anun. Here tarry face 8 wicks here arms hide. For which this Pandare is so wabygoon. That in the house he might unneath abide. As he that Petit felt on every side. For if Criseyde had erst complained sore, though gone she plain 1,000 times more. And in here asper plainty than she said. Pandare first of Iois mo than two. Was cause injun to me, Criseyde. That now transmute been in cruel woe. Where shall I say ye to yao, wel come or no? That alder first me brought into service. Of love, alas. That in death in switch wise. In death than love in woe. Ye, or men lieth. And Allah worldly bliss, as think me. The endy of bliss I soreway it occupieth. And whoso troweth not that it so be. Lat him upon me, woeful wretch, why see. That myself hate, and I my burtho a course. Feeling alwe, fro wicca I go to worse. Whoso me seeth, he seeth soreway all at once. Pain, torment, plainty, woe, distress. Out of my woeful body harm the noon is. As anguish, languor, cruel bitterness. Annoy, smirt, dread, fury, and eke sickness. I trow, why wis, from heaving Terry's reign. For pity of myn asper and cruel pain. And thou, my suster, full of discomfort. Quat Pandarus, what think'st thou to do? Why any has to thyselven som resport? Why wilt thou thus thyself, alas, fordo? Leaf al this work and tack now to. That I shall sain, and hurten, of good entente. This, which by me thy Troilus thee sente. Torned here thou Criseyde, a Wamakinga. So greet that it a death was for to see. Alas, quot she, what wards may ye bringe? What will my dear hurt sain to me? Which that I dreed never am to see. Will he have plenty or tarries, or I wendy? I have why now, if he thereafter send. She was right switched to seen in here visage. As is that white that men on bear bind. Here face, like of parodies the image. Was al wychonged in another kind. The play, the laugh tray men was wont to find. On here, and eke here iois every chone. Ben fled, and thus lithe now Criseyde all one. A but here I and to a purper ring. By Trent, in saw fast talkning of her pain. That to behold it was a deadly thing. For which Pandar might not restrain. The tarries from his iron for to reign. But Nathalese, as he best might, he said. From Troilus thy's wards to Criseyde. Lo, niece, I trow ye han heard al how. The king, with other lords, for the best. Hath mad as chong of Antenor and Yao. That cause is of this sorway and this unrest. But how this cast doth Troilus molest? That may non-earthly man's tongue say ye. For verily what his wit is all away. For which we han so sorrowed, he and I. That into Lytel Boda it had us slaw. But third my concile this day, finally. He somewhat is fro weeping now withdraw. And semeth me that he desireth fall. With Yao to bin al night, for to devise. Remedied in this, if there were any wise. This, short and plain, theft of my message. As furforth as my wit can comprehend. For ye, that been of torment in switch rage. May to no long prologue as now untend. And her upon ye may answer him send. And, for the love of God, my niece dear. So lief this were Troilus be here. Gret is my quot she, and sight sore. As she that felleth deadly sharp distress. But yet to me his soreway is muchel more. That love him bet than he himself, I guess. Alas! For me hath he switch heaviness. Can he for me so petusely compline? Why wis, his soreway doubleth all my pain. Grievous to me, God what, is for to twin. Quot she, but yet it hardera is to me. To seen that soreway which that he is in. For wel what I, it wool my bane be. And die I wool in certain, though quot she. But bid him come, death, that thus me threateth. Drive out that ghost which in myn hurt beteth. Thy's ward said, she on here arms too. Phil gruff, and gone to weep petusely. Quot Pandarus, alas! Why do ye so? Sin wel ye woot the time is fast by. That he shall come. Ares up hastily. That he yow nat bywopen thus any find. But ye will have him wood out of his mind. For wist he that ye furred in this manier. He wolde himself slee. And if I wendy to hon this fair, he should not come here. For all the good that Priam may dispend. For to what foon he wolde anun pretend. That know I wel, and for thy yet I say ye. So lief this sorway, or platly he wool die. And shappeth yow his sorway for to a brega. And not in cress, leave niece sweet. Beth rather to him cause of flat than eggy. And with some wisdom ye his sorways bet. What helpeth it to weep in full a street? Or though ye boda in salt terries draint? Bet is a time of cure I than of plainty. I mean thus. One I him hider bringe. Sin ye ben wise, and boda of un assent. So shappeth how disturb your goinge. Or come I in, soon after ye be went. Woman ben wise in short avisement. And lat sen how your wit shall now avail. And what that I may help, it shall not fail. Go, quot Criseyde, and uncle, truly. I shall don all my might, me to restrain from weeping in his sight, and bisily him for to glade, I shall don all my pain. And in myn hurt seeken every vein. If to this sower there may be found in salve, it shall not lacken, certain, on myn have. Goth Pandarus, and Troilus he sought, till in a temple he found him all one, as he that of his life no langer wrought, but to the pious gods evercone. Full tenderly he prayed, and made his moan, to doon him sown out of this world to pace. For wel he thought there was none other grace. And shortly, al the south for to say ye, he was so fallen in despair that day, that outrely he shoop him for to die. For right thus was his argument alway. He said, he nas but Loren, weloi. For al that comth by necessity. Thus to be lorn, it is my destiny. For certainly, this what I wel, he said, that for sight of divine purveyance hath sain alway me to forgone Criseyde. Sin God seeth everything, out of detance, and hem disponeth, thurf his ordinance. In here Merides softly for to be, as they shul comen by predestiny. But Nathalese, alas, whom shall I leave? For there ben Greta clerks many un, that destiny thorug arguments preve. And some men saying that nedily there is noon, but that free choice is yeven us everchun. Oh, well away. So slay arn clerks old, that I not whose opinion I may hold. For some men saying, if God saith al biforn, ne God may not deceived ben, pardie. Then mood it fallen, though men had it sworn, that purveyance hath sain bifor to be. Wherefore I say ye, that from etern if he hath wist biforn our thought eke as our deedy, we have no free choice, as these clerks read. For other thought nor other deedy also might never be, but switch as purveyance, which may not ben deceived never emo, hath field biforn, without an ignorance. For if there might been a variance, to wry then out fro God's purveying, there near no prescience of thing comminga, but it were rather an opinion uncertain, and no steadfast forcinge. And certes, that were an abusion, that God should han no parfit clear wittinga, more than we men that han dudus waninga, but switch an error upon God to jess, were fouls and foul, and wicked coarsedness. Eke this is an opinion of Psalm, that han here top full hay and smote wyshore. They sayn right thus, that thing is not to come, for that the prescience hath sayn bifor, that it shall come. But they sayn that therefore, that it shall come, therefore the purveyance, what it biforn without an ignorance. And in this manere this necessity retorneth in his part contrary again. For needfully bihoveth it not to be, that thilk things fallen in certain, that ben purveyed, but nedily, as they sayn, bihoveth it that things, wish that fall, that they in certain ben purveyed ale. I mean as though I labored me in this, to enquiren which thing cause of which thing be, as whether that the prescience of God is the certain cause of the necessity of things that to come and bin, pardie, or if necessity of thing comminga be cause certain of the purveying. But now any enforce I me nad in showing how the order of causes stand. But wel what I, that it bihoveth that the bifalling of things wist biforeign certainly be necessary, al sema it not thereby, that prescience put falling necessaire to thing to come, al fall it foule or fair. For if there sit a man yond on a sea, then by necessity bihoveth it, that, certes, thyn opinion soth be, that waynest or coniectest that he sit. And further over now I inward yet. Lo, right so it is of the part contrary. As thus. Now hearken, for I will not tarry. I say ye, that if the opinion of thee be sooth, for that he sit, then say ye I this. That he mot sitten by necessity. And thus necessity in either is. For in him need of sit tinge is, why wis. And in thee need of sooth, and thus, for suth. There moot necessity ben in jou boda. But thou mayst saying, the man sit not therefore. That thy an opinion of sitting soth is. But rather, for the man sit thereby for. Therefore is thy an opinion sooth, why wis. And I say ye, though the cause of sooth of this comth of his sitting, yet necessity is entrechonged, boda in him and thee. Thus on this same wise, out of detents, I may wel maken, as it semeth me. My reasoning of God's purveyance. And of the things that to come and be. By which reason men may wel see. That thilk things that in earth fall. That by necessity they come in alle. For although that, for things shall come, why wis. Therefore is it purveyed, certainly. Nat that it comth for it purveyed is. Yet nathalese, behoveth it nedfully. That thing to come be purveyed, truly. Or else, things that purveyed be. That they bidden by necessity. And this sufficeth right why now, certain. For to destroy our free choice every del. But now is this abusion, to saying. That fallinga of the things temporel. Is cause of God's prescience eternal. Now truly, that is a foul sentence. That thing to come should cause his prescience. What might I wane, and I had switch a thought. But that God purveyeth thing that is to come. For that it is to come, and else not. So might I wane that things alla and some. That whilom been bifall and overcome. Ben cause of thilk sovereign purveyance. That for what al without an ignorance. And over al this, yet say ye I more hurto. That right as one I woot there is a thing. Why wis, that thing mot needfully be so. Eke right so, one I woot a thing coming. So mot it come. And thus the bifalling. Of things that ben wist before the tide. They mow not been eschewed on no side. Then said he thus, Almighty Iov in trone. That wost of al this thing the soothfastness. Rule on my soreway, or do me die sown. Or bring Criseyde and me fro this distress. And whyl he was in al this heaviness. Disputant with himself in this matter. Com therein, and said as ye may hear. O mighty God, quot Pandarus, in trone. Ey. Who say ever a wis man faren so? Why, Troilus, what thinkst to done? Has to switch lust to been thynofo? What, pard, yet is not Criseyde ego? Why list thee so thyself fordoon for dreed? That in thyn he'd thyn in semen didi? Has to not lived many a year byforn? Withouten here, and furred full wel at essay. Are to for here and for none other born? Hath kindi wrought al only here to please? Lat be, and thank right thus in thy disease. That, in the D's right as their fallen chances. Right so in love, there come and goon plaissances. And yet this is a wonder most of alle. Why thou thus sorewest, sin thou know'st not yet. Touching here goinge, how that it shall fall. Na, if she can herself disturben it. Thou hast not yet essayed al here wit. A man may al by time his neck bead. One it shall love, and sorwen at the need. For thy take hudda of that I shall say ye. I have with here why spoke and lunge why be. So as accorded was bitwixt us tway. And evermore me think thus, that she hath somewhat in here hurts previty. Wherewith she can, if I shall write a read. Disturb al this, of which thou art in dread. For which my counsel is, one it is night. Thou to here go, and make of this an endy. And blissful therf here Greta might. Show, as I hope, here grace unto us send. Myn hurt saith, certain, she shall not wendy. And for thy put thyn hurt a while in rest. And hold this purpose, for it is the best. This Troilus answered, and sight sore. Thou say'st right wel, and I will do right so. And what him least, he said unto it more. And won that it was time for to go. Full privily himself, without nemo. Unto here calm, as he was wont to done. And how they wrought, I shall yow tell soon. Soth is, that one they gone first to meet. So gone the pain here hurts for to tweast. That neither of hem other might greta. But hem in arms toke and after keist. The lasse woeful of hem boda nist. Where that he was, any might o word out bringe. As I said erst, for wa and for saw binge. Though woeful tarries that they leeten fall. As bitre wherein, out of tarries kind. For pain, as is lenia aloes or gal. So bitre tarries weep not, as I find. The woeful mira through the bark and rind. That in this world there nis so hard and hurt. That nold han rude on here pains smirt. But one here woeful weary ghosts twain. Retorned bin there as hem ought dwell. And that somewhat to waken gone the pain. By length of plainty, and eben gone the welly. Of higher tarries, and the hurt unswell. With broken voice. Al hoers for shrite, Criseyde. To Troilus thys ilk ward said. O I ove, I die, and mercy I beseech. Help, Troilus. And therewithal here face. Upon his breast she laid, and lost spesh. Here woeful spirit from his proper place. Right with the word, all we up point to pace. And thus she lithe with hues pale and green. That whilom fresh and fairest was to Senna. This Troilus, that on here gone byhold. Clepinch her name, and she lay as for deed. Without answera, and felt here limes cold. Here iron thrown upward to here heed. This sorrel man can now noon other read. But oft time here cold mouth he keist. Where him was God and himself it wist. He rist him up, and long straight he here laid. For signa of life, for aught he can or may. Can he noon find in no thing on Criseyde? For which his song full oft is wail away. But one he saw that specially she lay. With sorrel voice and hurt of bliss al bear. He said how she was fro this world fair. So after that he lunge had here complained. His Hans wrong, and said that was to say ye. And with his tarries salt here breast byreened. He gone though terrace wipen a full dray. And piteously gone for the sole prey. And said, O Lord. That set art in thy throne. Row eke on me, for I shall full way here sown. She cold was and withouten sentiment. For aught he woot, for breath in he felt he noon. And this was him a pregnant argument. That she was forth out of this world agun. And one he say there was none other woon. He gone here limes dress in switch manere. As men don hem that shall be laid on bare. And after this, with stern and cruel hurt. His sword a noon out of his sheath he twite. Himself to sleen, how sore that him smirt. So that his soul here soul full one might. There as the doom of Minos wolde it dight. Sin love and cruel fortune it any wolde. That in this world he lenger live and should. Than said he thus, fulfilled of hay disdain. O cruel Iove, and thou, fortunate verse. This al and psalm, that foulsly have ye slain. Criseyde, and sin ye may do me no worse. Fy on your might and works so diverse. Thus cowardly ye shall me never win. There shall no death me fro my lady twin. For I this world, sin ye han slain here thus. Wool leet, and follow here spirit low or high. Shall never lover sane that Troilus. Dar not, for fear, with his lady die. For certain, I will bear here company. But sin ye will not suffer us liven here. Yet suffereth that our souls ben wife here. And thou, City, wish that I leave in wa. And thou, Priam, and brethren al wife here. And thou, my motor, farewell. For I go. And Atropos, make ready thou my bear. And thou, Criseyde, O sweet hurt dear. Receive now my spirit. Wolde he say ye. With sword at hurt, I'll ready for to die. But as God wolde, of swath therewith she abraid. And gone to Psyche, and Troilus she cried. And he answered, Lady Myn Criseyde. Live ye yet, and let his sword down glide. Ye, heard Myn, that thanked be Cupid. Quot she, and therewithal she sore sight. And he began to glade here as he might. Took here in arms too, and kissed here oft. And here to glade he died al his entente. For which here gust, that flickered I on loft. Into here wuffle hurt iron it went. But at the last, as that here iron glent. A side, anon she gone his sword espy. As it lay bare, and gone for fear cry. And asked him, why he had outdraw. And Troilus anon the cause here tolda. And how himself therewith he wolde have slaw. For which Criseyde upon him gone behold. And gone him in here arms fast fold. And said, O mercy, God, lo, which a deedy. Alas! How nay we were both a deedy. Than if I any had spoken, as grace was. Ye wolde han slain yourself anon, quot she. Ye, doubtless, and she answered, Alas! For, by that ilk Lord that made me. I know the forlong way on live han be. After your death, to han been crowned queen. Of al the London the sun on shineth shen. But with this seld sword, which that here is. Myself I wolde han slain. Quot she though. But ho, for we han right why now of this. And let us rise and straight to bed go. And there lat ys speaken of our wa. For, by the mortar which that I see bren. No I full wel that day is not fair henny. One they were in here bed, in arms fold. Not was it like though knights here byforn. For petusely eke other gone byhold. As they that hadn't al here bliss why lorn. By wailing I the day that they were born. Till at the last this sorrel white Criseyde. To Troilus these ilk words said. Lo, heard Myn, wel what ye this, quot she. That if a white alwe his wa compline. And seeketh not how holpen for to be. It nis but folly and encres of pain. And sin that here assembled be we twain. To find boat of wa that we ben in. It were all time sown to begin. I am a woman, as full wel ye woot. And as I am avist soddingly. So will I tell yow, whyl it is hoot. Me think thus, that now thur ye nor I. Ought half this wa to make skilfully. For there is art why now for to redress. That yet is mis, and sleen this heaviness. Sooth is, the wish that we ben in. For aught I woot, for no thing else is. But for the cause that we sholden twin. Considered al, there nis no more amos. But what is then a remede unto this? But that we shape us sown for to meet? This al and psalm, my dear hurt sweet. Now that I shall bring in it a boot. To come in, soon after that I go. Thereof am I no manner thing in doot. For dredeals, within a wook or two. I shall ben here, and, that it may be so. By all I write, and in awards few. I shall yow and heap of ways shew. For which I will not make long sermon. For time why lost may not recovered be. But I will gone to my conclusion. And to the best, in aught that I can see. And, for the love of God, forgive it me. If I speak aught I in your hurts rest. For truly, I speak it for the best. Makinga alwe a protestation. That now these words, wish that I shall say ye. Nis but to shew you my motion. To find unto our help the best way. And taketh it none otherwise, I pray. For in effect whatso ye me command, that will I doon, for that is no demand. Now hearkeneth this, ye han wel understand. My goinge grunt is by parliament. So furforth, that it may not be withstand. For all this world, as by my judgment. And sin there helpeth noon avisement. To let tenet, lat it passe out of mind. And let us shape a betre way to find. The sooth is, that the twinning of us twain wool us disease and cruelish annoy. But him behoveth sometime han a pain. That serveth love, if that he will have ioe. And sin I shall no further out of Troy. Then I may ride in on half a more way. It ought less causen us to soreway. So as I shall not so ben hid in mew. That day by day, myn oeen hurt dear. Sin wel ye woot that it is now a true. Ye shall full wel al myn estat y here. And that true is doon, I shall ben here. And than have ye boda antenor y1. And me also, beth glad now, if ye con. And think right thus, Criseyde is now a gun. But what? She shall come hastily in. And when, Alice? By God, lo, right anon. Ere days 10, this dar I softly sane. And than at ersta shul we been so fain. So as we shall togediers ever dwell. That al this world any might our bliss tell. I see that oft, there as we ben now. That for the best, our counsel for to hide. Ye speak not with me, nor I with yow. In fortnight, any see yow go any ride. May ye not 10 days than abide. For myn honor, in switch and aventure. Why wis, ye mowen els light endure. Ye know eke how that al my kin is here. But if that onliship my fader be. And eke myn other things I'll la fear. And namelich, my dear hurt, ye. Whom that I knowed laven for to see. For all this world, as wid as it hath space. Or else, see ich never Io's face. Why trow ye my fader in this wise? Coveteth so to see me, but for dreed. Lest in this tune that folks me despise. Because of him, for his unhappy deedy. What woot my fader what life that I lead? For if ye wist in Troy how wel I fare. Us ned for my wending not to care. Ye seen that every day eke, more and more. Men treat of peas, and it supposed is. That men the Queen Elaine shall restore. And Greeks us restore that is Muse. So though there near comfort noon but this. That men purpose in peas on every side. Ye may the betre at essay of hurt abide. For if that it be peas, myn hurt dear. The nature of the peas mot neds drive. That men most entrecommunen wifeer. And to and fro eke ride and gone as blithe. All day as thick as been flen from an hive. And every white han liberty to believe. Whereas him list the bet, withouten leave. And though so be that peas there may be noon. Yet hider, though there never peas any were. I most come. For wider should I goon. Or how mischance should I dwell there. Among though men of arms ever in fear. For which, as wisly God my soul read. I cannot seen whereof ye shoulden dreed. Have here another way, if it so be. That al this thing any may yow not suffice. My fader, as ye know in wel, pardee. Is old, and eld is full of coveatis. And I right now have found an al the jice. With ut net, wherewith I shall him hent. And hearkeneth how, if that ye wo lay assent. Lo, Troilus, men saying that hard it is. The wolf full, and the weather hool to have. This is to saying, that men full oft, why wis. Mote spend in part, the remnant for to save. For I with gold men may the hurt grave. Of him that set is upon coveatis. And how I mean, I shall it yow devise. The mobile which that I have in this tune. Unto my fader shall I take, and say ye. That right for trust and for salvation. It sent is from a friend of his or tway. The wish friends ferventlish him pray. To send den after more. And that in high. Whyl that this tune stant thus in uparti. And that shall been an huge quantity. Thus shall I sayn, but, lest it folk espied. This may be sent by no wight but by me. I shall eke shewen him, if peas betide. What friends that ich have on every side. Toward the court, to doon the wraith pace. Of Priamus, and doon him stand in grace. So what for o thing and for other, sweet. I shall him so enchanten with my saw as. That right in heaving his soul is, shall he meet. For Al Apollo, or his clerk's laws. Or calculant availeth not 3 haws. Desire of gold shall so his soul blend. That, as me lyst, I shall wel make an endy. And if he wold I ought by his sword it preve. If that I lie, in certain I shall fond. Disturben him, and pluck him by the sleeve. Mackinga his sort, and burn him on hand. He hath not the gods understand. For God speaken in amphibologies. And, for o sooth they tell en 20 lies. Eke dreed fond first gods, I suppose. Thus shall I sayn, and that his coward hurt. Made him Amos the gods' text to glose. One he preferred out of his Delphos sturt. And but I make him sown to convert. And doon my read within a day or tway. I will to yow oblige me to die. And trulish, as writin I find. That al this thing was said of good entente. And that here hurt true was and kind. Towards him, and spak right as she meant. And that she starved for one she went. And was in purpose ever to be true. Thus writin they that of her works knew. This Troilus, with hurt and Eries sprad. Heard al this thing devizin to and fro. And veralich him semed that he had. The selv wit, but yet to lead here go. His hurt misforiaf him ever emo. But finally, he gone his hurt rest. To trussen here, and took it for the best. For which the Greta fury of his penance. Was quaint with hope, and therewith hem between. Bygan for Io the amorouse dance. And as the brids, won the son is shen. Delatin in here song in leaves green. Right so the words that they spake wifeer. Delighted hem, and made her hurts clear. But Naphtali's, the wending of Criseyde. For al this world, may not out of his mind. For which full oft he piteously here prayed. That of here hest he might here true find. And said higher, certes, if ye be unkind. And but ye come at day set into Troy. Ne shall I never have hele, honor, any Ioe. For also sooth as son uprist on Morway. And, God. So wisly thou me, waffle wretch. To rest bringe out of this cruel soreway. I will myself slee if that ye dreck. But of my death though lightel be to wreck. Yet, or that ye me cause so to smirt. Dwell rather here, myn oeen sweet hurt. For truly, myn oeen lady dear. Those slights yet that I have heard yow steer. Full shaply been to phelan ala wifeer. For thus men saying, that Owen thanked the bear. But al another thanked his lettera. Your sire is wis, and said is, out of dreed. Men may the wise at ren, and not at reed. It is full hard to how 10 unespied. By for a crepple, for he can the craft. Your fader is in slight as Argus yet. For al be that his mobile is him beraft. His old slight is yet so with him laughed. Ye shall not blend him for your womanheed. Na fain a right, and that is al my dreed. I nut if peas shall ever mo betide. But, peas or no, for earnest any for game. I woot, sin calcas on the Grecky's side. Hath one's been, and lost so foule his name. He dar no more come here e'en for shame. For which that way, for aught I can espy, to trussen on, nis but a fantasy. Ye shall eke seen, your fader shall yow glose. To bin a wif, and as he can wel preache. He shall some grec so praise and wel allows. That ravishin he shall yow with his spesh. Or do yow doon by force as he shall teche. And Troilus, of whom ye nil han ruth, shall cause less so sterven in his trouth. And over all this, your fader shall despise. Us alle, and saying this city nis but lorn. And that thasage never shall arise. For why the Greeks haunted alle sworn? Till we be slain, and down our walls torn. And thus he shall yow with his ward's fear. That I dread that ye will believe there. Ye shall eke seen so many a lusty knight. Among the Greeks, full of worthiness. And esh of him with hurt, wit, and might. To pleasen yow don al his busyness. That ye shall dullen of the rudeness. Of us saily Trojans. But if ruth. Remord yow, or virtue of your trouth. And this to me so grievous is to think. That fro my breast it will my soul rend. Nedradeals, in me there may not sink. A good opinion, if that ye wendy. For why your faders slight will us shende. And if ye goon, as I have told yow your. So thank I nam but deed, with it more. For which, with humble, true, and pitus hurt. 1,000 times mercy I yow pray. So reweth on myn asper pains smirt. And doth somewhat, as that I shall yow say ye. And let us steal away bitwixt us tway. And think that folly is, one man may cheese. For accident his substance I to lace. I mean this, that sin we mow day. Wel steal away, and bin to jeter so. What wit were it to put 10 in a say? In cas ye shoulden to your fader go. If that ye might come in or no. Thus mean I, that it were a gret folly. To putty that psycherness in Uperti. And vulgarly to speaken of substance. Of tracer, may we boda with us lead. Why enough to live in honor and pleasance. Till into time that we shall ben deedy. And thus we may eschewen al this dreed. For evrich other way ye can record. Myn hurt, why wis, may not therewith accord. And heartily, any dreadeth no povert. For I have kin and friends elsewhere. That, though we comen in our bare shirut. Us should neither lack gold any gear. But bin on your whyl we dwelten there. And go we anon, for, as in myn entente. This is the best, if that ye wole assent. Criseyde, with syk, right in this wise. Answered, why wis, my dear hurt true. We may wel steal away, as ye devise. And find switch unthrifty ways new. But afterward, full sore it will us row. And help me God so at my most need. As cause less ye sufferen al this dreed. For thilk day that I for cherish hinge. Or dreed of fader, or of other white. Or for estat, delit, or for wedding. Be fouls to yow, my Troilus, my knight. Saturn's doter, you know, Thorug here might. As would as Athamant do me dwell. Eternally in Styx, the put of Helle. And this on every god celestial. I swear it yow, and eke on Esh goddess. On every nymphy and deite infernal. On satyri and fauny more and less. That have gods been of wilderness. And Atropos my threed of life to breast. If I be fouls. Now trow me if thou lest. And thou, Simois, that as an arway clear. Thorug Troy rennest I downward to the sea. Be our witness of this word that said is here. That thilk day that ich untrue be. To Troilus, myn oeen hurt free. That thou return backward to thy welly. And I with body and soul sink in Helle. But that ye speak, oi thus for to go. And leeten alle your friends, God forbid. For any woman, that ye shoulden so. And namely, sin Troy hath now switch need of help. And eke of o thing taketh hudda. If this were wist, my life lay in balance. And your honor, God shilda us fro mischance. And if so be that peace hereafter take. As all day happeth, after anger, game. Why, Lord, the soreway and will ye wolden make. That ye any dorst come in for shame. And that ye pardon so your name. Beth not to hasty in this oat fair. For hasty man any wanteth never care. What trow ye the people eke al abut? Wolde of it say ye. It is full light to a reed. They wolden say ye, and swore it, out of dut. That love any druf yow not to doen this deedy. But lust voluptuous and coward dreed. Thus were al lost, why wis, myn hurt dear. Your honor, which that now shineth so clear. And also thankth on myn honest day. That flowereth yet, how foule I should it shende. And with what filled it spotted should be. If in this for me I should with yow wendy. Na though I livied unto the world's endy. My name should I never I inward win. Thus were I lost, and that were ruth and sin. And for thy slee with resin al this heat. Men saying, the suffrount overcometh, pardee. Eke, whoso will han leaf, he leaf mot leet. Thus mocketh virtue of necessity. By patience, and thank that Lord is he. Of fortune I, that not wool of her recche. And she any daunteth no wight but a wretch. And trusteth this, that certes, hurt sweet. Ere Phoebus suster, Lucina the shen. The leoun passe out of this are eat. I will bend here, withouten any wane. I mean, as help me you know, heaven's queen. The 10 the day, but if that deeth me assail. I will yow seen withouten any fail. And now, so this be sooth, quot Troilus. I shall wel suffer unto the 10 the day. Sin that I see that need it moot be thus. But, for the love of God, if it be may. So let us steal privily away. For ever in oon, as for to live and rest. Myn hurt saith that it wool been the best. O mercy, God, what life is this, quot she. Alas, ye slee me thus for ver 18. I see wel now that ye mistrusten me. For by your wards it is wel wisena. Now, for the love of Cynthia the shen. Mistrust me not thus causeless, for ruth. Sin to be true I have yow plight my trouth. And thank wel, that some time it is wit. To spend a time for to win. Na, pardee, lorn am I not fro yow yit. Though that we been a day or two a twin. Dare yf out the fantasies yow within. And trusteth me, and leveth eke your soreway. Or hear my trouth, I will not live till moreway. For if ye wist how sore it doth me smirt. Ye wolde cess of this. For God, thou wost. The pure spirit weepeth in myn hurt. To see yow weepen that I love most. And that I moot gone to the Greeks ost. Ye, near it that I wist remedy. To come in, right here I wolde die. But certes, I am not so nice a wight. That I any can imagine in a way. To come in that day that I have height. For who may hold thing that will away? My fate or not, for al his quaint play. And by my thrift, my wending out of Troy. Another day shall torna us alle to Ioe. For thy, with al myn hurt I yow besika. If that yow list don aught for my prayer. And for the love which that I love yow eke. That that I depart fro yow here. That of so good a comfort and a share. I may you seen. That ye may bringe at rest. Myn hurt, which that is at point to breast. And over al this I pray yow, quot she though. Myn oeen hurt soothfast suffisance. Sin I am thyn al hool, without an mo. That whyl that I am absent, no plaisance. Of other do me fro your remembrance. For I am ever aghast, for why men read that, love is thing I full of bicy dread. For in this world there liveth Lady Noon. If that ye were untrue, as God defend, that so betrayed were or will begun. As I, that I'll let trout in yow untend. And details, if that each other wendy. I near but deed, and a ye cause find. For God's love, so beth me not unkind. To this answered Troilus and Criseyde. Now God, to whom there nis no cause why rie. Me glade, as wis I never unto Criseyde. Sin thilk day I saw here first with ye. Was fouls, any never shall till that I die. At showroot wards, wel ye may me leave. I can no more, it shall be found at Preve. Grunt mercy, good myn, why wis, quot she. And blissful Venus lat me never stirve. Ere I may stand of plaisance in degree. To quite him wel, that so wel can deserve. And whyl that God my wit will me conserve. I shall so doon, so true I have yow found. That I honor to me ward shall rebound. For trusteth wel, that your estat royal. Ne vain delit, nor only worthiness. Of yow and where, or tourney martial. Ne pompa, array, nobly, or eke riqueza. Ne made me to row on your distress. But moral virtue, grounded upon troth. That was the cause I first had on yow ruth. Eke jaunty hurt and manhood that ye had. And that ye had, as me thought, in despite. Everything that sowned into bad. As rudeness and poplish appetite. And that your reason bridled your delit. This made, above in every creature. That I was your, and shall, whyl I may dure. And this may length of years not fordo. Ne remuable fortune deface. But I upiter, that of his might may do. The sorrel to be glad, so yev us grace. Ere nights 10, to meeten in this place. So that it may your hurt and myn suffice. And fareth now wel, for time is that ye rise. And after that they lunge why planed had. And oft why kissed, and stride in arms fold. The day gone rise, and Troilus him clad. And Refelice his lady gone behold. As he that felt Dethe's cares cold. And to her grace he gone him recommend. Where him was this hold I no demand. For man's he'd imagine any can. Ne intendment considera, any tange tell. The cruel pains of this sorrel man. That passen every torment down in helle. For one he saw that she any might dwell. Which that his soul out of his hurt wrought. Withouten more, out of the chamber he went. Explicit liber quartus. Book v. Incipit liber quintus. Approachin gone the fatal destiny. That Ios hath in disposition. And to yow, angry Parcas, sustran 3. Committeth, to dawn execution. For which Criseyde most out of the tune. And Troilus shall dwell forth in pine. Till Lachesis his threed no langer twine. The golden tressed Phoebus hay on loft. Thrice had Ala with his beams shen. The snows molt, and Zephyrus as oft. Why brought I in the tendre leaves green? Sin that the son of Hecuba the queen. Began to love here first. For whom his sorway was al, that she depart should a moreway. Full ready was at prime Diomede. Criseyde unto the Greeks ost to lead. For sorway of which she felt her hurt bleed. As she that nist what was best to read. And truly, as men in books read. Men wist never woman han the care. No was so luth out of a tune to fare. This Troilus, withouten reed or lore. As man that hath his Iois eke for lore. Was way tinge on his lady evermore. As she that was the soothfast crop and more. Of al his lust, or Iois heretofore. But Troilus, now farewell al thy Ioi. For shalt thou never seen here eft in Troy. Soth is, that while he bud in this manner. He gone his wa full manly for to hide. That wel uneath it seen was in his share. But at the yate there she shouldered ride. With certain folk, he hoved here te bide. So wa begun, I'll wolde he not him plain. That on his or uneath he sat for pain. For ire he quook, so gone his hurt gnaw. One Diomed on horse gone him dress. And said unto himself this ilk saw. Alas, quod he, thus foul a wretchedness. Why suffer it, why nill it redress? Were it not bed at once for to die? Then evermore in languor thus to dry? Why nill I make it one's riche and poor? To have why enough to done, or that she go? Why nill I bringe al Troy upon a roar? Why nill I sleen this Diomed also? Why nill I rather with a man or two? Steal here away. Why will I this endure? Why nill I help pen to myn oeen cure? But why he nol doon so fell a deedy? That shall I sayn, and why him least it spare? He had in hurt alwise a manner dreed. Lest that Criseyde, in rumour of this fair, should han been slain, lo, this was all his care. And Ellis, certain, as I said yore, he had it doon, withouten wards more. Criseyde, one she ready was to ride. Full sorrowfully she sight, and said Alice. But forth she moot, for aught that may betide. And forth she writ full sorrowfully apaw. There nis none other remedy in this case. What wonder is though that here sore smirt? One she forgoth here oeen sweet hurt. This Troilus, in wise of courteousy, with hauke on hand, and with an huge root of knights, rude and died here company. Passinga al the valley fair with it. And further wolde han ridden, out of dut. Full fain, and wo was him to goon so sown. But torna he most, and it was eke to done. And right with that was antenor come. Out of the Greeks ost, and every wight was of it glad, and said he was wel come. And Troilus, al near his hurt light, he pained him with al his full might. Him to withhold of weepage at the lest. And antenor he keist, and made fest. And therewithal he most his leave take. And cast his eye upon her piteously. And near he rued, his cause for to make. To take her by the hand also brilly. And Lord! So she gone weepin tenderly. And he full soft and slayly gone here say ye. Now hold your day, and doth me not to die. With that his courser torned he abut. With face pale, and unto Diomed. No word he spak, any noon of al his root. Of which the son of Tydeus took hudda. As he that could more than the creed. In switch a craft, and by the rain here hent. And Troilus to Troy homeward he went. This Diomed, that ladda here by the bridle. One that he saw the folk of Troy away. Thought, ow my labour shall not been on idle. If that I may, for somewhat shall I say ye. For at the worst it may yet show root our way. I have heard said, eke times twice 12. He is a fool that will forget himself. But Nathalie's this thought he wel enough. That certainly I am a but not. If that I speak of love, or make it tough. For detells, if she have in her thought. Him that I jess, he may not been brought. So soon oi, but I shall find a mean. That she not white as yet show what I mean. This Diomed, as he that could his good. One this was doon, gone fallen forth in spesh. Of this and that, and asked why she stood. In switch disease, and gone here eke by sesh. That if that he increase might or esh. With anything here essay. That she should. Commanded him, and said he doon it wolde. For truly he swore here, as a knight. That there nas thing with wish he might here please. That he nol doon his pain and al his might. To doon it, for to doon here heard an essay. And prayed here, she wolde here soreway appease. And said, why wis, we Greeks con have ioi. To honor in yao, as wel as folk of Troy. He said eke thus, I woot, yao think strange. No wonder is, for it is to yao new. The quaintance of these Troyanes to change. For folk of Greece, that ye never knew. But wolde never God but if as true. A Greek ye shoulda among us alle find. As any Trojan is, and eke as kind. And by the cause I swore yao right, lo, now. To bin your friend, and helply, to my might. And for that more acquaintance eke of yao. Have ich had than another stronger wight. So fro this forth, I pray yao, day and night. Commendeth me. How sore that me smart. To do now that may like unto your hurt. And that ye me wolde as your brother treat. And taketh not my friendship in despite. And though your sore ways be for things Greta. Nud I not why, but out of more respite. Myn hurt hath for to amond it Greek delit. And if I may your harms not redress. I am right sorry for your heaviness. And though ye Trojans with us Greeks rove. Han many a day be, all we yet, pardee. O God of love in sooth we serve in Boda. And, for the love of God, my lady free. Whom so ye hate, as beth not wroth with me. For truly, there can no wight yao serve. That half so luth your wrath the wolde deserve. And near it that we been so nay the taunt. Of Calcas, which that scene us Boda may. I wolde of this yao tell al myn entente. But this ensold till another day. Yev me your hand, I am, and shall ben I. God help me so, whyl that my life may dure. Your oeen above an every creature. Thus said I never are now to woman born. For God myn hurt as wisly glade so. I love ed never woman hereby forn. As paramours, any never shall know mo. And, for the love of God, beth not my fo. Al can I not to yao, my lady dear. Compline aright, for I am yet to lear. And wondereth not, myn oeen lady bright. Though that I speak of love to you thus blithe. For I have heard or this of many a wight. Hath love thing he never saw his live. Eke I am not of power for to strive. Ian's the God of love, but him obey. I will alway, and mercy I yao pray. There been so worthy knights in this place. And ye so fair, that eve rich of hem alle. Will painen him to standen in your grace. But might me so fair a grace fall. That ye me for your servant wolde caye. So lowly and ye so truly you serve. Nil noon of hem, as I shall, till I sterve. Criseyde unto that purpose light answered. As she that was with sore way oppressed so. That, in effect, she not his tales heard. But here and there, now hear a word or two. Here thought here sore will hurt brass day too. For one she gone here fader fair espy. Wel nay down of here or she gone to sigh. But nathlys she thunked Diomede. Of all his travail, and his good share. And that him least his friendship here to bede. And she accepteth it in good maneer. And wolde do feign that is him lief and dear. And trust in him she wolde, and wel she might. As said she, and from here or she alight. Here fader hath here in his arms gnome. And 20 time he kissed his daughter sweet. And said, O dear dot myn, wel come. She said eke, she was fain with him to meet. And stood forth mewit, mild, and manswait. But here I leave here with her fader dwell. And forth I will of Troilus yao tell. To Troy is come this waffle Troilus. In soreway above an alle soreways smart. With felon look, and face disputous. Though sodianly down from his or he sturt. And Thorug his pales, with a swollen hurt. To chamber he went, of no thing took he hada. Nanoon to him dar speak a word for dreed. And there his soreways that he spared had. He yaff an issue large, and deeth, he cried. and in his throes frenetic and mad. He cursed Iove, Apollo, and eke Cupid. He cursed Ceres, Bacchus, and Cypride. His birth, himself, his fate, and eke nature. And, save his lady, every creature. To bed he goth, and waileth there and torneth. In fury, as doth he, Ixion in Helle. And in this wise he neigh till day sojourneth. But though bygan his hurt a light unswell, Thorug tarries which that gonen up to Welly. And piteously he cried up on Criseyde. And to himself right thus he spak, and said, Where is myn oeen lady leaf and dear? Where is here white breast, where is it, where? Where ben here arms and here eyen clear? That yesternight this time with me were. Now may I weep all one many a tear. And grasp a bud I may, but in this place. Save a pillow, I find not 10 brace. How shall I do? One shall she calm eyen. I nut, Alice. Why lead ich here to go? As wold a god, ich had as though be slain. O hurt myn, Criseyde, O sweet fo. O lady myn, that I love and know mo. To whom for ever myn hurt I dow. See how I die, ye nil me not resco. Who seeth you now, my right load stare? Who sit right now or stand in your presence? Who can comforten now your hurts where? Now I am gone, whom ye've ye audience? Who speaketh for me right now in myn absence? Allah's, no white. And that is all my care. For wel what I, as evil as I ye fair. How should I thus 10 days full endure? When I the first night have all this teen. How shall she doon eke, sorrowful creature? For tenderness, how shall she this sustain? Switch wa for me. O piteous, pale, and green. Shall bin your fresh womanlish face. For lang hour, be ye torna unto this place. And one he fill in any slumranges. Anon begin he should for to groan. And dray men of the dreadfulest things. That might bin. As, meet he were all one. In place horrible, makinga I his moan. Or meeten that he was amongst alle. His enemies, and in here Hans fall. And therewithal his body should sturt. And with the sturt al sodian lie awake. And switch a tremor feel about his hurt. That of the fair his body should quake. And therewithal he should a noise make. And sema as though he should fall depe. From hay aloft, and then he wold a weep. And rewen on himself so piteously. That wonder was to hear his fantasy. Another time he should mightily conforte himself, and sain it was folly. So cause less switch dreed for to dry. And eft begin his asper sorways new. That every man might on his sorways row. Who could tell a right or full describe? His wa, his plaint, his lang hour, and his pine. Not all the men that han or been on live. Thou, redear, mayst thyself full wel divine. That switch o my wit cannot define. On idle for to write it should I swink. One that my wit is wary it to think. On heaving yet the stairs were senna. Although full pale why waxen was the moan. And why ten gone the horizont shen. Al est ward, as it wond is for to done. And Phoebus with his rosy cart sown. Gone after that to dress him up to fair. One Troilus hath sent after Pandar. This Pandar, that of Al the day byforn. Ne might han come in Troilus to see. Although he on his heated had wice worn. For with the king Priam all day was he. So that it lay not in his liberty. Nowhere to gone. But on the moorway he went. To Troilus, one that he for him sente. For in his hurt he could wel divine. That Troilus al night for sorway wook. And that he wold tell him of his pine. This knew he wel wynuff, with a book. For which to chamber straight the way he took. And Troilus though soberly she gret. And on the bed full sown he gone him set. My Pandarus, quot Troilus, the sore way, which that I dry, I may not lunge endure. I trow I shall not liven till tomorrow. For wish I wold alway, on a venture, to thee devison of my sepulture. The for me, and of my mobile thou dispone. Right as thee seemeth best is for to done. But of the fyr and flom funeral, in which my body bren shall to gleed. And of the fest and plays palestral. At my vigil, I pray thee tack good hada. That be wel. And offer Mars my steed. My sword, myn helm, and, leave brother dear. My shell to Pallas yef, that shineth clear. The poudre in which myn hurt bren shall torna. That pray I thee thou take and it conserve. In a vessel, that men clepeth an n. Of gold, and to my lady that I serve. For love of whom thus piteously I sterve. So yev it here. And do me this plaisance. To pray here keep it for a remembrance. For wel I feel, by my malady. And by my dreams now and year ago. I'll certainly, that I mot neds die. The ol eke, which that height a scafolo. Hath after me shrite alle thise nights too. And, God Mercury. Of me now, woeful wretch. The soul jied, and, won thee list, it fesh. Pandar answered, and said, Troilus. My dear friend, as I have told thee yore. That it is folly for to sorrow thus. And cause less, for wish I can no more. But whoso will not Troan read any lore. I cannot seen in him no remedy. But lead him worthen with his fantasy. But Troilus, I pray thee tell me now. If that thou trow, or this, that any wight. Hath loved paramours as wel as thou. Ye, God wot, and fro many a worthy knight. Hath his lady goon a fortnight. And he not yet made Havendel the fair. What need is thee to make an this care? Sin day by day thou mayst thyselven see. That from his love, or else from his wif. A man mot twinnen of necessity. Ye, though he love here as his own life. Yet nil he with himself thus make an stryf. For wel tho wost, my leave brother dear. That all we friends may not been wife here. How doon this folk that seen here loves wedded? By friends might, as it bite it full oft. And seen hem in here spouses bed bedded? God woot, they take it wisly, fair and soft. For why good hope halt up here hurt on loft? And for they can a time of sore way endure. As time hem hurt, a time doth hem cure. So shouldst thou endure, and late slide. The time, and fond to bend glad and light. 10 days nis so lunge not te bide. And sin she thee to come and hath by height. She nil here hests breken for no wight. For dread thee not that she nil fin den way. To come in, my life that dorst I lay. Thy sweeveens eke and al switch fantasy. Der yf out, and lat hem fairen to mischance. For they proceed of thy melancholy. That doth thee feel in sleep al this penance. A straw for alles sweeveen signifiance. God help me so, I count hem not a bene. There woot no man aright what dreams mean. For prests of the temple tell this. That dreams been the revelations of gods, and as wel they tell, why wis. That they ben infernal illusions. And leches saying, that of complexions. Proceden they, or fast, or gluttony. Who woot in sooth thus what they signify. Eke other saying that thorug impressions. As if a wight hath fast a thing in mind. That thereof cometh switch of visions. And other saying, as they in books find. That, after times of the year by kind. Men dream, and that thefict goth by the moan. But leave no dream, for it is not to done. Wel worth of dreams I thys old wives. And trulish eke augury of thys foals. For fear of which men wennen lace her lives. As ravens qualm, or shrieking of thy souls. To Trojan on it bote fowls and foul is. Alas, alas, so noble a creature. As is a man, shall dread switch orger. For which with myn hurt I thee besesh. Unto thyself that this thou forgive. And ris up now with it more spesh. And let us cast how forth may best be drive. This time, and eke how freshly we may live. One that she cometh, the which shall be right sown. God help me so, the best is thus to done. Let us speak of lusty life in Troy. That we han lad, and forth the time drive. And eke of time coming to us rioi. That bring in shall our bliss now so blithe. And lang hour of these twice days 5. We shall therewith so eat or oppress. That wel unnethe it doon shall us duress. This tune is full of Lord's alabut. And true's lost this meanwhile. Go we play us in some lusty route. To Sarpedon, not Hennis but a mile. And thus thou shalt the time beguile. And drive it forth unto that blissful moorway. That thou here see, that cause is of thy soreway. Now my dear brother Troilus. For certes, it noon honor is to thee. To weep, and in thy bed to yucken thus. For truly, of thing trust to me. If thou thus ligga a day, or 2, or 3. The folk will wane that thou, for cowardice. Thee feinest syk, and that thou darst not rise. This Troilus answered, O brother dear. This knowen folk that han suffered pain. That though he weep and make sore will share. That felleth harm and smart in every vein. No wonder is. And though I ever plain. Or all we weep, I am no thing to blame. Sin I have lost the cause of all my game. But sin of fine force I mood arise. I shall arise as soon as ever I may. And God, to whom myn hurt I sacrifice. So send us hastily the 10 the day. For was there never fowl so fain of May. As I shall been, one that she cometh in Troy. That cause is of my torment and my ioe. But wider is thy rede, quot Troilus. That we may play us best in this tune. By God, my consile is, quot Pandarus. To ride and play us with King Sarpedon. So lunge of this they speaken up and down. Till Troilus gone at the last ascent. To rise, and forth to Sarpedon they went. This Sarpedon, as he that honorable. Was ever his live, and full of hay prowess. Withal that might served been on table. That dainty was, caustic greet riquessa. He fed him day by day, that switch noblesse. As Satan boda the most and eke the lest. Was never that day whist at any fest. Nor in this world there is non-instrument. Delicious, through wind, or touche, of chord. As fair as any wight hath ever went. That Tange tell or hurt may record. That at that fest at Naswel heard accord. None of ladies eke so fair a company. On dance, though, was never sane with ye. But what availeth this to Troilus? That for his soreway no thing of it wrought. For ever in Owen his hurt pietus. Full busily Criseyde his lady sought. On here was ever that his hurt thought. Now this, now that, so fast imagininge. That glade, can him no festinge. These ladies eke that at this fest been. Sin that he saw his lady was away. It was his soreway upon him for to seen. Or for to hear on instruments so play. For she, that of his hurt birth the kai. Was absent, lo, this was his fantasy. That no white should make melody. Nor there nas hour in the day or night. One he was there as no white might him hear. That he any said, O lovesome lady bright. How have ye faren, sin that ye were here? Wel come, myn oeen lady dear. But well away, al this nas but a maze. Fortune his have intended bet to glace. The lettre eke, that she of old time had him sent, he wold at all one read. An hundred scythe, eightwicks in noon and prime. Refiguring here shap, here womanheed. Within his hurt, and every word and deedy that past was, and thus he drove to an endy. The first day, and said, he wold Wendy. And said, leave brother Pandarus. Intendisto that we shall here believe. Till Sarpedon will forth conjain us. Yet were it fairer that we toke our leave. For God's love, let us now sown at eve. Our leave take, and homeward let us torna. For truly, I know not thus soyorn. Pandar answered, be we come and hider. To fetchen fyr, and rennen homayan. God help me so, I cannot tell en wider. We mighten goon, if I shall soothly sayn. There any wight is of us more fain. Then Sarpedon, and if we hennis high. Thus sodianly, I hold it villainy. Sin that we Satan that we wold believe. With him a wook, and now, thus sodianly. The first day to take of him our leave. He wold wondering on it, truly. Let us hold forth our purpose firmly. And sin that ye byheiten him to bide. Hold forward now, and after let us ride. Thus Pandarus, with all that pain and woe, made him to dwell, and at the woke's endy. Of Sarpedon they toke here leave though. And on here way they spedden him to Wendy. Quot Troilus, now God me grace send. That I may fin den, at myn homcominge. Criseyde comen. And therewith gone he singe. Ye, hazel woad. Thought this Pandar. And to himself full softly he said. God woot, refraiden may this oat fair. Ere calcas send Troilus Criseyde. But Naphtales, he eyed thus, and said. And swore, why wis, his hurt him wel by height. She wold come as soon as ever she might. Wan they unto the pales were comen. Of Troilus, they down of or alight. And to the chamber here way then han they nomen. And into time that it gone to night. They spoken of Criseyde the bright. And after this, one that hem boda lest. They sped hem fro the soper unto rest. On moreway, as soon as day began to clear. This Troilus gone of his sleep to braid. And to Pandar, his own brother dear. For love of God, full piteously he said. As go we seen the pales of Criseyde. For sin we yet may have now more fest. So let us seen here pales at the lest. And therewithal, his main for to blend. A cause he fond in town for to go. And to Criseyde's house they gone and Wendy. But Lord! This saily Troilus was woe. Him thought his sorrowful hurt brass day too. For one he saw here doors spurred alle. Nay for sorway a dune he gone to fall. Therewith, one he was war and gone by hold. How shet was every window of the place. As frost, him thought, his hurt gone to cold. For which with chong deedlick pale face. Withouten word, he forth began to pace. And, as God wolde, he gone so fast ride. That no wight of his countenance espied. Then said he thus. O pales desolate. O house, of houses whilom best height. O pales empty and disconsolate. O thou lantern, of which quaint is the light. O pales, whilom day, that now art night. Wel audisto to fall, and I to die. Sin she is went that won't was us to gye. O pales, whilom crown of houses alle. Illumined with son of alle bliss. O ring, fro which the ruby is outfall. O cause of wa, that cause hast been of lease. Yet, sin I may no bet, fain wolde I kiss. Thy cold doors, doorst I for this root. And fair wel shrine, of which the saint is ut. Therewith he cast on Pandarus his ye. With chonged face, and pitous to behold. And one he might his time aright espy. As he rued, to Pandarus he tolda his new sorway, and eke his ioys old. So piteously and with so Didian hue, that every wight might on his sorway row. Fro thenceforth he rideth up and down, and everything calm him to remembrance, as he rued forby places of the tune, in which he whilom had all his plaisance. Lo, yon saw I myn oeen lady dance. And in that temple, with her eyen clear, me caught first my right lady dear. And yonder have I heard full lustily my dear hurt laugh, and yonder play. Saw I here ones eke full blissfully. And yonder ones to me gone she say ye. Now good sweet, love me wel, I pray. And yon so goodly gone she me behold. That to the death myn hurt is to hear hold. And at that corner, in the yonder house, heard I myn alderlevest lady dear. So womanly, with voice melodious, singin so wel, so goodly, and so clear, that in my soul yet me think I hear the blissful sone. And, in that yonder place, my lady first me took unto her grace. Than thought he thus, O blissful Lord Cupid, when I the procès have in my memory, how thou me hast worried on every side. Men might a book make of it, like a story. What need is thee to seek on me victory? Sin I am thyn, and wholly at thy will. What ioe has to thyn oeen folk to spill? Wel has to, Lord, why roke on me thyn ire? Thou mighty God, and dreadful for to grieve. Now mercy, Lord, thou wost wel I desire. Thy grace most, of all our lusts leave. And live and die I wool in thy believe. For which I nax in guerdon but a bone. That thou Criseyde I in me send sown. Distrain here hurt as fast to return. As thou dost myn to longen here to see. Then would I wel, that she nil not soyern. Now, blissful Lord, so cruel thou be. Unto the blood of Troy, I pray thee. As you know was unto the blood the bane. For which the folk of Thebes caught here bane. And after this he to the Yates went. There as Criseyde outrued a full good pass. And up and down there made he many a went. And to himself full oft he said alas. From hennes rued my bliss and my solace. As wold a blissful God now, for his ioe. I might here seen Ion come into Troy. And to the yonder hill I gone here jide. Alas! And there I took of here my leave. And yond I saw here to her fader ride. For sorway of which myn hurt shall to cleave. And hider whom I calm when it was eve. And here I dwell outcast from alle ioe. And shall, till I may seen here eft in Troy. And of himself imagined he oft. To bend effete, and pale, and waxen less. Then he was wont, and that men saiden soft. What may it be? Who can the suth guess? Why Troilus hath all this heaviness? And all this nas but his melancholy. That he had of himself switch fantasy. Another time imaginin he wold at. That every wight that went by the way. Had of him ruth, and that they sayin should. I am right sorry Troilus wole die. And thus he drove a day yet forth or tway. As ye have heard, switch life right gone he lead. As he that stood betwixt hope and dread. For which him liked in his songes shew. Ventureson of his wa, as he best might. And made a song of words but a few. Somewhat his waffle hurt for to light. And one he was from every man's sight. With soft voice he, of his lady dear. That was absent, gone singe as ye may hear. O stare, of which I lost have all the light. With hurt soer wel ought I to bewail. That ever dirk in torment, night by night. Toward my death with wind in steer I sail. For which the ten the night if that I fail. The gilding of thy beams brighten hour. My ship and me Charybdis wole devour. This song one he thus Sungen had, sown. He fill iron into his Psyche's old. And every night, as was his wont to done, he stood the bright moon to behold. And al his sorway he to the moon tolde. And said, why wis, one thou art horned new. I shall be glad, if al the world be true. I saw Thran horns old eke by the moorway. One hennis rude my right lady dear. That cause is of my torment and my sorway. For wish, O bright Lucina the clear. For love of God, ren fast about thy spear. For one Thran horns new gin springe. Then shall she come, that may my bliss bringe. The day is more, and langer every night, than they be wont to be, him thought though. And that the son went his course unright. By langer way than it was wont to go. And said, why wis, me dreadeth ever amo. The son's sown, phaeton, be on live. And that his fadres cart Amos he drive. Upon the walls fast eke wolde he walk. And on the Greeks oast he wolde see. And to himself right thus he wolde talka. Lo, yonder is myn oeen lady free. Or else yonder, there though tents be. And thens cometh this air, that is so sote. That in my soul I feel it doth me boat. And hardly this wind, that more and more. Thus stoundameel and cresseth in my face. Is of my lady's depe Psyche sore. I preve it thus, for in none other place. Of al this tune, save onlish in this space. Feel I no wind that soundeth so like pain. It saith, Alas! Why twin be we twain? This lunge time he driveth forth right thus. Till fully past was the ninth night. And I beside him was this Pandarus. That bisily died alle his full might. Him to comforte, and make his hurt light. Yevenge him hope alwe, that ten the more way. That she shall come, and stinten al his sorway. Up on that other side eke was Criseyde. With woman few, among the Greeks strange. For which full oft a day Alas, she said. That I was born. Wel may myn hurt lunge. After my death, for now live I to lunge. Alas! And I any may it not amond. For now is wars than ever yet I wendy. My fader nil for no thing do me grace. To goon iron, for not I can him queem. And if so be that I my term passe. My Troilus shall in his hurt demi. That I am fouls, and so it may wel seme. Thus shall I have unthank on every side. That I was born, so whale away the tide. And if that I me putty in upartai. To steal awe by night, and it bifall. That I be caught, I shall behold a spy. Or else, lo, this dread I most of alle. If in the hands of some wretch I fall. I am but lost, I'll be myn hurt true. Now mighty God, thou on my sorway row. Full pale why waxen was here bright face. Here limes Lena, as she that al the day. Stood one she dorst, and loked on the place. There she was born, and there she dwelt had I. And al the night weepinge, Alas. She lay. And thus despaired, out of alle cure. She ladda here life, this woeful creature. Full oft a day she sight eke for distress. And in herself she went I portrayinga. Of Troilus the Greta worthiness. And alle his goodly wards recordinga. Sin first that day here love began to springe. And thus she set here woeful hurt a fire. Through remembrance of that she gone desire. In al this world there nis so cruel hurt. That here had heard complainin in here sorway. That nold han wopen for here pain smirt. So tenderly she weep, boda eve and moreway. Here neddied no terries for to boreway. And this was yet the worst of al here pain. There was no wight to whom she dorst here plain. Full ruefully she loked up on Troy. By held the Therese hay and eke the Halles. Alas! Quot she, the plaisance and the ioe. The wish that now I'll torn it into gal is. Have I had oft within yonder walls. O Troilus, what dost thou now, she said. Lord! Whether yet thou think upon Criseyde? Alas! Ione had trode on your lore. And went with yow, as ye me rather this. Than had I now not sight half so sore. Who might han said, that I had due name is. To steal awe with switch on as he is. But al too late cometh the lechuary. Wan men the cores unto the grave carry. Too late is now to speak of this mateer. Prudence, alas. Owen of Thn in 3. Me lacked alwe, that I come here. On time why past, wel remembered me. And present time eke coude I welyc. But future time, I was in the snare. Coude I not seen, that causeth now my care. But Naphtali's, betide what betide. I shall tomorrow at night, by est or west. Out of this oast steal on some manor side. And go with Troilus whereas him lest. This purpose will I hold, and this is best. No furs of wicked tonges I anglery. For ever on love han wretches had envy. For whoso wole of every word take hudda. Or rullen him by every wight's wit. Ne shall he never thriven, out of dreed. For that some men blamen ever yet. Lo, other manner folk commenden it. And as for me, for I'll switch variance. Felicity cleep by my sufficance. For which, withouten any wards mo. To Troy I wool, as for conclusion. But God at what, fully months too. She was full fair fro that intention. For boda Troilus and Troy tune. Shall Nautilus throughout here hurt slide. For she will take a purpose for Tabide. This Diomede, of whom yow tell I gone. Goth now, within himself I arguinge. With al the slight and al that ever he can. How he may best, with shortest tarriange. Into his net Criseyde's hurt bringe. To this entente he could never fine. To fission here, he laid out hook and line. But Naphtali's, wel in his hurt he thought. That she nas nat with it a love in Troy. For never, sit hen he here thens brought. Ne could he seen her laugh or make ioe. He nist how best her hurt for to coy. But for to ass I, he said, it not any graveth. For he that not nasieth, not nachaveth. Yet seed he to himself upon a night. Now am I not a fool, that woot wel how. Here wo for love is of another wight. And hereupon to goon as I hear now. I may wel wight, it nil not been my prow. For wise folk in bokes it express. Men shall not wow a wight in heaviness. But whoso might win and switch a flower. From him, for whom she mourneth night and day. He might saying, he were a conqueror. And right anon, as he that bold was I. Thought in his hurt, hap how hap may. I'll should I die, I will lay here hurt sesh. I shall no more lessen but my spesh. This Diomede, as bokes us declare. Was in his neds pressed and courageous. With stern voice and mighty lime square. Hardy, testive, strong, and chivalrous. Of deeds, like his fader Tydeus. And some men saying, he was of tunge large. And ere he was of Caledoine and Arge. Criseyde mean was of her stature. Thereto of shap, of face, and eke of share. There might been no fairer creature. And oft time this was her maneer. To gone white rest with her hairrace clear. Down by her collar at her bach behind. Which with a thread of gold she wold a bind. And, save her brows io in it and wifeer. There nas no lack, in aught I can espien. But for to speaken of her iron clear. Lo, truly, they writen that here sien. That parodies stood formed in here yen. And with her riche beauty evermore. Stroff love in here, I which of hem was more. She so brie was, eke simple, and wis withal. The best why nourished eke that might be. And goodly of here spesh in general. Charitable, establish, lusty, and free. Ne never amo any liquide here petit. Tendre hurt, sliding of courage. But truly, I cannot tell here age. And Troilus wel waxen was in height. And complet formed by proportion. So that kind it not amen den might. Young, fresh, strong, and hardy as lion. True as steel in ec condition. On of the best intecht creature. That is, or show, whyl that the world may dure. And certainly in story it is why found. That Troilus was never unto no wight. As in his time, in no degree second. Enduring dawn that longeth to a night. Al might a gon't passen him of might. His hurt I with the first and with the best. Stood per gal, to dur dawn that him lest. But for to tell len forth of Diomede. It fill that after, on the 10th day. Sin that Criseyde out of the city yeda. This Diomede, as fresh as bronche in May. Calm to the taunt there as Calchas lay. And feigned him with Calchas han to done. But what he meant, I shall yow tell soon. Criseyde, at showroot wards for to tell. Welcomed him, and down by here him set. And he was eathy enough to make him dwell. And after this, withouten lunge let. The spices and the wind men forth hem fetty. And forth they speak of this and that why fear. As friends doon, of which song shall ye hear? He gone first fallen of the ware in spesh. Bitwixt hem and the folk of Troy tune. And of Thasage he gone here eke bisect. To tell him what was here opinion. Fro that demand he so descendeth down. To ask in here, if that here strange thought. The Greeks jice, and works that they wrought. And why here fader tarrieth so lunge. To wedden here unto some worthy wight. Criseyde, that was in here pain strange. For love of Troilus, here oeen night. As fair forth as she conning had or might. Answered him though, but, as of his entente. It semed not she wist what he meant. But Nathaly's, this ilk Diomede. Gone in himself assure, and thus he said. If it your right have taken of Yauhada. Me think thus, O Lady Myn, Criseyde. That sin I first hond on your bridal laid. Won ye out come of Troy by the moorway. Nicude I never seen yow but in soreway. Can I not sayn what may the cause be? But if for love of some Troyan it were. The which right sore wolde thinken me. That ye, for any wight that dwelleth there. Shoulden spill a quarter of a tear. Or petusely yourselven so beguile. For dreadalese, it is not worth the while. The folk of Troy, as who saith, Allah and some. In pre-sun bin, as ye yourselven see. Nor then shall not on live come. For al the gold bitwixen son and sea. Trusteth wel, and understandeth me. There shall not to mercy goon on live. Al were he lord of worlds twice 5. Switch resh on hem, for fetching of Elaine. There shall be take, that we hennis wendy. That manes, which that gods ben of pain. Shall been aghast that Greeks will hem shende. And men shul dreed, unto the world's endy. From henceforth to ravish any queen. So cruel shall our resh on hem be senna. And but if Calchas lead us with ambages. That is to sayn, with double ward sly. Switch as men cleep a word with 2 visages. Ye shall knowen that I not any lie. And al this thing right seen it with your ye. And that anon. Ye nil not tro how sown. Now taketh heed, for it is for to done. What wane ye your wise fader wolde? Han yeven antenner for yow anon. If he any wist that the city should. Destroyed bin. Why, nay, so mode I goon. He knew full wel there shall not scape an un. That Troyan is, and for the Greta fear. He durst not, ye dwelt langer there. What wole ye more, lovesome lady dear? Lat Troy and Troyan fro your hurt pace. Der yf out that betray hope, and make good share. And cleep I in the bow-tea of your face. That ye with salt tarries so deface. For Troy is brought in switch a upartie. That, it to save, is now no remedy. And thanked wel, ye shall in Greeks find. A more parfit love, it be night. Than any Troyan is, and more kind. And bet to serven yow will doon his might. And if ye vouchsafe, my lady bright, I will ben he to serven yow myself. Ye, lever than he lord of Greece's 12. And with that word he gone to waxen reed. And in his spesh a lightel white he quook. And cast aside a lightel white his heed. And stint a while. And afterward awook. And soberly shone here he threw his look. And said, I am, albeit yow no Ioe. As jaunty man as any wight in Troy. For if my fader Tydeus, he said, why lived had, I had been, this. Of Caledoine and Arge king, Criseyde. And so hope I that I shall yet, why wis. But he was slain, alas. The more harm is. Unhappily at Thebes al to rathe. Polymites and many a man to scathe. But heard myn, sin that I am your man. And been the first of whom I sesh grace. To serven you as hurtly as I can. And ever show, whyli to live have space. So, that I depart out of this place. Ye will me graunt, that I may to moreway. At betray leisure, tell ya my soreway. What should I tell his wards that he said? He spak why now, for o day at the mest. It preveth wel, he spak so that Criseyde. Grunt, on the moreway, at his request. For to speaken with him at the lest. So that he nold speak of switch mateer. And thus to him she said, as ye may hear. As she that had here hurt on Troilus. So fast, that there may it knew Neris. And strangely she spak, and said thus. O Diomede, I love that ilk place. There I was born. And I oves, for his grace. Deliver it sown of all that doth it care. God, for thy might, so leave it wel to fare. That Greeks wolde here wrathe on Troy wreak. If that they might, I know it wel, why wis. But it shall not befallen as ye speak. And God to forn, and further over this. I what my fader wis and ready is. And that he me hath bought, as ye me tolde. So dear, I am the more unto him hold. That Greeks been of hay condition. I would eke wel. But certain, men shall find. As worthy folk within Troy tune. As conning, and as parfit and as kind. As been betwixt orcades and ind. And that ye could wel your lady serve. I trow eke wel, here thank for to deserve. But as to speak of love, why wis, she said. I had a lord, to whom I wedded was. The whose myn hurt al was, till that he dade. And other love, as help me now Pallas. There in myn hurt nis, any navir was. And that ye been of noble and hay can read. I have wel heard it tell len, out of dreed. And that doth me to hon so great a wonder. That ye will scorn in any woman so. Eke, God what, love and I be fair asonder. I am disposed bet, so mote I go. Unto my death, to plain and maken moi. What I shall after doon, I cannot say ye. But truly, as yet me list not play. Myn hurt is now in tribulation. And ye in arms bicy, day by day. Hereafter, when ye wonnen hon the tune. Peranter, than so it happen may. That one I see that I never say. Then wole I werka that I never wrought. This word to yow wynuff suffisen ought. To moreway eke wool I speaken with yow fain. So that ye touchen not of this mateer. And one yow list, ye may come here iron. And, ye gone, thus mush I say ye yow here. As help me Pallas with your hayrace clear. If that I should of any Greek han ruth, it should be your selven, by my troth. I say not therefore that I will yow love. Na I say not nay, but in conclusion. I mean wel, by God that sit above. And therewithal she cast her eyen down. And gone to Psyche, and said, O Troy tune. Yet bid I God. In quiet and in rest. I may yow seen, or do myn hurt breast. But in effect, and shortly for to say ye. This Diomede al freshly new eyen. Gone presen on, and fast her mercy pray. And after this, the south for to sayn. Here glove he took, of which he was full fain. And finally, one it was waxen eve. And al was wel, he ruse, and took his leave. The bright Venus fallweed and I taught. The way, there brode Phoebus down a light. And Cynthia here Charour overwrought. To whirl out of the lion, if she might. And Signifer his candles shoot bright. One that Criseyde unto her bed went. In with her Phaedra's fair bright taunt. Retorning in her soul eye up and down. The wards of this Sodian Diomede. His greet estat, and peril of the tune. And that she was all one and had need. Of friends' help. And thus began to breed. The cause why, the south for to tell. That she talk fully purpose for to dwell. The more way calm, and gustly for to speak. This Diomede is come unto Criseyde. And shortly, lest that ye my tale break. So wel he for himself spak and said. That a here Psyche sore down he laid. And finally, the south for to sayn. He reft here of the Greta of al here pain. And after this the story telleth us. That she him yaft the fair bay steed. The which he wons one of Troilus. And eke a broche, and that was litel need. That Troilus was, she yaft this Diomede. And eke, the bet from soreway him to relieve. She made him wear a pencil of her sleeve. I find eke in stories elsewhere. One through the body hurt was Diomede. Of Troilus, though weep she many a tear. One that she saw his wide wounds bleed. And that she took to keepen him good hada. And for to helle him of his soreways smirt. Men saying, I not, that she yaff him here hurt. But truly, the story telleth us. There made never woman more woe. Than she, one that she false Troilus. She said, Alas. For now is clean ego. My name of troth and love, for ever mo. For I have false Uan, the gentlest. That ever was, and Uan the worthiest. Alas, of me, unto the world's endy. Shall neither been wyrighten nor wysonge. No good word, for thys bokes will me shende. Oh, rolled shall I been on many a tonge. Throughout the world my bell shall be ringy. And woman most will hate me of alle. Alas, that switch a cast me should fall. They will sayn, in as much as in me is. I have hem don dishonor, wayloi. Al be I not the first that died Amos. What helpeth that to do my blame oi? But sin I see there is no betre way. And that to late is now for me to rue. To Diomede Allgate I will be true. But Troilus, sin I no better may. And sin that thus departen ye and I. Yet pray I God, so ye've yow right good day. As for the gentlest, truly. That ever I say, to servant faithfully. And best can I his lady honor keep. And with that word she brast anon to weep. And certes yow any haten shall I never. And friends love, that shall ye hon of me. And my good word, al might I liven ever. And, truly, I wold as sorry be. For to see yow in adversity. And guiltilies, I woot wel I yow leave. But al shall passe, and thus take I my leave. But truly, how lunge it was between that she forsook him for this Diomede. There is none octor telleth it, I ween. Take every man now to his boxhedde. He shall no term finden, out of dreed. For though that he bygan to wow here sown, ere he here won, yet was there more to done. Na me any list this saily woman chide. Further than the story will devise. Here name, Alice, is published so wide, that for her guilt it ought why no suffice. And if I might excuse here any wise, for she so sorry was for her untruth, why wis, I wolde excuse here yet for ruth. This Troilus, as I byforn have told, thus driveth forth, as wel as he hath might. But often was his hurt hoot and cold. And namely, that ilk ninth night, which on the moorway she had him by height. To come in, God wot, full lightel rest. Had he that night, no thing to sleep him lest. The laura-crowned Phoebus, with his heat gone, in his course upward as he went. To war men of the Est see the Voves wheat. And Nisus doter song with fresh entente. One Troilus his Pandare after sente. And on the walls of the tune they played. To loke if they can seen aught of Criseyde. Till it was noon, they stoden for to see who that there come. And every manner white that came fro fair, they saiden it was she. Till that they could knowen him right. Now was his hurt dull, now was it light. And thus by upstanden for to stare. Abut not, this Troilus and Pandare. To Pandarus this Troilus though said. For aught I wot, by forenoon, sickerly. Into this tune any comth not here Criseyde. She hath why now to done, heartily. To win in from her fader, so trow I. Here old fader will yet make her dine. Ere that she go, God yev his hurt pine. Pandare answered, it may wel be, certain. And for thy latest dine, I thee by sesh. And afternoon then mayst thou come in. And whom they go, with it more spesh. And come an in, but lunge may they sesh. Ere that they find that they after cape. Fortune hem boda thank for to Iop. Quot Troilus, I see wel now, that she is tarried with her old fader so. That she come, it wole nay even be. Come forth, I will unto the yate go. Thys portars been unconning ever emo. And I will doon hem holden up the yate. As not anywhere, although she come late. The day goth fast, and after that cometh eve. And yet come not to Troilus Criseyde. He loketh forth by heggy, by tree, by grieve. And fair his heed over the wall he laid. And at the last he torned him, and said. By God, I woot her mening now, Pandare. Almost, why wis, al knew was my care. Now detells, this lady can hear good. I woot, she meneth riden prively. I commend her wisdom, by myn hood. She will not maken pepple nicely. Gore on here, one she comth, but soft eely. By night into the tune she thanked ride. And, dear brother, thank not lunge to abide. We han not els for to dawn, why wis. And Pandarus, now wilt thou trowen me? Have here my troth, I see here. Yon she is. Heave up thyn iron, man. Maysto not see? Pandare answered, nay, so mote I thee. Al wrong, by God, what seesto, man, where art? That I see yond nis but a fair cart. Alas, thou seest right sooth, quot Troilus. But, hardly, it is not al for naught. That in myn hurt I now reoise thus. It is I in some good I have a thought. Knud I not how, but sin that I was wrought. Na felt I switch a comfort, dar I say ye. She cometh tonight, my life, that dorst I lay. Pandare answered, it may be why nuff. And held with him of al that ever he said. But in his hurt he thought, and soft lock. And to himself full soberly he said. From Hazelwood, their Ioli robin played. Shall come owl that thou abidest here. Ye, fair wel owl the snow of fern year. The wardian of the Yates gone to Caye. The folk which that with the Yates were. And bade hem driven in her best salet. Or owl the night they most bleven there. And fair within the night, with many a tear. This Troilus gone homeward for to ride. For wel he seeth it helpeth not tabide. But Nathalie, he gladd him in this. He thought he misaccounted had his day. And said, I understand have al aim is. For thilk night I last Criseyde say. She said, I shall ben here, if that I may. Ere that the moan, oh dear hurt sweet. The lion passe, out of this are eat. For which she may yet hold al here by hest. And on the moorway unto the Yate he went. And up and down, by west and eke by este. Up on the walls made he many a went. But al for naught, his hope alwe him blent. For which at night, in soreway and psyche sore. He went him home, withouten any more. This hope al clean out of his hurt fled. He nath whereon now langer for to hung. But for the pain him thought his hurt bled. So were his throws sharp and wonder strange. For when he saw that she abood so lunge. He nist what he yuggin of it might. Sin she hath broken that she him by height. The thrid, firth, fifth, sixth day. After tho days 10, of which I tolda. Betwixt hope and dread his hurt lay. Yet somewhat trustinga on her hests old. But one he saw she nold her term hold. He can now see none other remedy. But for to shape him sown for to die. Though with the wicked spirit, God us bless. Which that men clepeth wode ialisai. Gone in him crape, in all this heaviness. For which, because he wold as sown die. He any drunk, for his melancholy. And eke from every company he fled. This was the life that all the time he led. He so defet was, that no manner man. Unneth might him know there he went. So was he Lena, and there to pale and wan. And feeble, that he walketh by patenti. And with his ire he thus himself enchant. But whoso asked him whereof him smart. He said, his harm was all about his hurt. Priam full oft, and eke his motor dear. His brethren and his sustren gone him frame. Why he so sorrowful was in all his share. And what thing was the cause of all his pain? But all for naught. He knolled his cause plain. But said, he felt a grievous malady. But his hurt, and fain he wold die. So on a day he laid him down to sleep. And so biful that in his sleep him thought. That in a forest fast he welk to weep. For love of her that him these pains wrought. And up and down as he the forest sought. He saw a boar with tusks greta. That sleep I in the bright sun's heat. And by this boar, fast in his arms fold. Lay kissing I his lady bright Criseyde. For soreway of which, one he had gone by hold. And for despite, out of his sleep he brayed. And loud he cried on Pandarus, and said. O Pandarus! Now know I crop and wrote. I nam but deed, there nis none other boat. My lady bright Criseyde hath me betrayed. In whom I trusted most of any wight. She elsewhere hath now here her paid. The blissful gods, through here Greta might. Han in my dream why shoot it full right. Thus in my dream Criseyde I have behold. And all this thing to Pandarus he tolda. O my Criseyde, alas! What subtlety! What new lust, what beauty, what science! What wrath of just cause have ye to me? What guilt of me, what fell experience? Hath fro me raft, alas! Thyn advertence. O trust, O faith, O depe assurance! Who hath me reft Criseyde, all my plaisance? Alas! Why lead I you from hennes go? For which wl nay out of my wit I braid? Who shall now trow on any authsimo? God what I wendy, O lady bright, Criseyde. That every word was gospel that ye said. But who may bet vigilant, yf him least? Then he on whom men wenneth best to treast. What shall I do, my Pandarus, alas? I feel now so sharp a new pain. Sin that there is no remedy in this case. That bet were it I with myn Hans twain. Myselven slow, then all we thus to plain. For through my death my was shold hon and endy. There every day with life myself I shende. Pandar answered and said, alas the while. That I was born, have I not said this? That dreams many a manner man beguile. And why? For folk expounden hem aim is. How darst thou saying that fouls thy lady is? For any dream, right for thyn dreed. Lat be this thought, thou canst no dreams read. Peronter, there thou dreamest of this boor. It may so be that it may signify. Here fader, which that old is and eke hoer. I in the son life, on point to die. And she for soreway ginneth weep and cry. And kisseth him. There he lieth on the ground. Thus shouldest thou thy dream a right expound. How might I than do, quot Troilus? To know of this, ye, were it never so light. Now seesto wisly, quot this Pandarus. My rede is this, sin thou canst wl indite. That hastily a letter thou here write. Thorug which thou shalt wel bring in it aboot. To know a sooth of that thou art in doot. And see now why. For this I dar wel same. That if so is that she untrue be. I cannot trow that she will write iron. And if she write, thou shalt full soon see. As whether she hath any liberty. To come iron, or else in some clause. If she be let, she will assign a cause. Thou hast not written here sin that she went. Nor she to thee, and this I dorst lay. There may switch cause been in here on taunt. That hardly thou wilt thyselven say ye. That here a bud the best is for yow tway. Now write here than, and thou shalt feel sown. A soth of owl, there is no more to done. Accord been to this conclusion. And that anon, these ilk lords too. And hastily sit Troilus adown. And rolleth in his hurt to and fro. How he may best descriven here his woe. And to Criseyde, his own lady dear. He wrote right thus, and said as ye may hear. Right fresh flower, whose I have been and shall. Withouten part of elsewhere service. With hurt, body, life, lust, thought, and owl. I, waffle white, in every humble wise. That tonge tell or hurt may devise. As oft as mater occupieth place. Me recommend unto your noble grace. Liketh it yow to whiten, sweet hurt. As ye know how lunch time agun. That ye me left in asper pains smirt. One that ye went, of which yet boat noon. Have I none had, but ever where's begun. Fro day to day am I, and so mot dwell. While it yow list, of wheel and will my welly. For which to yow, with dreadful hurt true. I write, as he that soreway drwth to write. My wa, that every hour increaseth new. Complainage as I dar or can indite. And that defaced is, that may ye white. The tarries, which that fro myn iron rain. That wolda speak, if that they could and plain. Yow first by sesh I, that your iron clear. To look on this defouled ye not hold. And over all this, that ye, my lady dear. Will vouchsafe this letter to behold. And by the cause eke of my cares cold. That sleeth my wit, if aught amiss me astert. For yevit me, myn oeen sweet hurt. If any servant dorst or aught of right. Upon his lady petusely compline. Then wane I, that it ought be that white. Considered this, that ye these months twain han tarried, be ye saden, sooth to sayn. But days 10 ye nold in Ost Soyorn. But in 2 months yet ye not return. But for as much as me mot neds like. Al that yow list, I dare not plain more. But humbly with sorrel psych. Yow write ich myn unresty sorways sore. Fro day to day desiring evermore. To knowen fully, if your will it were. How ye han ferd and dune, whyl ye be there. The whose wl fair and hele eke God in cress. In honor switch, that upward in degree. It grow alway, so that it never cess. Right as your hurt I can, my lady free. Devise, I pray to God so mote it be. And grant it that ye sewn up on me row. As whistly as in al I am yow tro. And if yow liketh knowen of the fair. Of me, whose wother may no white descrive. I can no more but, chest of every care. At writinge of this letra I was on live. Al ready out my waffle gost to drive. Which I del I, and hold him yet in hand. Upon the sight of mateer of your sond. Myn in too, in vain with which I see. Of sorrowful Terry's salt arn waxen wells. My song, in plainty of myn adversity. My good, in harm. Myn sa eke waxen hele is. My ioe, inwa, I can say yow not else. But turned is, for which my life I weary. Evrich ioe or essay in his contrary. Which with your coming to whom I to Troy. Ye may redress, and, more 1,000 scythe. Than ever ich had, in Crescent in me ioe. For was there never hurt yet so blithe. To haunt his life, as I shall been as swithe. As I yow see. And, though no manner ruth. Come eve yow, yet think on your trouth. And if so be my guilt hath death deserved. Or if yow list no more upon me see. In guerdon yet of that I have you served. By sesh I yow, myn hurts lady free. That hereupon ye wolden write me. For love of God, my right load stare. Their death may make an endy of al my wear. If other cause aught doth yow for to dwell. That with your letra ye me recomfort. For though to me your absence is an hele. With patience I will my will comport. And with your letra of hope I will deport. Now writeth, sweet, and lat me thus not plain. With hope, or death, delivereth me fro pain. Why wis, myn oeen dear hurt true. I woot that, when ye next up on me see. So lost have I myn hele and eke myn hue. Criseyde shall not con know me. Why wis, myn hurts day, my lady free. So thirsteth I myn hurt to behold. Your boty, that my life unneath I hold. I say no more, I'll have I for to say ye. To you wel more than I tell may. But whether that ye do me live or die. Yet pray I God, so yev yow right good day. And fareth wel, goodly fair fresh may. As ye that life or death me may command. And to your trouth I me recommend. With hele switch that, but ye yeven me. The same hele, I shall noon hele have. In you life, when yow least that it so be. The day in which me clot hen shall my grave. In yow my life, in yow might for to save. Me from disease of alle pain smirt. And fair now myn oeen sweet hurt. Lul voster t. This letra forth was sent unto Criseyde. Of which here answer in effect was this. Full petusely she wrote ion, and said. That also sown as that she might, why wis. She wold that come, and mend al that was mis. And finally she wrote and said him than. She wold that come, ye, but she nist when. But in here letra made she switch fests. That wonder was, and swereth she loveth him best. Of which he fond but botmalies by hests. But Troilus, thou mayst now, est or west. Pipe in an ivy leaf, if that thee lest. Thus goeth the world. God shilde us fro mischance. And every wight that meneth trow the vaunts. Encreasen gone the wa fro day to night. Of Troilus, for Trojan of Criseyde. And lessen gone his hope and eke his might. For which all down he in his bed him laid. He any eat, any drunk, any sleep, any word he said. Imagining that she was unkind. For which wel nay he wex out of his mind. This dream, of which I told have eke byforn. May never come out of his remembrance. He thought he had his lady lorn. And that of his purveyance. Him shewed had in sleep the signifiance. Of her untruth and his disaventure. And that the boor was shewed him in figure. For which he for Sibyl his suster sente. That called was Cassandra eke Audiobook. And al his dream he told a here or he staunt. And here besought a soilen him the dut. Of the strange boor, with tusk stout. And finally, within a lightel stound. Cassandra him gone right thus his dream expound. She gone first smile, and said, O brother dear. If thou a sooth of this desirest know. Thou most a few of old stories hear. To purpose, how that fortune overthrow. Hath lords old. Through which, within a throw. Thou this boor shalt know, and of what kind. He comen is, as men in boaks find. Diane, which that ruth was and in ire. For Greeks nold doon here sacrifice. Ne ensigns up on here outer set a fire. She, for that Greeks gone here so despise. Rack here in a wonder cruel wise. For with a boor as great as ox in stall. She made up freet here corn and vines alle. To slee this boor was al the country raised. A manjas which there come, this boor to see. A maid, Owen of this world the best why praised. And Meleager, lord of that country. He loved so this fresh maiden free. That with his manhood, her he wold a staunt. This boor he slow, and here the heed he sente. Of which, as old boaks tellen us. The ruse a contek and a great envy. And of this lord descended Tydeus. By Lenia, or else old boaks lie. But how this Meleager gone to die? Thorug his motor, will I yow not tell. For al too long it were for to dwell. Argument of the 12 books of Statius Thebes. Associat profugum titio primus polimitum. Tidea legatum docet insidiasque secundus. Tertius Himonidon canet et vates latitantes. Quartus habet regis enuntis prelia septem. Mox furi len quinto narrator et anguis. Archimori bustum sexto ludiclegunter. Dat greos Thebes evadum septimus Umbria. Octoo cessidit Tydeus, spes, vita Pelasgia. Ipomedon nono moritor cum Parthenopio. Fulmen percussus, decimo capenus superator. Vindecimo sisi paramunt per vulnera fratres. Arduum flentem nerat duodenus et ignium. She tolda eke how Tydeus, or she staunt. Unto the strange city of Thebes. To claim kingdom of the city, went. For his phila, Don Polymites. Of which the brother, Don Ethiocles. Full wrongfully of Thebes held the strength. This tolda she by prosse, al by length. She tolda eke how Hemonides astert. One Tydeus slew 50 knights stout. She tolda eke al the prophesies by hurt. And how that Savine kings, with her root. By Segedon the city alabut. And of the holy serpent, and the welly. And of the furies, al she gone him tell. Of Archimorus Beriinga and the plays. And how Amphiarax fill through the ground. How Tydeus was slain, lord of Argives. And how Ipomedon in Lytel stound. Was drained, and deed Parthenope of wound. And also how Capaneus the proud. With Thonderdint was slain, that cried loud. She gone eke tell him how that either brother. Ethiocles and Polymite also. At Ascarmike, Esh of hem slew other. And of Argive weepinge and Hirwa. And how the town was brent she told a eke though. And so descendeth down from jests old. To Diomede, and thus she spak and tolda. This ilk bore Bitochneth Diomede. Tydeus sown, that down descended is. Fro Meleager, that made the boar to bleed. And thy lady, whereso she be, why wis. This Diomede here hurt hath, and she his. Weep if thou wilt, or lief, for, out of doot. This Diomede is in, and thou art ut. Thou say'st nat sooth, quod he, thou sorceress. Withal thy false gust of prophesy. Thou weenest been a Greek divineress. Now seesto not this fool of fantasy. Paineth here on ladies for to lie. Oi, quod he. There Iovs yev thee soreway. Thou shalt be fowls, peranter, yet to moreway. As wel thou mightest lion on Alcest. That was of creatures, but men lie. That ever weren, kindest and the best. For when here housebond was in Uparti. To die himself, but if she wolde die. She cheese for him to die and go to Helle. And starfa nun, as us the bokes tell. Cassandra goth, and he with cruel hurt. For yet his wa, for anger of here spesh. And from his bed al sodianly he sturt. As though al hul him had why mad a leche. And day by day he gone and queer and sesh. A sooth of this, with al his full cure. And thus he drieth forth his aventure. Fortune, wish that permutation. Of things hath, as it is here committed. Through purveyance and disposition. Of hey Iov, as regs shall ben flitted. Fro folk in folk, or one they shall ben smit. Gone pool oi the feathers bright of Troy. Fro day to day, till they ben bare of Ioi. Among all this, the foon of the parody. Of Ector gone approachin wonder blithe. The fate wolde his soul should unbody. And Chopin had a mean it out to drive. Ions which fate him helpeth not to strive. But on a day to fighten gone he wendy. At which, alas, he caught his lives endy. For which me thinkth every manner white. That haunteth arms ought to bewail. The death of him that was so noble a knight. For as he drow a king by Thaventale. Unwar of this, Achilles through the mail. And through the body gone him for to rive. And thus this worthy knight was brought of live. For whom, as old bokes tellen us. Was mad Switchwa, that Tanjit may not tell. And namely, the soreway of Troilus. That next him was of worthiness welly. And in this wagon Troilus to dwell. That, what for soreway, and love, and for unrest. Full oft a day he bade his hurt breast. But Nathaly's, though he gone him despair. And drad I that his lady was untrue. Yet I on here his hurt gone repair. And as these lovers doon, he sought I knew. To get I in Criseyde, bright of hue. And in his hurt he went here excusing. That calcas caused al here tariange. And oft time he was in purpose Greta. Himselven like a pilgrim to disguise. To seen here. But he may not contrafeit. To been unknown of folk that weren wise. Na find excuse or right that may suffice. If he among the Greeks known were. For which he weep full oft many a tear. To hear he wrote yet oft time al knew. Full piteously, he left it not for slouth. By setching here that, sin that he was true. She wolde come in and hold her trouth. For which Criseyde up on a day, for ruth. I take it so, touchinga al this mateer. Wrought him in, and said as ye may hear. Cupid sown, and sample of goodly heed. O sword of knighthood, sowers of gentilesse. How might a wight in torment and in dread. And Hellelise, yow send as yet gladness. I heard Elise, I psyche, I in distress. Sin ye with me, nor I with yow may deli. Yow neither send ich hurt may nor helle. Your letra full, the paper al white plainted. Conceived hath myn hertz piety. I have eke sane with Terry's al depainted. Your lettre, and how that ye requeren me. To come in, which yet any may not be. But why, lest that this lettre founden were? No mention any make I now, for fear. Grievous to me, God woot, is your unrest. Your haste, and that, the God's ordinance. It semeth not ye take it for the best. Nor other thing nis in your remembrance. As think me, but only your plaisance. But beth not ruth, and that I yow by sesh. For that I tarry, is al for wicked spesh. For I have heard wel more than I wendy. Touching us too, how things han wy stand. Which I shall with dissimulange amond. And beth not ruth, I have eke understand. How ye any doon but holden me in hand. But now no furs, I cannot in yow jess. But alla trouth and alla gentilesse. Comen I wool, but yet in switch dissioint. I stand as now, that what year or what day. That this shall be, that can I not appoint. But in effect, I pray yow, as I may. Of your good word and of your friendship I. For truly, whyl that my life may dure. As for a friend, ye may in me assure. Yet pray I yow on evil ye any take. That it is short which that I to yow write. I dar not, there I am, wel lettre make. Ne never yet any coude I wel indite. Eke greet effect men write in place light. Then tent is al, and not the lettre space. And fareth now wel, God have you in his grace. La voster see. This Troilus this lettre thought al strange. One he it saw, and sorrowfully he sight. Him thought it like a calends of change. But finally, he full any troen might. That she any wolde him holden that she hight. For with full evil will list him to leave. That loveth wel, in switch cass, though him grieve. But nathlys, men saying that, at the last. For anything, men shall the suth see. And switch a cass bidded, and that is fast. That Troilus wel understood that she nas not so kind as that here ought be. And finally, he woot now, out of doot. That al is lost that he hath been a but. Stood on a day in his melancholy. This Troilus, and in suspicion. Of here for whom he wendy for to die. And so biful, that throughout Troy tune. As was the jice, Wybor was up and down. A manner coat armure, as saith the story. Biforn Dephebe, insignia of his victory. The wish coat, as telleth Lollius. Dephebe it had rent from Diomede. The same day. And won this Troilus. It saw, he gone to taken of it hadda. Avising of the length and of the breed. And al the work. But as he gone behold. Full sodianly his hurt gone to cold. As he that on the choler fond within. A broche, that he Criseyde yath that moreway. That she from Troy most Ned's twin. In remembrance of him and of his soreway. And she him laid I in her faith to boreway. To keep it I, but now, full wel he wist. His lady nas no langer on to treast. He guth him hum, and gone full sown send. For Pandarus. And al this new chance. And of this broche, he told a him word and endy. Complainange of her hurts variance. His lunge love, his trouth, and his penance. And after death, withouten wards more. Full fast he cried, his rest him to restore. Then spake he thus, O Lady myn Criseyde. Where is your faith, and where is your behest? Where is your love, where is your trouth, he said. Of Diomede have ye now al this fest? Alas, I wolde have trode at the lest. That, sin ye nold in trouth to me stand. That ye thus nold han holden me in hand. Who shall now trow on any othsimo? Alas, I never wolde han wend, this. That ye, Criseyde, could han chong so. Na, but I had a guilt and dune amos. So cruel Wendy I not your hurt, why wis? To slee me thus. Alas, your name of trouth is now for dune, and that is al my ruth. Was there none other broche yow least leet? To feth with your new love, quod he. But thilk broche that I, with Terry's wheat. Yow yaff, as for a remembrance of me. None other cause, alas, any had ye. But for despite, and eke for that ye meant. Alutrally to shewen your entente. Through which I see that clean out of your mind. Ye han me cast, and I any can nor may. For al this world, within myn hurt find. To unloven yow a quarter of a day. In curse time I born was, wail away. That ye, that do me al this will endure. Yet love I best of any creature. Now God, quod he, me send yet the grace. That I may meeten with this Diomede. And truly, if I have might and space. Yet shall I make, I hope, his sides bleed. O God, quod he, that oughtest taken hudda. To forther and trouth, and wrongs to punis. Why nilto dune a vengeance of this vice? O Pandare, that in dreams for to treast. Me blamed hast, and won't art oft upbraid. Now mayst thou see thyself, if that thee least. How true is now thy niece, bright Criseyde. In sundry forms, God it woot, he said. The god shewen boda ioi and teen. In sleep, and by my dream it is now senna. And certainly, with it more spesh. From henceforth, as furforth as I may. Myn oeen deeth in arms will I sesh. I reckye not how soon be the day. But truly, Criseyde, sweet May. Whom I have I with all my might why served. That ye thus dune, I have it not deserved. This Pandarus, that Allah these things heard. And wist wel he said a sooth of this. He not a word I unto him answered. For sorry of his friend soreway he is. And shamed, for his niece hath dune aim is. And stant, astant of these causes tway. As still as stun, a word any could he say ye. But at the last thus he spak, and said. My brother dear, I may thee do no more. What should I sayn? I hate, why wis, Criseyde. And, God wot, I will hate here evermore. And that thou me bysoughtest dune of your. Havinga unto myn honor any my rest. Right no reward, I died al that thee lest. If I died out that might liken thee. It is me lief. And of this trace on now. God woot, that it a sore way is unto me. And dreadalese, for hurts essay of yow. Right fain wolde I amond it, wist I how. And fro this world, Almighty God I pray. Deliver here sown, I can no more say ye. Gret was the soreway and plaint of Troilus. But forth here course fortune I gone to hold. Criseyde loveth the sown of Tydeus. And Troilus mot weep in cares cold. Switch is this world, whoso it can byhold. In Estat is Lytel hurts rest. God leave us for to take it for the best. In many cruel battail, out of dreed. Of Troilus, this ilk noble knight. As men may in these old books read. Was Senna his knighthood and his Greta might. And Dreadalese, his ire, day and night. Full cruelly the Greeks I abought. And alwe most this Diomede he sought. And oft time, I find that they meta. With bloody strokes and with wards Greta. Assayinga how here spurs wear and wet. And God it woot, with many a cruel heat. Gone Troilus upon his helm to bet. But Nathles, fortunate not any wolde. Of others hond that either day and should. And if I had why taken for to write. The arms of this ilk worthy man. Then wolde I of his buttalies indite. But for that I to write first bygan. Of his love, I have said as that I can. His worthy deedies, whoso list him here. Read dares, he can tell hem alle wife here. By sechange every lady bright of hue. And every jaunty woman, what she be. That al be that Criseyde was untrue. That for that guilt she be not ruth with me. Ye may hear guilt in other books see. And gladlier I wole writen, if thou lest. Penelope's troth and good Alcest. Na I say not this al only for these men. But most for women that betrayed be. Through false folk, God yev hem sorway, amen. That with her greta wit and subtlety. Betrays yow. And this commoveth me. To speak, and in effect yow alle I pray. Beth war of men, and hurtneth what I say ye. Go, litel book, go litel myn tragedy. The God thy maker yet, that he die. So send might to make in psalm comedy. But litel book, no making thou nenvy. But subject be to alle poesy. And kiss the steps, whereas thou sayest pace. Virgil, Ovid, Omer, Lucan, and Stace. And for there is so great diversity. In English and in writing of our tongue. So pray I God that noon miswrite thee. Na thee mismeter for default of tongue. And read whereso thou be, or else songe. That thou be understand I God besesh. But yet to purpose of my rather spesh. The wrath as I began yow for to say ye. Of Troilus, the Greeks boughten dear. For thousands his Hans maiden die. As he that was withouten any pair. Save Hector, in his time, as I can hear. But wayloi, save only God's will. Dispitously him slough the fears a kill. And one that he was slain in this manner. His light gust full blissfully is went. Up to the hollowness of the seventh spear. In converse letting every element. And there he saw, with full avisement. The erotic stairs, hearkenage harmony. With sones full of heavenish melody. And down from thence fast he gone of ice. This lightel spot of earth, that with the sea. Embraced is, and fully gone despise. This wretched world, and held al vanity. To respect of the plain felicity. That is in heaving above. And at the last. There he was slain, his looking down he cast. And in himself he lock right at the wa. Of him that wepten for his death so fast. And dampned al our work that falleth so. The blind lust, the which that may not last. And shoulden al our hurt on heaving cast. And forth he went, shortly for to tell. There as Mercury sorted him to dwell. Switch foon hath, lo, this Troilus for love. Switch foon hath al his Greta worthiness. Switch foon hath his estat real above. Switch foon his lust, switch foon hath his noblesse. Switch foon hath false world's brotalness. And thus began his lovinge of Criseyde. As I have told, and in this wise he dade. O young fresh folks, he or she. In which that love upgroweth with your age. Repaireth whom from worldly vanity. And of your hurt upcasteth the visage. To thilk God that after his image. Yow made. And thinkth al nis but a fair. This world, that passeth sown as flowers fair. And loveth him, the which that right for love. Upon a cross, our souls for to bay. First starve, and roose, and sit in heaving above. For he nil falsen no white, dar I say ye. That wool his hurt al wholly on him lay. And sin he best to love is, and most meek. What nay death feigned loves for to seek. Lo here, of payans coursed old rites. Lo here, what alle here gods may avail. Lo here, these wretched world's appetites. Lo here, the foon and guerdon for travail. Of Iove, Apollo, of Mars, of Switch Rascale. Lo here, the for me of old clerks spesh. In poetry, if ye hear boke sesh. O moral gower, this book I direct. To thee, and to the philosophical strode. To vouchen soft, their need is, to correct. Of your benignities and zeals goad. And to that fast Christ, that starf on road. With myn heard of mercy ever I pray. And to the Lord right thus I speak and say ye. Thou un, and two, and three, etern on live. That regest I in 3 and 2 and un. Uncircumscript, and al mayst circumscribe. Us from visible and invisible foon. Defend. And to thy mercy, ever chun. So make us, Jesus, for thy grace digny. For love of maid and motor thyn benign. Amen. Explicitly bear Troilus et Criseyde.